Chapter 1. In the starry sky, the moon in the sky still exudes a cold, clear moonlight, shining on the ninja continent, which seems quite peaceful and quiet at night. On the moon at this moment, in an extremely luxurious castle, a petite figure is sitting on a parapet of the castle. The figure is only about 6 or 7 years old. She has short snow-white soft hair, a delicate white face and a lovely face. She is wearing a snow-white fairy robe, and there are traces of black jade under her collarbone. The whole looks to people, but it has a very quiet and deep first impression of wisdom, which is quite incredible. But the only regret is that his eyes are tightly closed, so that people can't see his eyes. Damn it, I've been here for 7 years, 7 years. When will civil war occur in those dead bones? The exquisite child sighed softly and said with a bit of irritation. Otsutsuki Shenmue, this is his name. Of course, he was not originally called by this name. But that is not important anymore, he lives by this name in this world. Counting the time, they should be as old as me, that is, they are also 7 years old. Otsutsuki Shenmue continued to whisper softly, the noise of the wind completely covered his voice. No, I have to find time to go to the ninja world. I don't want to wait here anymore. Those old things, old and not dead, are thieves. Heavenly engages in all sorts of things, but only makes some small incidents. It is estimated that it is not a real fight between life and death, it's almost time. Otsutsuki Shenmue's closed eyes faced the sky, as if he had seen the magnificent ninja world. He is a traverser, and fortunately, he happened to watch that anime, and he also understood his identity. Otsutsuki Shenmue, a big booze in a theater version. With Tenseigin, power is comparable to Rinnegan's eyes. But that is only the future. He is still just a blind man who has no eyes and cannot see. Naturally, it is impossible for him to inherit the history he knew, and wanted to grab the princess, but he was educated by the prince. Then he stayed on the moon to guard the ninja world with peace of mind, and was even sealed by Otsutsuki Urashiki in 2s or 2s because there was no Tenseigin in the later period. Non-existent. It definitely doesn't exist. I have to find a way to enter the ancestral land to meet that grandmother, and then go to the ninja world to grow up and lay up. I have been born and walked, I don't want to wait for death on this moon. Otsutsuki Shenmue whispered to himself, his eyes still closed tightly, and his white robe was blown by the breeze, making him look a little lonely. He will never be willing to follow the original trajectory, he wants to make trouble. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. There is a demon named Yuang hidden in everyone's heart, but usually, it is closed by the so-called rules and reason. But as long as there is a chance, it will break out of the cage and roar. Otsutsuki Shenmue is like this at this time. He finally has the opportunity to come to this ninja world continent. He will never be willing to be quiet. What's more, although he has no eyes now, he has the purest Otsutsuki bloodline. His talent is top-notch in this world, and I don't know if it's because of his travel, although he doesn't have the so-called cheat. But he feels that his talent seems to far exceed those old things by more than several times. Besides, does he really have no eyes? Otsutsuki Shenmue seemed to have thought of something, evoked a faint smile, slightly loosened his clenched left hand, and a bright red glow shimmered slightly, exuding a strange color. Master, the patriarch is calling you over. Just as Otsutsuki Shenmue was thinking, a crisp and slightly immature girl's voice pulled his thoughts back. Kyuxian? Do you know what my father is looking for? Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the vocalist. Otsutsuki Shenmue, his maid. He has no eyes, but his hearing and perception abilities are far beyond ordinary people, so he can distinguish the existence of people around him. Otsutsuki Shenmue was born blind. Although he is the son of the owner of the Otsutsuki branch house, he is indeed very unpopular. However, Otsutsuki Shenmue doesn't care, it doesn't matter, anyway, it will be a bunch of dead people sooner or later. For the dead, he would not be stingy with his tolerance for some of their disrespectful sins. Chu Xian is not clear, but it seems that there is something very important. Otsutsuki Chu Xian shook her head very honestly. She is just a maid, so how can she know what the head of the family thinks? Well, okay, I'll trouble you Kyuxian. Otsutsuki Shenmu nodded, then jumped off the parapet, landed smoothly and smiled at Kyuxian. Master, you are too polite, this is what Kyuxian should do. Although he knew that Otsutsuki Shenmu could not be seen, Otsutsuki Kyuxian respectfully bowed his head to Kaido. She respected herself, a young but mature young master. As a personal maid, she knew very well that the terrifying talent of her young master far surpassed the so-called genius of those clan. In the opinion of Otsutsuki Kyuxian, those geniuses are not as good as themselves, let alone contrast with Otsutsuki Shenmu. It's not worthy of shoes for the young master. That's what Otsutsuki Kyuxian thought. Although Kyuxian you are my maid, but I think I delayed you, you can actually have a better development. Otsutsuki Shenmu shook his head and smiled. Although the delicate face is not embellished with eyes, it still looks very beautiful. Flawless. He didn't lie, he still knew the talent of his maid, and her Otsutsuki bloodline was also very pure. If possible, Otsutsuki Shenmu would not be stingy and train her. After speaking, Otsutsuki Shenmu walked straight into the castle, and he was going to meet his father. And Otsutsuki Kyuxian, looking at the back of Otsutsuki Shenmu, couldn't help sighing softly. What a pity, such a good master. Why is it born blind? How can Otsutsuki Kyuxian know that it is precisely because Otsutsuki Shenmu's Otsutsuki bloodline is so pure that he was born blind? Ordinary Byakugan can't stand his pure physique at all. Chapter 2. Entering the castle, Otsutsuki Shenmu quickly came to the top of the castle, his father, right here. My father. After entering the top, Otsutsuki Shenmu walked to his father, Otsutsuki Yukui, and bowed slightly. Shenmu, how is your practice today? When Otsutsuki Yukui saw this son, Byakugan showed a trace of regret, and then smiled. Although he was born blind, he was very satisfied with the talents of this son, so he was also quite concerned about Otsutsuki's feathering. Thank you father for caring, Shenmu's practice has not fallen behind. Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled faintly and said softly. Although I think these branch house people have some brain problems, Otsutsuki Shenmu still respects his cheap father. He has always loved himself very much. Yes, Shenmu has never worried about everything about his father. Otsutsuki Yukui smiled satisfied. This son, indeed, never made him worry about it. He is sensible and polite, and he is very attentive to cultivation, almost completely in line with his perfect son template. But, after all, he was born blind, Otsutsuki Yukui sighed silently. The most eye-catching symbol of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is Byakugan, which is a pity. Otsutsuki Shenmu is born blind. Even if he has outstanding talents, it is difficult to convince the crowd. On the contrary, he will be criticized. My father called me here today. Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled faintly. He couldn't see it, but it didn't mean he couldn't feel it. His keen perception made him clearly aware of the emotional changes of Otsutsuki's feathers. After a little thought, he understood Otsutsuki's thoughts, but he didn't care. He never thought of inheriting the seat of Otsutsuki, the owner of the branch house, which sounds good. But the Otsutsuki branch house on the moon is a bunch of lunatics. On the moon the Otsutsuki clan was brought to the moon by Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, to guard the seal of Otsutsuki Kaguya. It has been passed down for a long time, for 1,000 years, and it has been considered safe and sound. And that is, about 10 years ago, the Gedo statue, which had been guarded by the Otsutsuki clan, disappeared. The Gedo statue is very huge, and basically the entire moon has been searched by the Otsutsuki family, without a trace. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Then there is only one possibility, it was stolen by people from the ninja world. This is no less than a bolt from the blue. The conflicts of the Otsutsuki clan are completely aroused. The people in the branch house believe that the people of the ninja world are extremely sinful and steal the golem. Moreover, the ninja world has experienced countless wars over the years. They believe that the world left by Sage of Six Paths is wrong and should not exist at all. On the other hand, the clan family is completely opposite. Two different concepts have caused the conflict between the clan family and the branch house to deepen. Up to now, it has almost reached a state of triggering. So the people of Otsutsuki branch house are almost all paranoid lunatics. Want to destroy the shinobi world and create a new century. Otsutsuki Shenmue has no interest in leading these lunatics, but I hope they and those from the Zone family will fight early. Fight together to do the best. Didn't Shenmue always want to go to the ninja world? How about taking you there for my father tomorrow? Otsutsuki naturally didn't know what Otsutsuki Shenmue thought, and smiled lightly. Otsutsuki Shenmue told him many times that he wanted to see Ninja World, the world left by Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the Hyuga family in the ninja world is also the bloodline left by Otsutsuki Hamura, and he wants to see it too. In response to his son's request, Otsutsuki had been dragging along because of his busy schedule before. This time he happened to take Otsutsuki Shenmue to have a look. "Thank you, father." Otsutsuki Shenmue was overjoyed when he heard the words and thanked him immediately. The teleportation formation between the moon and the ninja world has always been strictly guarded by the Otsutsuki people. Otsutsuki Shenmue wanted to go there alone, but it was really not easy. "Haha, let's go to rest first, and set off with you tomorrow for my father." Otsutsuki Yuku looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue with a smile and couldn't help but smile. Otsutsuki Shenmue is too mature in his mind. Although this is a good thing, the side that a child should have by chance is also very gratifying to him. "Yes, my father," the child has retired first. Otsutsuki Shenmue bent slightly again, then turned and left here. Tomorrow is about to leave the moon, he is really excited at the moment. "I'm tired of being stuck here," he's really tired of being here. The Otsutsuki clan has long been rotten. There is a kind of arrogance and prejudice to the people in the ninja world, but they don't know it, but they are sitting in the well and watching the sky. How can the brilliance of the ninja world in the future be understandable by those who are sitting on the moon? Otsutsuki Shenmue returned to his room, thought slightly, and turned his head to the palm of his left hand. His palm was very white and delicate, and in the palm of his palm, the originally smooth skin turned slightly, and then suddenly opened. "It's an eye." The pupils were bloody red, glowing with scarlet light, and there were circles of black circles in the pupils. "Rinnegan." "That's right, it is a Rinnegan. Although it is Rinnegan, there is only one, but it is enough, although I don't know why it awakens." Otsutsuki Shenmue moved his left palm slightly. This Rinnegan suddenly awakened when he was 4 years old. He didn't understand why he awakened Rinnegan, but he guessed that it was because of his blood returning to his ancestors. Otsutsuki Hamura was originally a child conceived by Otsutsuki Kaguya in a special way. Otsutsuki Kaguya is an ascetic and she has never been a man. She gave birth to the two brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo in a special way. As for the exact method, no one knows yet. However, the two brothers of Otsutsuki Hagoromo have indeed inherited her blood, so Rinnegan, the blood of Otsutsuki Shenmue, is indeed sensible. But what is strange is that his Rinnegan is awakened in the palm of his hand just like Otsutsuki Peach style. It's time to meet that grandmother. Otsutsuki Shenmue closed Rinnegan, and then thought to himself. Although I don't know whether it's right or wrong to be called a grandmother, that's how he called it. Otsutsuki Kaguya. The existence called the goddess of Uo. Chapter 3. The moon where the Otsutsuki clan is now is actually formed by the two brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo using 6 ways. Planetary devastation. So the whole moon is actually a huge seal. Sealed with Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya is too strong, but there are 6 ways. Planetary devastation is originally the strongest sealing technique born for Otsutsuki Kaguya, so even she can only be sealed obediently. In the middle of the night, a small body was constantly traveling at high speed in the night, and soon stopped in front of a shrine. It was Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shrine is the most sacred place of the Otsutsuki clan. Whenever there is a ritual, they always come here. But at the same time, it is also the entrance to the seal of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Shenmue walked slowly into the shrine. There was no one to look after it, because it was originally a public place. People from the Otsutsuki tribe often come here for worship. The shrine was very empty. Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the front of the center, and a statue of Otsutsuki Hamura came into view. It's really ironic. As a son, she has sealed her mother. Now even if she is dead, do we have to suppress her position? Otsutsuki Shenmue said with a smile of disdain. For the 2 brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Shenmue did not like it, although the Otsutsuki branch house thought was too paranoid. But one thing is true. The entire ninja world is in turmoil. The so-called heart-to-heart communication method of peace left by Sage of 6 Paths is simply stupid. Facts are better than eloquence, and there is no need to argue. Just look at how many years of war in the ninja world have gone through. Otsutsuki Shenmue took a few steps forward, slightly raised his left hand, and the blood-red Rinnegan burst into a weird scarlet light. An invisible gravitational force moved the statue of Otsutsuki Hamura to the left, revealing a seal formation under it. Although I am not familiar with Rinnegan's application now, I can barely move if I have coordinates. Otsutsuki Shenmue jumped onto the altar and took a closer look at this mysterious formation. He is still young now. Although the amount of chakra is far more than normal because of the blood of Otsutsuki, the demand for chakra in Rinnegan's space art is too much. Rinnegan, who reached out his left hand, sensed the space position on the seal. A space Uzumaki slowly absorbed Otsutsuki Shenmue. In a dark space, Otsutsuki Shenmue's short figure slowly appeared. This is the different space where Otsutsuki Kaguya is sealed. Otsutsuki Shenmue glanced at the seal formation behind him, remembered this position, and began to move slowly. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. The whole space is pitch black, deep, quiet and dark. Otsutsuki Shenmue watched everything around him, and a gloom could not help but appear in his heart. Here, it is really too quiet and a dark environment with no vitality. It is hard to imagine that if you stay here for a period of time, how to maintain that person's psychology will not collapse. Where is Otsutsuki Kaguya? She should be in the sealed space, or is there another seal here? After a long walk, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but stop thinking. He couldn't feel the existence of anyone at all, and he even doubted whether there was a deeper seal here. And at this moment, a quiet female voice that seemed to be in the ear, but also seemed to be out of reach, sounded faintly all around. Is this a descendant of Hamura? Hearing this murmur, Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and his entire body seemed to stand erect. Like a frightened beast, Otsutsuki Shenmue's perception is maximized, and his head keeps looking around. No, no. Finally, Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the sky, and Rinnegan with his left hand faced it. He saw it, a figure like a god. Her long snow-white hair even covered her feet. She was wearing a white orange-bottomed kimono with an orange-red ribbon tied around her waist. The white and exquisite face, the pure and flawless Byakugan, did not see Sherry-nan on her forehead and the rabbit ear-shaped horns on her head. At this moment, she was floating in the air quietly, lowered her head slightly and looked down at Otsutsuki Shenmue, without the slightest breath, just like an ordinary person. But in spite of this, her own unique temperament, faintly inexplicable temperament, is like a godlike temperament. In other words, it is not temperament, but divinity. It is completely different from ordinary women, and the difference can be seen at a glance. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya is a godlike existence in this world. Are you a descendant of Hamura? Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly floated down and landed in front of Otsutsuki Shenmue, tilting his head slightly and asked. Her voice is very special, with a hoarse magnetism and coldness, as if there is no emotion. Otsutsuki Shenmue, I have seen my grandmother. Otsutsuki Shenmue settled, then smiled, eyes still closed tightly. He has no eyes at the moment, so he can only close them. Do you recognize the Igia? Shenmue. Hamura has a good descendant, your Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked up and down at Otsutsuki Shenmue, and finally fixed his eyes on Rinnegan on the left hand of Otsutsuki Shenmue. Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly. This Rinnegan reminded her of some people who hated her. The deeds of grandmother, although there is no record in the clan, Shenmue has learned some through some channels. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded and said. About Otsutsuki Kaguya, in fact, no one knew about the Otsutsuki family anymore. The Otsutsuki brothers deliberately let future generations forget this existence. Otsutsuki Kaguya is already immortal, there is no way to kill it but to seal it. But no matter how strong the seal is, as long as it is a seal, it means there will be a way to be unlocked. Therefore, the Otsutsuki brothers can only play down the existence of Otsutsuki Kaguya and let later generations forget the legendary goddess of. In order to avoid certain careerists in the future unwillingly release this strong mother who is close to the god. This Rinnegan was suddenly awakened by Shenmue 3 years ago. Grandma, is there any problem? Otsutsuki Shenmue lit up the blood-red Rinnegan in his hand and asked Otsutsuki Kaguya curiously. Chapter 4. Hearing that, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes had a few faint blue veins, and he looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue carefully again. Byakugan, the most insightful pupil technique, is far from being comparable to Sharingan and Rinnegan, but a kind of eye that favors assistance. Although it is said that Sharingan and Rinnegan are better than Byakugan, these words are quite general. Byakugan is not an eye that is completely auxiliary to combat. Its most prominent ability is insight. Developed to the extreme, Byakugan can even gain insight into fate, such as the Otsutsuki Peach style that will come to the ninja world in the future. His Byakugan can already see a person's destiny, but he can't see his own destiny, and the destiny he sees is not static. So he finally failed. What's more, Tenseigan, evolved from Byakugan, is the eye purely for fighting. Your bloodline is indeed close to the morning house. No wonder Rinnegan will be awakened. The veins disappeared again. Otsutsuki Kaguya took a deep look at the child and said lightly. With such a strong Otsutsuki pedigree, even if this child is said to be an ancestor, it is too exaggerated. Otsutsuki Kaguya was slightly thoughtful, and she had some other thoughts. Thank you Grandma for the praise, Grandma, Shenmue needs your help. Otsutsuki Shenmue slowly said with a pure smile. He came to Otsutsuki Kaguya, not to hear her praise. Your body is filled with the blood of Igia and Yukin, you only need to get a pair of pure Byakugan, Tenseigan will naturally awaken. Otsutsuki Kaguya said lightly, she thought that Otsutsuki Shenmue came for his eyes, so she reminded him. Tenseigan, the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura, is also the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura that he has changed himself, and Otsutsuki Kaguya never had. Although she was sealed by the two brothers of Otsutsuki Hage Oromo and her two children, it has been thousands of years and time has been too ruthless. The hatred in her heart has long disappeared, and she just wants to wait quietly for the day when she can escape from this seal. So she is not stingy with her kindness towards this descendant of her own. It's not Tenseigan, grandmother. I need your power. This Rinnegan can evolve. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head. He already knew how Tenseigan was conceived in his mind, read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. What he needs is for Otsutsuki Kaguya to help him evolve his Rinnegan, the eyes that control the power of life and death. He is not willing to be just the purest Rinnegan. Ninguya Rinnegan, is his goal. but there is only Otsutsuki Kaguya who owns the Go Jade Rinnegan. Of course, the second pillars of later generations will also have a 6 Go Jade Rinnegan. And his 6 Hook Jade Rinnegan, a single one can even compare to the pupil power of 2 ordinary Rinnegan. Hearing that, even Otsutsuki Kaguya could not help but be surprised. This kid is actually coveting her power? Although you are a descendant of the Igia, since you know the existence of the Igia, you should understand what your ancestors did to the Igia, and why do you think the Igia will help you? Otsutsuki Kaguya glanced at this delicate and cute little boy, and a touch of amusement rose in his calm and unwavering heart. This kid really dared to think that your ancestor was the culprit who sealed me. Do you still want me to help you like this now? Don't you think it's too naive? I haven't done anything directly to you now because you are my descendant, okay? The ancestors matter has nothing to do with Shenmue, and Shenmue doesn't want to study it either. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head when he heard this. The grievances between the two brothers Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Kaguya were so exhausted that he didn't bother to pay attention to it. But Shenmue didn't come here unprepared this time. Grandma, do you want to go out? Then, without waiting for Otsutsuki Kaguya to speak, Otsutsuki Shenmue curled up his mouth and smiled at her. Yes, if not prepared, how could Otsutsuki Shenmue risk coming to meet Kaguya? He is not stupid, but Otsutsuki Kaguya is the strongest ruthless man in the entire Naruto world, and he can develop the existence of infinite Tsukuyomi against the entire world for his own benefit. Uchiha Madara used infinite Tsukuyomi to create an ideal peaceful world, but Otsutsuki Kaguya is different. She is purely for herself. In order to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, she will launch infinite Tsukuyomi. She is to create soldiers. However, Otsutsuki Shenmue has grasped the lifeblood of Otsutsuki Kaguya at this moment. Free. What Otsutsuki Kaguya needs most at the moment is freedom. She doesn't want to be sealed here, that's for sure, but she can't break the seal. Otsutsuki Shenmue is her only chance. Yes, the only chance. Although there is a Black Zetsu in the ninja world who is planning carefully, how can Otsutsuki Kaguya know Black Zetsu's actions? What's more, even if she understands Black Zetsu's actions at this moment, she will not give up this opportunity. To be able to help her is an extra opportunity for her. Otsutsuki Kaguya was silent when he heard the words, and the pure Byakugan stared at Otsutsuki Shenmue closely, with an unknown light shining in his eyes. And Otsutsuki Shenmue is not in a hurry, he is not short of time. After a long time, she spoke. You can't unlock the seal. Otsutsuki Kaguya said lightly, her expression still extremely calm, as if it would never fluctuate. Yes, but in the future. Grandma, you know, Tensegan, I am bound to win. As long as I can evolve Rinnegan, I will have this ability. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded without hesitation and admitted that he did not have the ability to unlock the seal at the moment. After all, this was the strongest seal technique used to seal Otsutsuki Kaguya. But this does not mean that he will not do well in the future. He is convinced that he will possess this ability. New book asks for everything. Bookmark fresh comments. I'll add more. Chapter 5. In the silent dark space, Otsutsuki Kaguya stood in front of Otsutsuki Shenmue. In Byakugan, there was a light of contemplation. The Igia can help you, but the Igia needs a promise from you. Otsutsuki Kaguya pondered for a long time before speaking faintly. She understands that what Otsutsuki Shenmue said is right. He has this potential and is worth investing in. With such a pure ancestral blood, and Tensegan plus Rinnegan, as long as he does not die, it is not certain that he will even surpass her in the future. And with the delicacy and resourcefulness that this child shows now, will he be finished so early? This is not a problem at all. Grandma, please. Otsutsuki Shenmue said with a deeper smile at the corner of his mouth, without hesitation. As long as he can evolve his Rinnegan, he doesn't care about agreeing to Kaguya some conditions, not to mention the promise that Kaguya said. he has already vaguely expected. In the future, I will help the AI family to fight against some powerful enemies. Otsutsuki Kaguya's throat was cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed in her pure eyes. The full-bodied murderous intent instantly hit the entire sky, and the cold murderous intent made the temperature of the entire space seem to drop a little. Otsutsuki Shenmue shrank in an instant. This was a subconscious reaction when facing a crisis. Feeling the murderous aura all over his body, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This Otsutsuki Kaguya is so terrible. Is it worthy of being the ghost of 1,000 years ago? Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help thinking in his heart, the strongest ruthless man in the entire Naruto world. But soon, Otsutsuki Shenmue felt that his body became more and more uncomfortable, and even his breathing became more and more difficult. Otsutsuki Kaguya's murderous aura is too strong, and her strength is also too strong, far from what Otsutsuki Shenmue, who is only 7 now, can resist. You are still too weak. Perceiving Otsutsuki Shenmue's reaction, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes flickered, and he withdrew the murderous involuntary escape. Otsutsuki Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the murderous intent disappeared. Grandma, I'm only 7 years old now. Otsutsuki Shenmue said helplessly. If he had eyes at the moment, he would definitely turn to Byakugan to express his dissatisfaction. No matter how good his talent is, he is only 7 years old now. Facing Otsutsuki Kaguya, what do you think of him? 7-year-old is not the reason you almost suffocated. Otsutsuki Kaguya was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he turned his head slightly before suffocating the sentence for a long time. And Otsutsuki Shenmue, who sensed the scene through Rinnegan, couldn't help but twitched. This woman with a cold deity exuding all over her body is actually still arrogant? Grandma, I need your help. Taking a deep breath, Otsutsuki Shenmue calmed down his inner mood, turning the left-hand Rinnegan to Otsutsuki Kaguya and whispered, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. You are now strong and reasonable, but labor and management have written down today's affairs. You wait for labor and management will gallop on you sooner or later. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought hard in his heart, ascetics. Non-existent. Sooner or later let you sing and sing me out. To live again, the ultimate goal of Otsutsuki Shenmue is not to unify the ninja world, but to sleep the woman in front of you. This is his ultimate goal. As long as he succeeds, it means that he has really stood on the top of this world. Otsutsuki Kaguya turned her head when she heard the words, her aura slowly gathered, her originally white and flawless eyebrows, slowly opened a erect blood-red eye. 9 Go Jade Reincarnation Sherry Non. The strongest eyes in the entire Naruto world. None of them. A red light flashed in Otsutsuki Kaguya's Guyu Rinnegan, and instantly disappeared into Otsutsuki Shenmue's Rinnegan. After that, Otsutsuki Kaguya closed Guyu Rinnegan again, his forehead was restored, and he looked at Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Shenmue. The Igia has introduced a chakra with pupil power mixed with Igia into your Rinnegan, which will promote it to evolve, but it will take time. Otsutsuki Kaguya said lightly, her chakra and pupil power were the strongest in this world, enough to promote the evolution of Otsutsuki Shenmue's Rinnegan. As for how far it can evolve, Otsutsuki Kaguya is not clear, she just serves as an introduction. Thank you, grandmother, Shenmue can't be thankful enough. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled uncontrollably. In this way, the goal was achieved. He could feel that there was an unfamiliar strong pupil power in Rinnegan warming his Rinnegan. Presumably, it will not be too long before evolution. Are you leaving? After a long silence, Otsutsuki Kaguya said lightly. In her opinion, this descendant evolved for Rinnegan. Even if he has achieved his goal now, it is time for him to leave. No, I'll accompany my grandmother? Grandmother must be alone, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue was taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled at Kaido, with a delicate and cute face and a pure smile. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya's tone was very cold and calm, Otsutsuki Shenmue felt the complexity in Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart. She actually hopes that someone can chat with her. After all, although she is called the goddess of you, she is also very lonely after being sealed for 1,000 years and living alone in this dark space. The IGA doesn't understand what you mean. If you want to leave, you can leave. Otsutsuki Kaguya heard the words indifferently. Kaido, this kid, really dared to say. She was. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Do you need someone to accompany you? Non-existent. Grandma, I heard that in your time, you were a princess, were you? Yes, Ai's family was indeed a princess. Then you are married. No one can be worthy of going to Legia. In fact, Shenmue has always had a doubt. You are an ascetic. How did you give birth to your ancestors? Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at the curious child and fell into deep thought. She hesitated. Do you want to reward him for killing the ashes? Please click on the collection of flowers. New book scores are the most important. 4 updates every day are guaranteed. As long as everyone supports it, adding more will definitely make you satisfied. Chapter 6. The sealed space is completely dark, and the concept of time basically doesn't exist, so Otsutsuki Shenmue also doesn't know how long it has been. But roughly estimated that it has been around for several hours. Grandma, it's not too early now, Shenmue will see you next time. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled at Otsutsuki Kaguya. He has to go to the shinobi world tomorrow, that is a good opportunity, and he is not going to come back again. When we reach the moon next time, the Otsutsuki family must be completely annihilated. If that's the case, you go. Otsutsuki Kaguya was taken aback when he heard the words, and then a ripple appeared in his eyes and said lightly. Although I really like the feeling of having someone chatting with me, Otsutsuki Kaguya also understands that Otsutsuki Shenmue cannot stay with her for too long. After all, he still needs to grow up, and she also hopes that he can grow up as soon as possible and can help herself to unlock the seal. Otsutsuki Kaguya will not let go of everything. Well, grandmother, give me a hug. A smile appeared on the delicate face of Otsutsuki Shenmue, her eyes closed tightly, and then she stepped forward and hugged Otsutsuki Kaguya's thigh. Well, he is not tall yet, so he can only hold him here. Otsutsuki Kaguya was taken aback, a trace of astonishment appeared in the incomparably pure Byakugan, then after thinking about it, he looked at the cute child in front of him, and gently placed his palm on Otsutsuki Shenmue's head and gently stroked it. This kid. Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes flashed with fluorescence, and it seemed that he liked her very much, that kind of undisguised love. She hasn't felt this kind of love for a long, long time. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't think much about it. He simply thought that the child just regarded her as a relative. They are indeed relatives, they are relatives of the same blood. Otsutsuki Shenmue put his face on Otsutsuki Kaguya's kimono, and a faint fragrance came into his nose. He could not tell what the scent was, but it smelled very comfortable and made him a little refreshed. Grandma, then Shenmue will visit you again next time. It won't be long, Grandma, please trust Shenmue. After a long time, Otsutsuki Shenmue let go of Otsutsuki Kaguya and smiled at her. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. The will in the language is beyond doubt. Grandma believes in you, you are excellent. Go. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't help but curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a very faint smile, and there was a gentle mood in his tone, different from the cold and calm before. This child is indeed different, and Otsutsuki Kaguya also understands this. He really trusts and is close to her. This emotion can be easily felt by her as the goddess of us. Grandma is so pretty when she laughs. Otsutsuki Shenmue tilted his head, his innocent childlike voice is very immature and sincere, and looks very cute, but his eyes are still closed, which is regrettable. However, the Rinnegan in his palm was able to let him see the outside. Otsutsuki Kaguya, even with a small smile, still beautiful and thrilling. You weren't the first to say this, it's a pity. Otsutsuki Kaguya sighed with a flash of recollection in his eyes. Yes, in fact, her children told her the same before, but after all, they betrayed her. They couldn't understand what she did, their will went against her, and they even fought life and death, and finally sealed her. Grandma, don't be sad, Shenmue, you won't be disappointed. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled. He naturally understood who Otsutsuki Kaguya meant. But if it does not exist, he cannot disappoint Otsutsuki Kaguya. From the time he decided to meet Otsutsuki Kaguya, he had already chosen the path he would take in the future and the enemies he would face. The whole ninja world is just an opponent, how about? He, Otsutsuki Shenmue, is already ready. Let's get stronger first, your current strength is really too weak. Otsutsuki Kaguya smiled faintly, and did not express any attitude. In a word, nothing can be proved. Otsutsuki Kaguya knows this very well. Human lies are the most terrifying weapon. Otsutsuki Shenmue was silent. Why did this mention his strength again? He is only 7 years old, is it amazing to have his current strength? Yes, you are stronger than you are. Excuse me, excuse me. No need to do that, you still have time to grow up, even if grandmother gave you a meeting gift. Otsutsuki Kaguya naturally noticed Otsutsuki Shenmue's silent attitude, and the shallow smile seemed to deepen. Slender fingers stretched out, a white ball of light flickered, and then slowly flew into the center of Otsutsuki Shenmue's eyebrows. Grandma. Feeling the more images and memories in his mind, Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya with joy. 80 God's Air Strike. Kill the Ashes. Swell Truth-Seeking Ball. Huanquan then Liangpo. There are also skills of various departments, etc., but Otsutsuki Kaguya gave all of his skills to Otsutsuki Shenmue. Except for the exclusive pupil technique of Sherinan, which is her own 9-goblin jade reincarnation, she has almost nothing to retain. You have a bloodline that is not inferior to the Morning family, and you have awakened Rinnegan. You can learn these skills. Otsutsuki Kaguya said with a faint smile. She noticed the surging emotions of Otsutsuki Shenmue. This made her calm and unwavering heart also rise in an emotion called happiness. Thank you, Grandma. Otsutsuki Shenmue hugged Otsutsuki Kaguya's thigh again. It really was a super booze. This gift is really luxurious. The background of the Otsutsuki clan is really rich and outrageous. Please collect flowers, my dears. Chapter 7. Leaving the sealed space, Otsutsuki Shenmue moved the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura back to its original position. Afterwards, Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at the stone statue and couldn't help falling into contemplation. Now that an agreement has been reached with Otsutsuki Kaguya, the next plan can be implemented. Tomorrow Otsutsuki Yuku will take him to the ninja continent. No matter what, he must take this opportunity to get rid of his restraints and return to freedom. Eyes must also be arranged as soon as possible, otherwise Rinnegan's vision always depends on perception and palm, which is not a solution. Hyaga's pure Byakugan. Otsutsuki Shenmue frowned slightly when he thought of this, which is not particularly difficult for him, but he has not yet decided on his goal. Look at it tomorrow. Otsutsuki Shenmue sinks his thoughts, and finally takes a deep look at the stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura, then turns and leaves the shrine. Otsutsuki Hamura, the existence of Tensagen, with the ability to represent creation and destruction, will be wiped out by time. Ridiculous. On the second day, Otsutsuki Shenmue dressed in fairy robes under the costume of Otsutsuki Kyuxian, and then went to see Otsutsuki Yukui together. Kyuxian, come with me to the ninja continent. On the way, Otsutsuki Shenmue asked Otsutsuki Kyuxian with a chuckle. This mate is still very satisfied. Otsutsuki's blood is also very high. It is a manufacturable material. If it is cultivated well, it may not be unused. It would be a shame to allow her to die in the Otsutsuki civil war. This time he left the moon. He didn't plan to come back in a short time, so he happened to take Otsutsuki Kyuxian away with him. Where the young master is, Kyuxian will follow. Otsutsuki Kyuxian's delicate face was filled with joy, and the pure Byakugan flickered slightly. She originally had this idea, but if Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't mention it, she was really embarrassed to take the initiative to speak out. Well, I need to trouble you a lot in the future. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled lightly, and Otsutsuki Shenmue was a little puzzled by the deep meaning of the words. After. The young master should have been taken care of by me from now on. Otsutsuki Kyuxian frowned slightly. She really did not understand the meaning of Otsutsuki Shenmue. The two soon arrived at the top of the castle, and Otsutsuki Yukoi was already waiting here. Father. Otsutsuki Shenmue gave a slight salute. This is the etiquette to respect the elders. Otsutsuki Shenmue has always done this very well. Etiquette is still necessary. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Shenmue, let's go. Otsutsuki Yukoi glanced at the Otsutsuki Kyuxian who was behind Otsutsuki Shenmue, and said lightly. He knew that this close-knit mate of Otsutsuki Shenmue was also a very talented girl. Had it not been for the death of her parents and she was brought back by Otsutsuki Shenmue, who was unadopted, she might not be in such a good condition now. Within Otsutsuki, the dispute was too fierce. The three of them went straight to the teleportation formation. Actually, there was not just a teleportation formation between the moon and the ninja world. In addition to the large teleportation array that can be used by a large number of people, there are actually several small simple teleportation arrays. But every time you use it, you can't send too many people. The three of Otsutsuki Shenmue came to the front of the teleportation formation, and after they walked in, the Otsutsuki feathered chakra rushed into the teleportation formation. A burst of white light flashed, and the three of them disappeared in place. And in a valley in the fire country of the ninja continent, three figures of Otsutsuki Shenmue appeared here. Here is the ninja world. Otsutsuki Shenmue raised his head slightly, breathing in the fresh air that was completely different from that on the moon. The exquisite and lovely face was uncontrollable with a touch of excitement, even a little distorted in excitement. Ninja continent. He is finally here. The scarlet Rinnegan in the palm of his left hand opened slightly, and Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't wait to see the world. Shenmue, this place should be in the country of fire, but, Otsutsuki looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue funny. He couldn't understand why his son, who had always been calm and gentle, was so excited when he came to the ninja world. Just about to say something about the next trip, Otsutsuki suddenly frowned and looked in one direction in dislike. Otsutsuki Shenmue also noticed the abnormality of Otsutsuki's feathers. His perception was slightly let go, and the delicate corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. Sure enough, here, after all, it is the ninja world continent. Not far from the front, about a dozen big men in ragged clothes were running toward them aggressively. Sure enough, such a ninja world. Such a continent. Otsutsuki's eyes fell slightly, and the words in his mouth were not warm. More and more dissatisfied. He has completely lost any hope for this unbearable world of tolerance. He naturally understood why these dozen big guys rushed towards them. At this time, more than a dozen big men had already arrived in front of them. The leading man was 2 meters tall, carrying a big sword, and looked at the three of Otsutsuki Shenmue with ugly faces. Look, big brother, they are them, I noticed by chance. A big guy beside the lead man pointed to Otsutsuki Shenmue, and the three people respectfully pleased him. Well, it's good, you can divide more later. The leader patted the little brother's shoulder appreciatively. These three people, looking at their dressing temperament, know that they are probably from a big family. As long as they can be snatched, it might be enough for them to eat and drink for a month. Seeing that these bandits completely regarded them as meat on the cutting board, and even started discussing the distribution of money afterwards, Yakui's eyes were completely cold. And Otsutsuki Kyuxian was also secretly angry, and slightly stepped forward to prepare to teach these guys. But a petite Beijing palm stopped in front of her. Otsutsuki Kyuxian lowered his head and cast doubtful eyes on Otsutsuki Shenmue. It just so happens that I have been in this world for so long, except for Kyuxian Yu, I really haven't done anything with anyone. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled gently, her delicate and lovely face was as cute as a porcelain doll. Otsutsuki Shenmue walked forward slowly, with a trace of scarlet Rinnegan shining slightly in his palm. Weird but unknown. Thanks for the 6 rewards. Today, we guarantee 4 chapters and add 2 more chapters. That's 6 chapters, and still ask for everything. Just support. Continue to increase, the upper limit of 10 changes every day, the extra day will continue to add more. The rules for adding more changes are works related. Add 1 more chapter if you have over 100 comments. These rules are valid until they are released. Chapter 8. Otsutsuki looked at the short figure silently, and wanted to see how his son would deal with these bandits. You guys, do you want money? Otsutsuki Shenmue walked up to the lead man, leaning back with a delicate little face with a gentle smile on his face. The cute appearance of harmless humans and animals immediately made the leading man put his guard down. After all, in his eyes, what can such a child do? If it's a ninja, say another thing, but this kid who is only 7 or 8 years old in front of you doesn't even have a ninja forehead protector. The other 2 also have no ninja forehead protector, which proves that they are not ninjas. Since he is not a ninja, the leading man is not at all worried about problems. Haha kid, you know very well, as long as you hand over the money obediently, I will definitely let you pass it safely. The leading man laughed and said, the ugly face is so terrible, enough for a child to stop crying. Money is not a problem, but I don't know if you can take it anymore. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head slightly, still maintaining a gentle tone. For this arrogant bandit, he will not be stingy with his tolerance. Because. What do you mean? The leading man was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and asked, this little child seemed a little weird. Quietly weird. An uneasy mood suddenly rose in his heart. Because, you are going to die soon. The smile on the corner of Otsutsuki Shenmue's mouth slowly increased, and the arc of his grin also brought a touch of sorrow. As soon as the voice fell, a black slender iron rod suddenly appeared in his hand, and thunderously pierced the leading man's door. The lead man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he watched the black iron rod get closer and closer to him. He wanted to avoid it, but found that he didn't have the slightest strength all over. Puff! The iron rod pierced the lead man's eyebrows without any barriers, and came out from behind his head. The leading man opened his hands feebly, as if he wanted to move, his pupils stared straight ahead with no focus at all, and then slowly dimmed and lost his mind. The other bandits, as if still did not react, stared blankly at the leading man whose head was pierced by the black rod. They have been stunned. The change really came too fast, this kid, the shot was too sudden and too harsh. Allah, what a maggot, is there no resistance at all? Otsutsuki Shenmue slowly withdrew the black iron rod, looked at the corpse lying weakly on the ground, and sighed with disdain. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Appearing to be dissatisfied with the fragility of the leader, or not enjoying himself at all, Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the other bandits, and the grin on his face seemed to be bigger. Weird, monster. Looking at the short figure with the eyes still tightly closed and carrying the black stick of blood, the strange and terrifying scene made the other bandits look scared. Without hesitation, everyone turned around and ran. Such monsters, such demons, are simply not something they can deal with. Even the boss kills without fighting back, what can they do? As for revenge for the boss? Stop it, It doesn't exist. A dead person, how is it worth their lives to take revenge? If you let you run away, even if it was me, I would be troubled by myself. With his eyes closed tightly, it seemed to see the actions of the bandits. Otsutsuki Shenmue still had a chilling grin on his face. Slightly squeezing the black iron rod in his hand, Otsutsuki Shenmue walked towards the bandits who fled in a hurry. Ah! The cry of dying despair continued to sound in this empty valley. It didn't take long for him to calm down completely. Yes, well done. A satisfied voice came from Otsutsuki's mouth, and a pair of Byakugan looked at the snow-white little figure standing in front of the corpses. Kill decisively. Resolutely. He has reached this level at a young age, and he deserves to be his son. It's too weak to represent anything after all. The black stick in Otsutsuki Shenmue's hand slowly disappeared, and the white robe was in sharp contrast with the bright red on the ground. It is indeed too weak. These bandits are just ordinary people after all. This battle is not so much a battle, but it is actually a unilateral bloody slaughter. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head in disappointment. He needs a fight, an opponent, a strong enough opponent. Only in this way can he sharpen his strength and sharpen his combat experience. Shenmue, the growth of strength is not a day's work. You can reach the current level at this age, you can already be said to be a genius. Otsutsuki smiled helplessly. This kid, should he say he has a calm personality? Or is he so lofty? The pursuit of strength is indeed correct, and Otsutsuki Shenmue, who possesses this strength at this age, and has a tenacious heart, can indeed understand his thoughts. Father, let's go ahead, this place is not suitable for us to stay. Otsutsuki Shenmue ignored Otsutsuki's warning, and smiled gently. Otsutsuki won't understand how much he desires for strength. He needs strength to tour the scenery of Ninja World and appreciate the ups and downs of this picturesque country. Strength is needed to rescue Otsutsuki Kaguya and then conquer her. Otsutsuki Kaguya is the strongest in the world, and even the later Otsutsuki Peach style is not her opponent. Her ancestors I-9 Guya Jade Samsara Sharinan, has said everything. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki claims to have the power of a god beyond Otsutsuki Kaguya, can you believe it? Before eating the chakra fruit that the Otsutsuki golden style turned into, he didn't even pass the Prince Naruto in the later period. After taking the Otsutsuki gold style, it was still defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, which has already explained everything. And Sasuke himself has already told Otsutsuki Momoshiki that his power is not as good as Kaguya. Otsutsuki is very strong, yes, he is very strong. However, he is still some distance away from Kaguya. And Otsutsuki Shenmue, he wants to be stronger, because only by becoming stronger than anyone can he have the qualifications to conquer Kaguya. The new book asks for everything, my dears. Meow meow. Chapter 9. In a lively town, the three of Otsutsuki Shenmue walked on the street. Father, Shenmue wants to stay in the shinobi world. Listening to the noise from the surroundings, Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly whispered to Otsutsuki Yukui. This was his decision after careful consideration, and he directly proposed it to Otsutsuki Yukui. After all, if he wants to stay in the ninja world, he must pass the stage of Otsutsuki, and Otsutsuki is much stronger than him at the moment. If you sneak away, there is a high chance that Otsutsuki will catch you back. After all, Otsutsuki has Byakugan, and it is a bit difficult to hide it from him. In this case, it would be better to present it openly, knowing it and moving it with emotion and reasoning. What are you talking about? Otsutsuki was stunned when he heard the words, then stopped and looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue, seemingly unbelievable. He asked again. Ninja World, such a dirty and chaotic place, does Otsutsuki Shenmue want to stay here? I want to stay in the shinobi world to experience myself, my father. You should understand that there is no place suitable for Shenmue's experience in the clan. Otsutsuki Shenmue raised his head and whispered to the feathered area of Otsutsuki, although he had no eyes. Otsutsuki couldn't see Otsutsuki Shenmu's eyes, but the firm will revealed in his tone made Otsutsuki understand that he was serious. But, Shenmu, you're only 7 years old now. Otsutsuki was silent for a while before he said helplessly. Yes, Otsutsuki Shenmu, his son, is only 7 years old now. How can he rest assured that Shenmu stays in this chaotic ninja world? What's more, Shenmu doesn't have eyes yet. He was born blind, and although his perception ability is already very good, there is a flaw in the end. Otsutsuki Shenmu wants to experience his determination. He understands and he can feel it, but how can such a young Otsutsuki Shenmu make him feel relieved? Listen to the words of my father. When you are growing up, how about being a father to let you come here to experience? Then Otsutsuki Yugan and persuaded that although Otsutsuki Shenmu is not weak now, although his temperament is far beyond ordinary people, he still worry. Father, Shenmu is not the flowers and children in the swaddling greenhouse. Shenmu needs to experience wind and rain. If you have been living under your protection, when will Shenmu really soar? Otsutsuki Shenmu replied without hesitation, his delicate and cute face was full of unshakable determination. Back to the moon? How many more years to grow? Non-existent. It definitely doesn't exist. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He has stayed in that ghost place enough, and he will never go back when he goes back. It is impossible in this life. Well, in fact, I still have to go back in the future. Father, please trust Shenmu, trust your son, I won't have any accidents. Please let Shenmu stay in the world of shinobi. Seeing the shaky color on Otsutsuki's face, Otsutsuki Shenmu hurriedly added while the iron was hot. No matter what, he must take this opportunity to stay in the ninja world. If Otsutsuki Yu dies and disagrees, then he can only take a dangerous move and run with Otsutsuki Kyuxian at night. Otsutsuki heard that the struggling color on his face became deeper, and his eyes were cloudy and cloudy. He did not want his children to stay in this distorted and chaotic continent. But, seeing the look on Otsutsuki Shenmu's face, Otsutsuki couldn't help but sigh deeply. This child, since he was little, hasn't been so pleading with himself, has he? Yes, never, perhaps because of the experience of being taunted when he was a child, his temperament has always been far more mature than his peers. That's it? Well, since it's Shenmu your decision, I will agree to you as a father. Otsutsuki Yuko said with a trace of fatigue. At the moment, he is really sad and worried about the child's safety and future. However, this is his decision after all. Thank you, father. Shenmu will never let you down. Otsutsuki Shenmu heard uncontrollable joy on his face and succeeded. Sure enough, as long as you use the excuse of experiencing yourself, the success rate is very high. Otsutsuki Shenmu was overjoyed, and when he got the pass, everything was worry-free. I finally got rid of the stupid clan on the moon and became a free body. The opportunity to flex its muscles is here. Haha, but I still want to remind you as a father, in this continent, you must be careful in everything. It is definitely not easy to steal a golem. Seeing the surprised look of Otsutsuki Shenmu, Otsutsuki Feathered could not help but smiled, but then Otsutsuki Feathered still solemnly reminded him. The Gadu statue was definitely stolen by the people of Shinobi, this is beyond doubt. And being able to come to the moon unconsciously and take away such a huge Gadu statue, that ninja definitely has extremely terrifying space ninjutsu. That's how the Otsutsuki Feather Blight was speculated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain that such a huge Gadu statue was taken away, but there was no slightest movement. Yes, Shenmu must be cautious. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Shenmu's respectful Kaido could not help but feel a little weird and want to laugh. The person who stole the Gadu statue is certainly not easy, because he is Uchiha Madara. The second human to start Rinnegan by himself in hundreds of years. However, Uchiha Madara at this moment is dead. Believe in you for the father, Shenmue, whether you are talent or mind, you are all natural resources, and your future is absolutely brilliant. For the father, I don't know why you are so obsessed with power, but for the father I believe that you will have yourself considerations, but you still have to pay attention and be careful in everything. Otsutsuki Yuko nodded in satisfaction, then calmly admonished Otsutsuki Shenmue, saying that in the end, he still sighed helplessly. He doesn't understand why Otsutsuki Shenmue is so eager to improve his strength, but he trusts Otsutsuki Shenmue, that's enough. My father. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Shenmue was taken aback for a while, and then he couldn't help but feel a little complicated. This father really treated him very well. The new book asks for everything. We'll add more. Meow 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 meow. Chapter 10. Since you want to stay in the ninja world, the next itinerary needs to be changed. Do you still go to Konoha? Otsutsuki Yuko ignored the complicated expression on Otsutsuki Shenmue's face, and laughed softly. This child, who thought he was Otsutsuki? He is the father of his Otsutsuki Shenmue. Isn't it normal to care about him? But since Otsutsuki Shenmue wants to stay in this continent to experience, his itinerary does need to change a bit. Well, Konoha Shenmue wants to go and see that branch family. Otsutsuki Shenmue cleared up his emotions, then turned his head to the sky and said slowly. The Hyuga clan is the direct bloodline that Otsutsuki Hamura left on the continent of Ninja, and inherited his purest Byakugan bloodline. The Otsutsuki family on the moon inherited the pure Otsutsuki blood of Otsutsuki Hamura. The relationship between the two is actually like the two sons of Otsutsuki Hage Oromo, Indra, and Sage Body Ashura. The Hyuga clan, he must go for a walk, his eyes need the purest Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Since it is Shenmue your wish, I will naturally support you for the father. But Shenmue, since you have made a decision, you are not going with you for the father, understand? Otsutsuki Hamura nodded clearly, and then solemnly spoke to Otsutsuki Shenmue. No matter how worried about his son, but since he has agreed to let him stay in the ninja world, Otsutsuki will naturally not continue to accompany him. There are still many things waiting for him on the moon, and he can't stay with Otsutsuki Shenmue for too long. After all, he was just planning to bring Otsutsuki Shenmue to the ninja world to take a look and then go back. It's natural. Father, you can leave with peace of mind. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded clearly, and then smiled. Otsutsuki's withered departure had little effect on him. After all, his current strength of Otsutsuki Shenmue is enough to protect himself before the real power has yet to appear. Be careful, forget it, Konoha is not far from here. This is a map of Ninja World. Take care of Shenmue. Otsutsuki was silent for a while, and then sighed softly. Still did not say that sentence. This strong son must not listen, right? Then Otsutsuki Yuko took out a roll of maps and gave it to Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Now he understands why Otsutsuki Shenmue wants to bring Otsutsuki Kyuxian. This child is afraid it was calculated from the beginning. Yes, Patriarch, Kyuxian will never let the young master happen to any accident. Otsutsuki Kyuxian took the map and assured Otsutsuki. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Although she was also surprised by Otsutsuki Shenmue's decision, as far as she was concerned, it was all right to follow the young master. My father, please, take care. Seeing that Otsutsuki was about to leave, Otsutsuki Shenmue hesitated and said so. It should be fine, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue thought. In the original book, the Otsutsuki branch house and the Otsutsuki clan were nearly killed and wounded. In the end, the branch house destroyed the Otsutsuki clan with the huge Tensagen integrated with countless Byakugan. It also means that this civil war is undoubtedly a branch house victory, but in fact it is no different from a tie. After all, only Otsutsuki Shenmue was left in the branch house. Otsutsuki Shenmue frowned slightly in contemplation. In fact, his initial plan was that he did not want to pay attention to the Otsutsuki family. Let them fight for themselves and lose both sides, and finally die together. But don't worry, Shenmue, you will never fail as a father. Otsutsuki was taken aback when he heard the words, then smiled faintly, leaving a confident word and left. He naturally understands the meaning of Otsutsuki Shenmue, be careful of the clan, but in his opinion, their branch house is sure to win. This is his Otsutsuki feathered spirit and invincible strong belief. Nothing if you are still alive next time I go back to the moon, I won't stand by and watch. Otsutsuki Shenmue sensed that Otsutsuki's feathered figure was getting further and further away, and sighed in his heart. He has his own strong will, his mind will not be easily shaken, but at this moment, Otsutsuki's withered fatherly love still gives him some ideas. But it's not a big deal, let's watch it again. It's too early to talk about this matter. After that, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian continued to move forward and became free, which made Otsutsuki Shenmue feel good. Now that the time here on the mainland is approaching the afternoon, Otsutsuki Shenmue decided to find a place to have lunch first. After all, he is still a mortal fetus. Although he has the purest Otsutsuki bloodline, his strength at the moment has not yet reached the point where he does not need to eat. When I found a restaurant, Otsutsuki took a look at it. It was full, but there was a table in the corner that was empty. Master, let's go and sit there. Otsutsuki Kyuxian knew that Otsutsuki Shenmue could not look at things, so he pulled Otsutsuki Shenmue and walked over. Although Otsutsuki Shenmue's perception ability has reached a very high level, Otsutsuki Shenmue still arranges everything for him in every detail. Hey, you can't open your eyes, that kid is actually blind. Haha, which family should this cripple belong to? It's really pretty long. Tisk tut, that little girl's skin is really watery. When I saw the two of them, almost all those who were eating turned their eyes, and then whispered softly. Both Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian are too delicate in appearance, but they wear elegant and luxurious fairy robes with good temperament and naturally eye-catching. Otsutsuki Kyuxian heard these whispers, and her delicate face sank. Although their voices were very soft, she could naturally hear them. And when she hears it, it means, Otsutsuki Shenmue, I can hear you too. Still ask for everything. Chapter 11. Otsutsuki's pure Byakugan flashed with cold light, and wanted to have an attack on the spot. She would never allow anyone to insult her young master. She has always regretted the fact that the young master was born blind, and these people dare to whisper in front of them and expose their scars. The matter of her own young master's eyes has always been one of her taboos. Unforgivable. Otsutsuki Kyuxian, she is angry. The long snow-white hair floated slightly because of chakras surging, stretched out the white right hand, white ons gleamed. A tyrannical coercion swept across the restaurant, and the noisy discussion suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at the young girl in horror. She seems to be just over 10 years old, right? How could it be so strong? It is not far from Konoha, so there are 1 or 2 Konoha shinobi among them, and these ninjas can also intuitively feel the power of this delicate-faced girl. How is it possible? She's only in her early 10 years. In a corner, the young man with a beard with a cigarette in his mouth felt the pressure and whispered in disbelief. Even because he was so shocked, the smoke fell from his mouth, but he didn't notice it. He is Konoha's Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage. It's a terrifying genius, and her eyes. A woman sitting across from the young man with a beard also squinted and stared at Otsutsuki. This woman is also a ninja from Konoha village. Chunin is red at sunset, with a pair of glamorous red eyes and a delicate face. At this moment, the two of them were both looking at Otsutsuki Kyuxian in shock, Just the pressure before they started to make them feel a little hard to breathe. What a horrible girl. Nothing Kyuxian, the person who doesn't know is not guilty, big punishment and small punishment are enough, besides, I am indeed a blind man. Just when Otsutsuki Kyuxian was about to start his hands, Otsutsuki Shenmu's chuckle suddenly sounded, but the tender and gentle childish voice calmed down the chukar that was surging on Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Some ordinary people are nothing but their general knowledge seems to be too narrow-minded. Moreover, the coercion of Otsutsuki Kyuxian has taught them a lesson. Yes, master. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kyuxian hesitated, but was still unwilling to disperse chakra in his hand. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Although there was still a dark anger in her heart, since Otsutsuki Shenmu had spoken, she would not disobey. Seeing that the terrifying monster-like girl stopped, everyone in the restaurant couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But this time, I didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. They all watched these two people quietly, for fear that the girl would suddenly do something again in the next moment. Okay, let's eat first, we will go to Konoha later. Otsutsuki Shenmu didn't care about these people's gazes. Seeing that Otsutsuki was still a little unhappy, he could not help but comforted. This Otsutsuki song immortal is exquisite and talented, and he also considers his Otsutsuki Shenmu as the center, but he really cares too much about him. Sometimes, Otsutsuki Shenmu does not care about trivial matters, but Otsutsuki Shenmu will be upset for a long time. This is the legend that the emperor is not in a hurry, right? The two walked to the empty table and sat down, and Xiao Er quickly presented the food they had ordered before. These two uncles, they naturally have to serve them carefully, otherwise, if they go crazy again and smash their shop, they will have nowhere to go. Master, if we follow the route on the map, I think we will be able to reach Konoha in about an hour. While eating, Otsutsuki Kyuxian said softly to Otsutsuki Shenmu while watching the map. Now in an unfamiliar continent, Otsutsuki Kyuxian will naturally handle all trivial matters for Otsutsuki Shenmu more carefully. She will never let her young master suffer any harm or unpleasantness. An hour? It's not far. Otsutsuki Shenmu groaned slightly, then chuckled lightly. Konoha, the place where the prince and the second pillar started, and where everything started. Byakugan, Sharinan, and Sage Body all exist in that village, which is indeed a very interesting place. Otsutsuki Shenmu couldn't help smiling even more, and his eyes were waiting for him there too. Can't wait, Otsutsuki Shenmu can't wait. He had had enough of the darkness in front of him, Rinnegan, he couldn't replace his eyes after all. And at the moment, at the dinner table not far from Otsutsuki Shenmu, both Yurihong and Asuma looked at each other with solemn expressions. They have been observing these two children in secret, they are too weird, these two people. Strange costumes, strange hair colors, and a strong sense of weirdness on both of them. Without the ninja forehead protector, there is no way to determine where they are from. And that girl, her eyes can't be wrong, she can't be wrong, that's Byakugan. But I have never heard of such a wonderful child in the Hyuga family. Moreover, this girl with such outstanding talents and strength, looking at her attitude and words towards the blind boy, is actually a servant? Damn, what's going on in this world? Asuma couldn't help but spit out in his heart. As the son of third Hokage and the #1 young man in Konoha village, how could he not have a maid with such an outstanding and perfect appearance? It makes people have an urge to vomit blood. After all, the child of Otsutsuki Shenmu has nothing special besides being exquisite and looking mature. If he insists, he is a blind man and it is special. How can it be? Have such a maid? Seeking everything. Chapter 12. But no matter how you complain in my heart, it's just complaints. Asuma, I think it's... Yurihong frowned and said to Asuma softly with the corners of her eyes curling up. Listen to them, they are going to Konoha. These two children are a little weird, especially the girl, who has such strength at such an age, not to be underestimated. I know, this matter, maybe we can get in touch with it. Asuma touched his chin in thought. After all, he is the son of third Hokage, with a good talent and mentality. The two children did not wear the forehead protector, either they were hidden or they were not ninjas. No matter what their purpose is, they won't be able to make waves when they enter Konoha. Although the girl is very strong, can she still be better than Konoha? Nothing exists, Konoha is the strongest. That's what Asuma thinks. At the moment, Otsutsuki Shenmue is still eating the dishes elegantly. He said that this is the first meal after coming to the mainland, and the taste is still good. Perhaps because he came to the ninja world and returned to his freedom, he was really in a good mood. As for the two ninjas who quietly watched them, he naturally found out, but he didn't care. Just ants. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, the eyes of these two people must be the most suitable. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought in his heart, he was thinking about his eyes. If you talk about the purity of Byakugan, it is naturally the clan of the Hyuga family, and their Byakugan bloodline is the purest. And now, the eyes of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi are second to none in the entire Hyuga family. The name of Princess Byakugan is not for nothing. So the two of them are naturally the perfect candidates. In the original book, Otsutsuki Shenmue is the awakened Tenseigin of Byakugan transplanted from Hyuga Hanabi. But, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After all, I still have some thoughts. No matter, let's watch it again, and there are so many people in the Hyuga clan, shouldn't it be childless? Otsutsuki Shenmue thought so in his heart. Recalling the memory of his previous life, he decided to observe it first. After all, the Hyuga family is Konoha's top big family, and there are still many members, and there are not a few with pure Byakugan. If it is not necessary, Otsutsuki Shenmue does not want to steal the eyes of these two women. Anyway, he also misses them a little bit. And just when the thought stayed here, in the perception of Otsutsuki Shenmue, the two ninjas from Konoha village also walked towards them. Hello, take the liberty to excuse me. We just happened to hear that you are going to Konoha village, right? Shirihong looked at the two delicate faces of the children and said with a gentle smile. After a deliberate discussion, they decided to come up and get in touch with the two children. Although these two children feel a little weird, they don't look like cruel people. They wouldn't kill them both by just coming up and talking, right? Yes, may I ask you who are you? Otsutsuki Shenmue slightly raised his head to face the two of them curiously. He really doesn't know who these two people are. His perception can only perceive objects and breaths. It's not a divine mind-like thing, but it can be used as an eye to see objects. But the palm of his hand under the table was slightly loosened, and the scarlet Rinnegan opened a little gap. I am Yurihong, Chunin from Konoha village, and this is Sarutobi Asuma, Konoha village Jonin. Yurihong realized that Otsutsuki Shenmue's attitude was fairly good, and she couldn't help but smile. This boy has a much better character than that girl. So, the two are ninjas from Konoha village. Shenmue is negligent, please sit down. Otsutsuki Shenmue groaned slightly after hearing the words, and then smiled politely to the two in a moment. What a coincidence between Yurihong and Asuma, did they meet two famous people when they first arrived near Konoha? Otsutsuki Shenmue, this is my mate Otsutsuki Kyuxian. It is not an honor for Shenmue to meet the two Konoha ninjas. Otsutsuki Shenmue waited for the two to sit down, and smiled and introduced him to them. Although it is not clear what the two are coming from, it is nothing more than trying to get some information about the two of them without exception. Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't care. Asuma was the son of third Hokage. With him, entering Konoha was a lot easier. Moreover, it happened to be through him to meet the third Hokage, Doctor of Ninjutsu. This is the Hokage with the longest reign, and it is also the Hokage with the longest life, leading Konoha to the prosperous existence. Although Otsutsuki Shenmue has always felt that Konoha's strongest period was when Konoha was founded. Well, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are two openers, one person can overturn the entire ninja world. But even so, it does not hinder Otsutsuki Shenmue's interest in third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this guy has taught 3 very influential disciples, and the reputation of the pornographic, gambling, and poisonous 3 ninjas is also spread throughout the ninja world. Is Otsutsuki Shenmue? It's really a peculiar name. I'll take the liberty to call you Shenmue. Yuri frowned and said with a smile. I have never heard of the surname Otsutsuki. Sarutobi Asuma was frowning and contemplating. Judging from the graceful behavior of this polite boy, he must have received higher education. But in the entire ninja world, is there a Otsutsuki clan? Please everything. Chapter 13. It's okay, are you guys just coming back from a mission? Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled, then shook his head at Yuri Hong and whispered softly. Konoha, as the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, has extremely strict entry and exit records, and Otsutsuki Shenmue has just come down from the moon. If there were these 2 ninjas in front of them, they would have entered Konoha with ease. That's right, Shenmue, I think you are so young, are you 2 walking outside? Yuri Hong nodded, and then asked with curiosity, seemingly inadvertently. After all, these 2 children are too young. Otsutsuki Shenmue seems to be only 7 or 8 years old, and the girl is in her early 10 years at most. Ah yes, not long after my father left, Shenmue has always wanted to see everywhere on the mainland. Although Shenmue is blind, he also wants to experience the mainland. Hearing the words, Otsutsuki Shenmue sighed slightly, and then showed a clean smile, matching Shenmue's delicate and lovely face, very sunny. And Yuri Hong and Asuma were also slightly silent when they heard this, looking around, what a small target. For ordinary people, it couldn't be easier. But this kid. Really, it's a great dream, but it's not safe on the mainland. Maybe you can wait for Shenmue to grow up. Yuri Hong was silent for a while, and then said in a slightly distressed tone. It is a pity that this child, who is less than 10 years old after all, has lost the light forever. And his cheerful and complex tone also described a lot of things, perhaps this child who seems to be mature now. His childhood must have been difficult too after all, a blind man must be unwelcome and even bullied among his peers. Yes, Shenmue, if you want to go to Konoha, you can stay there for a while, and Konoha will welcome you very much. Asuma also smiled heartily and kindly. He is a very cheerful and easygoing person. Although he is still a little wary of these 2 children, Otsutsuki Shenmue's polite but hopeful attitude towards life makes him very fond of. Thank you for both of you, but let's talk about it when the time comes. Shenmue is protected by the immortal. Shenmue itself is not powerless, but there is no need to worry about safety. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled lightly, neither refused nor agreed. Stay in Konoha? Non-existent. Although Konoha is good, it is not the place where Otsutsuki Shenmue lives for a long time. He needs to grow, and he also has a direction. After getting the eyes to awaken, Tensagen's strength has greatly increased, and the implementation can begin. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Indeed, Kyuxian is very strong, but I see Kyuxian, her eyes are Byakugan. It is not surprising that Yuri Hong, they invited so rashly. It is normal that Otsutsuki Shenmue did not agree in the first place phenomenon. But then Yuri Hong turned her beautiful red eyes to the silent Otsutsuki Koji. This girl's eyes are Byakugan. I have never heard of ninja having other Byakugan besides Hyaga. After all, the Hyaga family protects the blood lineage of the clan very well. Even Caged Bird came into being. Moreover, the Hyaga family will not marry foreigners without accident. They need to maintain the purity of their blood, basically intermarriage within the clan, in order to multiply offspring and ensure the purity of their blood. So Yuri Hong is really curious, Why Otsutsuki Kyuzen owns Byakugan. Kyuxian's eyes are indeed Byakugan, but her Byakugan was not obtained from elsewhere, it was born like this. Otsutsuki Shenmue explained to Otsutsuki Kyuxian with a smile, without saying much. He also did not explain the meaning of the surname Otsutsuki. There is no need, let's talk about it, they probably won't believe it after explaining it. Otsutsuki's nipples are something ordinary people can't understand at all, nor can they understand it. Naruto world has been conquering for so long, but in the final analysis, it is actually the internal fighting of the Otsutsuki clan. Prince Edward, Urjuzu, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Shenmue, and the Otsutsuki Peach-style trio appearing later. Which of these top powerhouses is not related to the Otsutsuki clan? It can be described in one sentence in practical terms. If you want to know whether the other party is really good or not, just ask one sentence. Your father's last name. That's what it means. See if he is related to the Otsutsuki clan. Just know his surname. So, maybe it's the offspring of Hyaga left behind. Yuri Hong thought slightly after hearing the words, and then laughed like that. She has no other ideas, after all, no matter how good the blood is guaranteed, there will always be surprises. Maybe Otsutsuki Kyuxian is like that. Sarutobi Asuma also nodded in thought, he also thought the same as Yuri Hong. But after hearing this, Otsutsuki Kyuxian frowned delicate eyebrows. The disdainful sneer represented Otsutsuki's irony of the two people's self-righteous guesses. The forgotten offspring? If it weren't for the two of them chatting well with Otsutsuki Shenmue, Otsutsuki Shenmue would have liked to reward them each with one palm. Hyaga. Can it be stronger than the Otsutsuki clan on the moon? The Otsutsuki clan has an extremely complete Otsutsuki bloodline, almost all of them have a physique similar to Sage Body. The speed of cultivation is far not comparable to that of people in the mainland ninja world, and because Otsutsuki Hamura once led their clan. So their heritage is much more complete than Hyaga. To put it bluntly, Hyaga is a poor baby with a father and no mother, but the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is true. A child? How are the two comparable? Please everything. Crazy code words. I am the best in Otsutsuki. I do not accept any rebuttals. Chapter 14. Yuri Hong and Asuma looked at the displeased Otsutsuki Kyuxian slightly embarrassedly, not understanding why this girl with such talent as a monster suddenly became angry. They think their guesses are still very reliable. Maybe it's because this girl has a sense of belonging to the current Otsutsuki house, so that's why it is uncomfortable to hear them. I'm really sorry, Kyuxian from my family grew up in the family since I was a child, so it is not particularly acceptable to the outside world. Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled, and then said to the two Yuri Hong. He can also understand Otsutsuki's thoughts, which is normal. After all, Otsutsuki Kyuxian is also a branch house person. Under the perennial influence, she actually does not have a good impression of people in the ninja world. But she is not as paranoid as those people are. After all, she has been with Otsutsuki Shenmue more. Understand, but Shenmue, Byakugan of Kyuxian. If you get to Konoha, you need to be careful about Hyagas. They value Byakugan beyond ordinary people's imagination. Asuma smiled easily. He was more generous, so he really didn't care about it. But then Asuma warned Otsutsuki Shenmue with a slight seriousness that he is the son of third Hokage. He knows a lot about Konoha's darkness, so he understands very well that if Otsutsuki Kyuzen owns Byakugan to Hyaga's family, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to be kind. After all, the Hyaga family is the leading Konoha clan. Although the Otsutsuki is very strong, the Hyaga family is overwhelming. The two sides are afraid that they will have a bad relationship, which is not a good thing for Konoha. Thanks for the reminder, Shenmue will pay attention. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled kindly, and then replied. He had also thought about this matter, so this was one of the reasons why he did not want to live in Konoha for a long time. The eyes of Otsutsuki Kyuxian will sooner or later come into the ears of Hyaga's family. Because of their excessive paranoia towards Byakugan, they will definitely not be able to get along well. What's more, Otsutsuki Shenmue has to obtain a pair of pure Byakugan from Hyaga's house. But don't worry, Hyaga's family in Konoha can't cover the sky with one hand. If you have any trouble, you can come to me. I still have some energy in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Asuma smiled heartily. Good impression. Moreover, these two people are definitely not simple, and the most important two are free bodies. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If you can pull into the Konoha camp, I am afraid it will be Konoha's luck. So he specifically mentioned Hyaga for this reason before, so that the two of them have some sense of crisis, and then he will help them to make them owe their favors when the time comes. Isn't it perfect? Thank you Asuma first, then. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled faintly. He could guess Asuma's plan. But it doesn't matter. Konoha will be the enemy sooner or later, don't care, the big deal will be a big deal then. The corner of Otsutsuki Shenmue's mouth slowly conjured an arc. Today's Konoha, except for an old third Hokage, and Danzo, who is hidden in the dark, there is no strong one at all. Sunen's defection, the runaway, it was the weakest time, he was really not afraid. The four of them ate a meal together and headed towards Konoha village together. This small town is very close to Konoha village, and the four of them drove slowly, and it took only an hour to reach it. In front of Konoha's wide door, Otsutsuki Shenmue tilted his head slightly, facing the direction of the door. Rinnegan opened a gap in his palm. He saw that the huge Hokage Yanyan in the distance, even standing here, can still be seen very clearly. This is Konoha, I'm finally here. Otsutsuki Shenmue's smile could not be suppressed, and an inexplicable emotion arose in his heart. Prince and Urjuzu, the two strongest men in the shinobi world in the future, are here right now. Don't know how old they are? Otsutsuki Shenmue is very curious. He is 7 years old now, and it stands to reason that the two of them should be about the same age as him. However, Otsutsuki Shenmue could not be determined. The true age of Otsutsuki Shenmue was not mentioned in the original work, so he could not accurately judge. It's necessary to meet these two guys. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought to himself, come here for a while, except for the ultimate goal. The two people he most want to compete against. Two people who have grown to the top. The final battle between the two, the spiral shuriken and thunder arrows that ruined the earth, left him deeply impressed so far. Especially the prince, this man. Princess Byakugan, it's mine this time. Otsutsuki Shenmue secretly said in his heart, it is his, that is his. He will never let it go to anyone. Even the prince is the same. At this moment, Asuma had already greeted the two guard ninjas and walked in front of the somewhat wandering Otsutsuki Shenmue. Okay, it's registered, let's go in. Asuma looked at the exquisite boy and smiled, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking a little wild. Otsutsuki Shenmue raised his head and smiled in Asuma's direction, then turned to Konoha again, spitting out a meaningful sentence. Well, I really have been looking forward to this place for a long time. 8th. Seeking everything. My dears. Chapter 15. Haha, Konoha is very good, I won't let you down. Asuma laughed proudly when he heard Otsutsuki Shenmue's words. He doesn't doubt that he has him. Otsutsuki Shenmue even used two real words to emphasize his expectations for Konoha. But it does make him feel proud. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled upon hearing this, and then followed Asuma into Konoha village. Konoha village, the strongest forbearance village in the country of fire, is also the strongest forbearance village in the world. It is the strongest force on this continent, yes, the strongest. Since Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama co-founded Konoha, it is the strongest. The strongest that has continued to this day. There have been 3 ninja wars so far, but after the 3 ninja wars, Konoha village still dominates the throne of the strongest ninja village. It can be seen in general. There are so many geniuses in Konoha village. It is the best cradle to nurture heroes. Since its establishment, there have been too many famous shock ninja existences. It's really prosperous. Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help sighing as he listened to the various sounds coming from his ear. Ninja world is a very chaotic continent, but this Konoha village is a place of harmony and tranquility. It is indeed a place of paradise. The country of fire is the richest country in the entire continent, and its financial and human resources are far from comparable to other countries. This also laid a good logistical foundation for Konoha village. Otherwise Konoha would not be able to stand still. Haha Shenmue, as long as you like it, but I am going to be busy first, and I have to hand over the task. Let Hong accompany you to visit Konoha. After hearing this, Asuma laughed proudly again, and then apologized to Otsutsuki Shenmue. He needed to hand over the task, and he also needed to confess the affairs of Otsutsuki Shenmue to his father. After all, the origins of these 2 children are mysterious. Although their personalities are very good, Asuma didn't even get fainted and put them in Konoha. It still needs to be observed for a while, and it is necessary to discuss it with his father. 3rd Hokage, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Okay, Asuma, go ahead. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled understandingly, but he knew what Asuma was thinking. You kid, I should be called Brother Asuma, right? Forget it, you really can't be a kid. Asuma shook his head helplessly, and was called by a 7-year-old child. He really had a weird feeling in his heart, but he had communicated with Otsutsuki Shenmue for so long. He really can't treat him like a child. Otsutsuki Shenmue, his temperament is too mature. After saying hello, Asuma went straight away. And Yuri Hong continued to take Otsutsuki Shenmue to stroll around Konoha. Hong, are you and Asuma lovers? Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly asked Hong Xiao as if thinking of something. In the original book, Yuri Hong and Asuma are lovers, and soon after Shippuden started, Asuma died in the battle. Yuri Hong was pregnant alone, but it made people sigh. Lovers? No, Asuma is indeed a good person, but... Yuri Hong was taken aback when she heard the words, and then shook her head, with a thoughtful look in her red eyes. She does not dislike Asuma, and Asuma does seem to be interesting to her, but... she doesn't like men who smoke. Asuma is a super big chimney, which makes her very dissatisfied. Really? Are you interested in waiting for me to grow up? Red is very beautiful, but you can think about me. Otsutsuki Shenmue understood it instantly, and yes, it is estimated that there are still several years before the plot begins. It's normal for the 2 not to be together. Speaking of which, Otsutsuki Shenmue still has a good impression of Yuri Hong. She is also very beautiful, and she has a very good personality. The most important thing is her loyalty. Her boyfriend died in battle, but she was a woman who was willing to give birth to a child without a name and to raise it alone. It's song and tear. Puff, you are thinking about this now when you are so young? When you grow up, I'm already old. Yuri Hong was taken aback when he heard the words, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at this delicate-looking but only 7-year-old child, Yuri Hong teased that she did not take Otsutsuki Shenmue's words at all at ease. After all, as she herself said, she is now 21, and when Otsutsuki Shenmue grows up, she will be 30. Just be kidding, can you take me to Hokage Rock? Otsutsuki Shenmue was not surprised by Yuri Hong's reaction, and then skipped the topic. He is too young now, and no one will take it into his heart except to make people laugh. But he is not in a hurry, anyway, it will only take a few years before he will grow up. After shopping for a long time, the 3 decided to end, and Yuri Hong was also ready to take the 2 back to her home. These 2 people have no place to live now, and her own house happens to have a spare room. Yuri Hong still has a good impression of Otsutsuki Shenmue. This delicate and polite child is indeed very flattering. Be shown kids or something, so much better. 9th. Seek everything. Chapter 16. At the moment, Asuma is standing at the desk of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office of the Hokage building. You mean, a little girl who was just in her early 10 years old, just because of the aura and coercion when she shot, made you feel unstoppable. Holding a pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a short stature, recalled the information his son had just told him, and asked with a calm face. He couldn't be more aware of this son. Although he said that talent can only be regarded as the first class, but he is still considered to be mindful in his cultivation. The strength is indeed not weak now, but what did he just say? A little girl in her early 10 years of age made him fearful with just a little coercion? If this guy is not his own son, and he knows who he is, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to throw his old pipe into his face and let him go. Are you kidding me? Even if he is now, the coercion is only this level. Asuma means that a little girl in her early 10 years is as strong as him. The Arabian Nights? Non-existent. It definitely doesn't exist. Even his 3 disciples, White Fang and the most outstanding Namikaze Minato, can't match this level of talent at all. Okay. Yes, father, that's true. That girl is so terrifying. Asuma put away his usual dangling appearance and said very seriously. It can't be wrong, he will never remember it wrong, the coercion that made him almost unable to resist his thoughts. He felt that it was not just a difference in strength, but a racial level, the fear of lower creatures facing higher creatures. Although Asuma didn't want to admit it very much, he did feel such an illusion vaguely at the time. Patter. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and smoked a cigarette. He had this habit when thinking about problems. And Asuma just stood quietly waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. She owns Byakugan, doesn't she? After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Yes, father. Asuma froze for a moment, then Kaido. The other child is blind. Coincidence? Are you sure that the boy is really blind? Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered in confusion. He felt that he had caught something vaguely, but the aura was fleeting. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Asuma and asked in a deep voice. It should be correct. He always keeps his eyes closed, but his perception ability should be very good. Asuma recalled, then shook his head. Kaido. Otsutsuki Shenmue should be blind indeed. The habit of distinguishing the way without the eyes cannot be developed overnight. Perception ability is excellent. Then he can't be an ordinary kid. What is his strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette again and analyzed that his strength may not be as good as the other Hokage. But his resourcefulness is one of the best. He can sit in the seat of Hokage for decades to understand. After all, it is just Danzo, who is an old yin, but he has been coveting his seat. I can't see it, but it shouldn't be weak. Asuma shook his head, he really couldn't see it. That's it, let the order go on, so that everyone does not conflict with them. As for the Hyaga's house, I will visit it myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and immediately ordered. He still trusts his son very much. If it is as he said, then this is indeed an opportunity for Konoha. Make good friends and let them stay in Konoha to take root. On the other side, Yuri Hong returned to her home with Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shenmue felt that the house was not big. It seems that Yuri Hong's family conditions can only be said to be good. Come in, I'll make you some food first, and it's almost time for dinner. Yuri Hong smiled at the two after opening the door, because his father died in the Third Ninja World War. She started to live independently very early. Read, when does Konoha's ninja school end? Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded, and then asked Yuri Hong curiously. Konoha village, to him, everything is brand new, after all all his knowledge of Konoha comes from that manga. He is not clear about many details. Ninja school? It's 5:30 in the afternoon, what's wrong, Shenmue? Are you interested in this? Yuhihong nodded his chin and thought, and then asked Otsutsuki Shenmue with a smile. If Otsutsuki Shenmue is interested, she can send Otsutsuki Shenmue to the ninja school. After all, he is only 7 years old now. No, it's just curiosity. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head, and he was indeed just asking curiously for a while. Because there is a memory, it has always been very clear in his mind. After that, Shirihong made the meal quickly, and the three of them had a meal together, although the taste was not particularly good. But Otsutsuki Shenmue was very satisfied, because Yurihong was really kind, and he was really happy. After the meal, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Yurihong greeted each other and walked out with Otsutsuki Shenmue. There is a place he really wants to see. First update. Seek everything. In addition, the additional update rules have been cancelled, and the third shift's ode will definitely be made up. This won't work. If the collection can't keep up with the time, it's going to be on the shelf. I'm full-time and I'm counting on the cost New Year's Day, but don't worry, please support me. Please support, the results are really important, thank you all 10 days and 10 after the shelves. Chapter 17. The red clouds on the horizon are very charming, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian strolling on a trail. This is a trail with a small dam on a river beach. At this time, there are basically no people. Because it's time for dinner, most people have already gone back for dinner. Master, today, someone is following us in the dark. Chu Xian followed Otsutsuki Shenmue and whispered to him. When she entered the village, she found out that someone in the dark kept glancing at them if nothing happened. This line of sight didn't disappear until they entered Shirihong's house. Normal, this is Konoha village after all. We are unidentified now. They will send someone to monitor it? It's normal. Otsutsuki Shenmue said lightly. Konoha village, after all, is the largest ninja village. The daily flow of people remains high, and there are countless missions commissioned here. When a stranger enters the village, it must be watched for a period of time to confirm whether it is harmful to the village. Master, shouldn't we meet the Hyoga family? Otsutsuki nodded, and then asked suspiciously again. Otsutsuki Shenmue's goal in Konoha's visit was the Hyoga family, so they should visit the Hyoga family site at the moment. Kyuxian, your eyes are so eye-catching, the Hyoga family will come to us on their own initiative. Otsutsuki Shenmue still used a calm tone. Kaido. Otsutsuki has Byakugan. When the Hyoga family learns about this, they will definitely be unable to bear to come and look for them. Not for anything else, at the most basic level, at least they have to know how the Byakugan of Otsutsuki Koji came from. Otsutsuki Kyuxian nodded, and then said silently. The two walked for a while, and suddenly, Otsutsuki Shenmue stopped, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He saw it, that figure. I saw a short body sitting on a platform by the river below the dam not far from them. He was wearing a blue sweater with a red and white fan logo on the back of the shirt that was very eye-catching. He just sat there still, a breath of solitude exuded from all over his body. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the front. A short blonde figure with his hands in his pockets was watching the shoes walking towards them boredly. Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but smile even more. I really didn't expect that. I just happened to think of the scene and walked here. It was so lucky to meet these two people in advance. Prince. 2 Pillars, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. At this moment, the Prince Naruto is still looking at the ground with his head down, because no one wants to play with him, and he has no family either. That's why he walked out boringly to ease the loneliness and loss in his heart. As if feeling something in his heart, Prince Naruto raised his head slightly, and what caught his eyes was a pair of beautiful people. Yes, it's really beautiful. With pure white noble robes, soft white hair, and delicate white faces, both of them are so beautiful. Naruto is slightly envious, so cute and so good, she must be the child of a big family. But it's a pity, I can't see his eyes, why should I close them? Then Naruto lowered his head slightly and continued to walk forward slowly. Surely the children of such a big family wouldn't be willing to communicate with themselves, right? After all, I am the demon fox in their mouth. Naruto's pure blue eyes were sad, he actually hoped that someone could accompany him, he was really lonely and lonely. But then Naruto seemed to feel something, stopped and turned his head to look at a child with black hair and blue clothes. He saw it. Is it Sasuke? Cut, this smelly guy is pretending to be deep again. Naruto curled his lips and thought, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the figure, not knowing why. He suddenly felt that this nasty guy seemed to be lonely. Yes, is it lonely? And the boy sitting on the platform suddenly raised his head and looked in Naruto's direction. The lowest ranking. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head in another direction, and a boy with a delicate and lovely face appeared in his eyes. Such a gentle smile, as if, just like him back then. Sasuke looked at the smile on the delicate boy's face and couldn't help feeling a little startled. This smile reminded him of that man. Time seemed to stand still strangely. Under the sunset, three boys stood in three directions. Shenmue looked at Naruto, Naruto looked at Sasuke, Sasuke looked at Shenmue. The gears of fate have finally begun to turn here, and their future may have already been set. Prince, for a long time, Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at Naruto, who was staring at Sasuke blankly, and called out with a gentle smile. "Ah." Are you calling me? Yes, it is. I am not called the prince. I know. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I know too. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head suspiciously. He wrinkled his face and looked at the clean boy tangledly. His little head couldn't turn around. Since he knows his name, why should he call his own prince? Moreover, why does he know his name? It's only right if you don't know him. Please everything. Chapter 18. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue in distress, rubbing his hair constantly, but let him rack his brains to remember. He couldn't remember where he had seen this boy, he was sure, with the boy's exquisite appearance and temperament. He will never forget it after seeing it once. Then why did you call me the prince? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue curiously. In fact, he is very nervous and doesn't care about this problem, but he wanted to chat with others, so much. You will understand this question later, Naruto. Sasuke. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head, and then still yelled to Naruto and Sasuke in a gentle tone. Prince, 2 pillars. Rinnegan in his palm opened quietly, exuding a strange scarlet light, and Otsutsuki Shenmue wanted to take a good look at Naruto and Sasuke. These two people spent his youth with him. I lied to him many tears, although sometimes I hate Naruto for indisputable anger and Sasuke for being arrogant, but after all, these two people accompanied his youth. When he saw Hokage, who knew each other and cherished each other, finally fought to the death, his heart at that time was really complicated and unspeakable. Hey? What's the matter? Hearing Otsutsuki calling himself, Naruto subconsciously responded, then looked at the boy suspiciously. He could feel the boy's kindness towards him, he could clearly feel it. Because of his childhood experiences, as long as he calms down, he can always distinguish the senses and attitudes of those around him towards him. This is the intuition formed by those who have been abused and humiliated for a long time. So he cherishes the man in front of him, this boy, who has no malice towards him, just like Sasuke, he has no malice towards him at all. This really excites him. And Sasuke sitting below also looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue silently, wanting to hear what this clean boy would say to him. Be my opponent. I really want to fight with you. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled lightly, but his voice fell firmly into the ears of the two. Yes, be my opponent, Prince, and second pillar, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. In this life, I most want to fight against, after all, it is you. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled slightly, with a sincere smile, whether it was Uchiha Madara, or Otsutsuki Peach style. They are very strong, not even weaker than Mingzuo at the peak. The two at the pinnacle. Naruto absorbs most of the natural energy of the entire continent, 6 Kurama forms. And the ultimate Susanoo Sasuke with the complete body Susanoo as the container serving as the Gedo statue, absorbing the 9 big-tailed beasts chakra. This is the peak period of the two. The two at that time were the strongest. And the one that Otsutsuki Shenmue wants to fight most, that is, the two men of Naruto, is a small wish. But after hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. Boring. Sasuke rolled his head in disdain, and lowered his head again. Opponents and rivals? He doesn't need it. He just wants to become stronger now, and then find that man to avenge the family. Hey? Are you saying, you want to be a rival with me? Naruto's eyes trembled slightly after returning to his senses, and the tear glands couldn't help but become sour. A strong emotion surged in my heart. It was a kind of moving that was recognized by others. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled, did not answer, and walked towards Naruto slowly, Rinnegan in his palm flickering slightly. You. Naruto was about to say something, and suddenly saw an eye, a scarlet eye, and a mysterious black circle inside the eye. And Otsutsuki Shenmue, after bewitching Naruto with illusion, entered the depths of Naruto's consciousness. In the gloomy environment, a huge gate stood tall, and what was imprisoned in it was the strongest 9 tails among the 9 big-tailed beasts. Boy! Who are you? The huge beast opened its eyes, a husky male voice came from 9 tails, and 9 huge fox tails danced wildly. 9 tails watched the boy who appeared suddenly through the crack of the door. I don't know why, it always felt that the boy had an aura that made him feel uneasy. Otsutsuki Shenmue, 9 tails, I've been admired for a long time. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled lightly, and curiously looked at the strongest tail beast that was sealed. Yes, the strongest tail beast. Strictly speaking, 10 tails is not actually a tail beast. It is an incarnation of the sacred tree, and there is no such thing as a tail beast. After Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed, Otsutsuki Hagoromo sealed most of 10 tails chakra on himself for the mainland and became the first 10 tails Jinchuriki. The Gedo statue, the outer shell of 10 tails, was taken to the moon and guarded by Otsutsuki Hamura. And Otsutsuki Hagoromo is not immortal, he divides 10 tails chakra into 9 before he died, forming 9-tailed beasts. So calling 9 tails the strongest tail beast, there is nothing wrong with it? Otsutsuki? What is the relationship between you and Ryudeo, old man? Upon hearing this, 9 tails immediately slammed into the door with excitement, and the 2 vertical pupils stared at Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki, this is the surname of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, strictly speaking, is the father of their 9-tailed beasts. Although he was shouting 6 old men. But 9 tails actually respects Otsutsuki Hagoromo deep down. Sage of 6 paths? If he insists, he can be considered my grandfather, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue thought for a while, and then asked 9 tails Kaido. There is so much difference in seniority, and Otsutsuki Shenmue doesn't bother to calculate it. At first, watching Hokage really deceived time, a lot of tears. Naruto's battle really shed tears again and again, especially during the decisive battle. Chapter 19. So, you are the descendant of Ludeo's younger brother, right? 9 tails was silent after hearing this, and then tilted his head and looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki Hage Oromo had mentioned to them the existence of Otsutsuki Hamura, so it understood what Otsutsuki Shenmu meant by the uncle's grandfather. So, why did you come to see me? And, are you blind? Ninetales leaned down, looking at Otsutsuki Shenmu and asked curiously. It hates humans because of their almost endless greed and their tail beasts as war machines. Especially the black-haired man. With the pupil power of the Eternal Eye, I forcibly signed a contract with it and used it as a pet. But for the direct descendants of the two brothers Otsutsuki Hage Oromo, it is not very disgusting. So its attitude towards Otsutsuki Shenmu is still quite kind. Ninetales, I need your help, I need a part of your chakra. Otsutsuki Shenmu chuckled lightly, and then said his purpose without hesitation. There is nothing to hide, even if Ninetales disagrees, he still has a way to make Ninetales hand over its chakra obediently. My chakra? Boy, what do you want to do? You have the pure blood of the Otsutsuki clan, and you don't need to covet my power. Ninetales swayed its tail, looking at Otsutsuki Shenmu quite puzzled. Its chakra is extremely violent in nature, and most people can't bear it, even though this kid belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. But if you force its chakra into the body, I am afraid it will suffer. For Otsutsuki Shenmu, it should not be worth it. After all, the Otsutsuki family is naturally close to nature, so practicing sage mode is more suitable for them. Your chakra, I'm not for fighting, Ninetales, should you recognize this eye? Otsutsuki Shenmu put his palm Renigan at Ninetales, and then smiled lightly. He has a very good sense of Ninetales, and he did not hesitate to explain it. Renigan. Boy, where did your Renigan come from? After seeing this eye, Ninetales stood up suddenly, the tyrannical aura spreading uncontrollably, and hurriedly asked in a shocking voice. It finally understood why it felt uneasy in Otsutsuki Shenmu, this guy actually owns Renigan. The tail beast is extremely powerful, but it is naturally restrained by the eyes of the fairy and wood style. The illusion of fairy eyes can almost be said that as long as the user is not weak, they can easily be controlled. And wood style, you can also sling them simply and easily. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. There are many times in the original book. Suzuki, who got Renigan, a 6-gold jade, can make the 9 big-tailed beasts immobile in illusion with just a glimpse. The most tragic of the tail beasts is Ninetales, the strongest tail beast. Uchiha Madara used Eternal Eyes to subdue it at first, completely driven as a pet. Later, Uchiha Obito used Mangekyo to control and attack Konoha, and he was so sad that he couldn't be sad. But is Ninetales weak? It is very strong. Its power is far beyond that of the other 8-tailed beasts. But it is still a plaything under the eyes of the fairy, not to mention Senju Hashirama's wood style. But Ninetales can't figure out why Otsutsuki Shenmu has Renigan, or is it grown in the palm of his hand? It remembers that Otsutsuki Hage Oromo mentioned to them that his brother did have eyes as much as Renigan, but he was a completely different Tensagen. Blood awakening, Ninetales, separate your chakra and give it to me, my Renigan, I need your chakra. Otsutsuki Shenmu shook his head, then smiled at Ninetales. Yes, he needs chakra from Ninetales just to make Renigan evolve. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya left her pupil power and chakra to warm it up in Renigan of Otsutsuki Shenmu. But it's too slow, God knows how long it will take to keep it warm. So Otsutsuki Shenmu is ready to use the tail beast chakra to promote Renigan's evolution. Otsutsuki Kaguya's 9-gold jade Renigan came from eating the fruit of the sacred tree, and the sacred tree is 10 tails, and 10 tails is the combination of 9 big tail beasts. This is the same root, and I use the chakra of the 9-tailed beast to feed my Renigan, which should promote its faster evolution. That's it, it's an amazing kid, then I'll help you. Ninetales was silent when he heard the words, and Fox Eye glanced at the kid complicatedly, and then said in a deep voice. My life was given by Otsutsuki Hage Oromo. Since he is a direct descendant of Otsutsuki Higoromo's brother, please help yourself. I have no reason to refuse. Besides, seeing what this kid looks like, I'm afraid it's useless to refuse it. Rin can easily control himself. So in the sense of reason, in fact, I have no reason to refuse. Thank you Ninetales, then. Otsutsuki Shenmue thanked the tsundere male fox very politely without revealing the face of the arrogant male fox. No need to do this, it should be. Ninetales shook the huge fox head, and then slightly opened the huge mouth, and a fiery red chakra energy ball formed. Then he flew slowly to Otsutsuki Shenmue and stopped. Otsutsuki Shenmue evoked an uncontrollable smile, and the scarlet Rin leaned forward to the chakra ball and slowly absorbed the chakra. Effective. After absorbing Ninetales' chakra, feeling the strange feeling of warmth in Rin, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help feeling happy. Seeing this, the speed of evolution is definitely a lot faster, maybe even the first evolution will happen soon. Ninetales looked at the happy Otsutsuki Shenmue, and knew that he should be very satisfied. This guy, I am afraid that the future will be limitless. Ninetales thought in her heart that she could actually think of this way to stimulate Rinnegan's evolution. I'm afraid it's really amazing. The new book asks for everything. Please collect flowers. There will be more at night. Chapter 20. After a long time, Otsutsuki Shenmue felt the warmth of Rin in his palm slowly disappearing, evoking a faint smile. He had a hunch, and soon, the first evolution should come soon. Thank you very much, Ninetales. Otsutsuki Shenmue thanked Ninetales again, and he was very happy at the moment. Even he felt that the huge appearance of Ninetales at the moment seemed cute to him. This made him suddenly a bold idea. You're a nice kid, speaking of it, kid. Ninetales shook the 9 long tails slightly, then hesitated slightly. It actually has an idea, but its unruly personality makes it hard to speak out. What's the matter? You helped me a lot. If you need anything, you can mention it. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled lightly, his face was slightly strange, he somewhat guessed what Ninetales wanted to say. After all, Ninetales is a tail beast, without human rights, desires, and endless aspirations. What it wants most at the moment is nothing more than, boy, since you have Rin, you should be able to help me unlock this seal? How about helping me once? Ninetales' fox pupils flashed a struggling expression, then gritted his teeth and spoke to Otsutsuki Shenmue. Yes, it wants Otsutsuki Shenmue to let it go. The ghoul seal is a very powerful seal. It cannot break free on its own unless the host, Naruto, is willing to untie it, or use chakra to slowly penetrate Naruto. But it can't wait, it is Ninetales, the strongest tail beast Ninetales. It longs for freedom, it does not want to be a beast in a cage. Help you to unlock the seal. It's not impossible, but... Otsutsuki Shenmue's face was even more weird when he heard that, and he hesitated a little. Naruto lost Ninetales. Is he still the Prince Naruto? However, today's Ninetales does not have a bond with Naruto. It is natural to want freedom. But what? Boy, as long as you let this uncle go out, this uncle can promise you. Ninetales slammed into the door frame again excitedly, and said excitedly, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. It yearns for freedom. Those human beings, but they don't care about them at all, have sealed them in such a small and dark space. If there is a chance to go out, it will never let them go. Let's do it Ninetales, you wait for me for 10 years. If you still think like this 10 years later, I will help you leave the child Naruto. Otsutsuki Shenmue pondered for a long time before he smiled seriously at Ninetales. Naruto could not leave Ninetales, Otsutsuki Shenmue knew this very well. Ninetales also contributed to the growth of Naruto, otherwise Naruto would have been cold. But it's a pity. Otsutsuki Shenmue glanced at this Ninetales slightly fiercely. In fact, his idea just now was to raise a Ninetales as a pet. However, this Yang Ninetales is an indispensable aid for Naruto, so he can only seek another Yin Ninetales. And he remembered clearly that the Ninetales existed on Namikaze Minato, who had already died. At the beginning, Namikaze Minato sacrificed himself and used the Ghoul Seal to seal Ninetales and split the huge chakra of Ninetales into two. Half of it was sealed in the newly born Naruto, while the other half was sealed in his own soul. If you want to get that Yin Ninetales, then you have to meet Orochimaru. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought, he does not know impure world reincarnation, and at this moment Namikaze Minato's soul still exists in the belly of the so-called Shinigami. Only the crazy or even distorted ninja scientist Orochimaru can release Namikaze Minato's soul. 10 years. Forget it, if you wait for 10 years, your uncle may have already gone out on your own. Ninetales was taken aback after hearing this, and then Otsutsuki Shenmue stared fiercely. 10 years? I'm waiting for you. Although their tail beasts are also immortal, the waste of time is meaningless to them, but they have been sealed for 10 years, which makes Ninetales a little unbearable. I'm really sorry, Ninetales. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled apologetically at Ninetales, without explaining too much. He has been looking forward to the peak battle between himself and Naruto. So, Ninetales, the biggest booster for Naruto's growth, naturally cannot be released in advance. His goal is very clear, to conquer Otsutsuki Kaguya, and among several careful wishes, the battle against the pinnacle is one of them. He has his own belief in invincibility, and he firmly believes that his future is the strongest. He also has a clue about the seal of Otsutsuki Kaguya. As for the resurrected 10 tails in the original work, he then gathered a large number of chakras to guide the method of Otsutsuki Kaguya chakra. He didn't even want to see it. It is indeed Otsutsuki Kaguya, but it is only the chakra of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and the body of Otsutsuki Kaguya is still sealed on the moon. For Otsutsuki Shenmue, this method is not advisable at all. He wants to completely liberate Otsutsuki Kaguya. However, this plan is still a rudimentary form and needs to be carefully arranged. Please everything, baby, the 5th shift, 5 shifts every day, it will be on the shelves a little more than a week, after it's on the shelves, let you see it. Please support. Please collect. Chapter 21. Seeing Ninetales ignoring him to lie down and take a nap, Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled faintly, but he could understand Ninetales' emotions. Ninetales has a strong personality, and just now willing to take the initiative to let Otsutsuki Shenmue help it unlock the seal is already at the limit. Since Otsutsuki Shenmue refused, it is absolutely impossible for it to continue to request Otsutsuki Shenmue. Nowadays, it is because of the face of Otsutsuki Hagoromo that Otsutsuki Shenmue has not spoken out directly. Then Otsutsuki Shenmue's figure slowly faded and disappeared, and after Otsutsuki Shenmue disappeared, Ninetales, who had closed his eyes and slumbered, suddenly opened his eyes. Fox pupil stared at the position where Otsutsuki Shenmue was before, and his eyes were complicated. Rinnegan, tail chakra, I hope that's not the case. The low and hoarse male voice echoed in the quiet and dark space, and then fell into silence. In the outside world, Otsutsuki Shenmue unraveled the illusion cast on Naruto. Naruto returned his figure with his eyes, then looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue suspiciously, and scratched his head with a frown. Although he doesn't know why, he always feels a little weird. It seems that what just happened? Okay, Naruto, it's not too early today, let's see you next time. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help smiling, and then slowly said, Hey? Are you leaving? Naruto was taken aback, and then said slightly reluctantly. Otsutsuki Shenmue's gentle attitude towards him was the first time he felt the warm feeling in his heart. That is the joy of being treated as equals and being recognized by others. So at this moment, when he heard that Otsutsuki Shenmue was leaving, he was a little disappointed and sad. Ah, it's time to go back. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded, with a delicate and lovely face, although it has no eye embellishments, it still looks lovely. Then, seeing Naruto bowing his head sadly, Otsutsuki Shenmue hesitated slightly. Naruto, please believe in yourself, you are special, you are no worse than anyone, face life cheerfully one day, you will shine brighter than anyone else. Otsutsuki Shenmue gently encouraged that Naruto is also special to him. However, it is the opponent after all. Otsutsuki Shenmue sighed secretly, but that's okay. With such an opponent, the future won't be boring anymore. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Shenmue grinned and looked a little evil. He was looking forward to his expression when he stood on the opposite side of Naruto in the future. However, Naruto, who froze in place after hearing what Otsutsuki Shenmue said, did not see Otsutsuki Shenmue's smile at this time. He was completely stunned at this moment. This was the first time someone encouraged him so much. The kindness in the language made his tear glands finally couldn't help it, and tears kept falling from the corner of his eyes. Big tears fell from Naruto's cheeks and fell on the ground. I will stand on the top and wait for you in the future, Naruto, don't let me wait too long. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Shenmue was silent for a while, then said softly. After speaking, Otsutsuki Shenmue turned straight and left, leaving Naruto still wiping tears. This unexpected harvest has already made him very satisfied, seeing the young prince and Erzuzi in advance. And I got the 9 tails chakra, which is really a big surprise. And he also successfully planted a seed in Naruto's heart. Presumably, the future will be more interesting. And the scene where the two met, and the taciturn Sasuke, also provided him with some information. The Uchiha clan is gone. The story of the dam where Naruto and Sasuke met is from the memories of the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke. It also shows that the Uchiha clan at this moment has been slaughtered. Otherwise, Erzuzi should still be a very cheerful and lively child. In this case, it would be a shame. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought from the bottom of his heart. In fact, he still values Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. If it can absorb those pupil powers in Sharingan, maybe it can also promote Rinnegan's evolution time. But it doesn't matter, after all, they are just Sharingan, and the pupil power is not strong. Danzo. Hyuga. 3rd generation. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought of these 3 existences. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and the Hyuga clan has basically become the first Konoha clan. After all, Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is indeed a good player in close combat, not to mention Konoha at the moment is the weakest period. Senju withered, Uchiha was slaughtered, Sunin ran away, 3rd generation was old, Danzo could not hide. Can Konoha still have a strong player? No, basically none of them. 3rd generation still has 2 brushes, but he is old after all. Danzo, now it's just a mouse who can only hide in the shadows, not seeing the light. First go to Hyuga's house to get Byakugan, and then go to see the longest reign of Hokage, and then you can leave Konoha. Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but ponder after making a short plan. Hyuga Byakugan is something he must gain, which is related to his brightness and strength growth. Tensagen. This is said to have the power of creation and destruction, the eye of God. But while Otsutsuki Shenmue was meditating, a burst of laughter from a child suddenly came into his ears. After hearing the reputation, Otsutsuki Shenmue's calm expression was slightly strange. Is destiny really so wonderful? I just saw the prince and the Erzuzi, but can I run into her again? Please everything. Chapter 22. At this moment, not far from Otsutsuki Shenmue, 3 or 4 boys were forming a circle, and among them, a girl is squatting on the ground timidly. She looks very petite and cute with beautiful blue hair. But her condition at the moment is not so good, the pure Byakugan contains water mist, and she dare not look up at these boys. She is afraid of these people. Hey, look, Her eyes. The white one, why is it different from us? Who knows, maybe it's something weird. Several boys unscrupulously pointed at Hayaka Hinata. Because they were young, they didn't know that the target of their discussion at the moment was the Hayaga family. But it is also young that they dare to regard Hayaga Hinata as an irony of nothing. But Hayaga Hinata, after hearing these discussions, hugged herself even harder, with her head lowered deeply, with an expression of weeping. Appears extremely wronged and scared. She was really scared. She didn't like these people very much, but she didn't dare to resist at all. She was afraid that they would bully herself even worse. Princess Byakugan, I met so soon. Otsutsuki Shenmue raised a smile. Isn't this the Hayaga Hinata when I was a child? However, although he knew that Hayaga Hinata was cowardly when he was a child, he did not expect to be so cowardly. These boys are just ordinary people, but Hayaga Hinata was rigorously trained by her father Hayaga Hayashi since childhood. As long as she can pluck up the courage, it is more than enough to clean up these ordinary people. But this is my future wife, so I can't let you bully so unscrupulously. Then, a sneer appeared on Otsutsuki Shenmue's face. Hayaga Hinata, isn't it his natural wife? Prince. Non-existent. Hayaga Hinata is mine, my Otsutsuki Shenmue's. Otsutsuki Shenmue walked towards the boy slowly, while Otsutsuki Shenmue quietly followed behind him. But at the moment these boys saw that they and others had said so much, the girl had no reaction at all. One of the boys directly reached out to grab Hayaga Hinata's clothes. But without warning, a repulsive force suddenly hit a few of them, knocking them out hard, and falling to the ground. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Woo, it hurts. The boys struggled to get up and immediately saw Otsutsuki Shenmue. Tears fell from their eyes, and then they turned around without hesitation. Such young people subconsciously want to avoid them. When Hayaga Hinata heard the painful cry of several boys, he immediately raised his head and looked at them, only to find that he could only see their backs. At the same time, a gentle and immature male voice came into her ears. Are you okay? Hayaga Hinata was taken aback when he heard the words and turned to look. What caught her eyes was a white-haired boy with a very delicate face. It looks so good. Did he help yourself? Hayaga Hinata thought in his heart, and then stared at Otsutsuki Shenmue with a pair of pure and flawless white eyes. It's very impolite to look at others like this. Otsutsuki Shenmue saw that Hinata didn't answer because he was staring at him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was really cute when she was young. But when he grows up he is also very beautiful. Hearing that, Hayaga Hinata suddenly recovered, and instantly lowered his head. His original white face was also red because of shame. Yes. I'm sorry. The immature voice sounded like a mosquito. Sorry, I should look at each other and say, right. That, I. You can speak louder. Yes, right. Otsutsuki couldn't help being funny. In Rinnegan's sight, Hayaga Hinata's head was lowered and lowered. This girl, when she was a child, was even less courageous than when she graduated. Being so timid is also a long experience. From speaking to now, there hasn't been a word without stammering. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, won't you? Otsutsuki knelt down helplessly, facing Hayaga Hinata, gently stroking Hayaga Hinata's smooth hair. There is simply no way to communicate well like this. I'm sorry. Hayaga Hinata felt the action of the good-looking boy in front of him. His cheeks were redder, his head drooping lower, and an inaudible sound in his mouth. This person, his hands are so warm. But Hayaga Hinata, who was ashamed in her heart, still didn't dare to look up at him, because she knew that her face must be scary and scary. Such a self, maybe it will scare him? Otsutsuki Shenmue finally couldn't help but his inner eyelids twitched. It was enough. Do you dare to say anything other than sorry? How does this make yourself feel good? My name is Otsutsuki Shenmue, you will be my wife from now on. Otsutsuki Shenmue groaned, and then said directly to Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata is a very dedicated girl who takes her feelings very seriously. I have to leave a deep impression on her. As long as she can leave an indelible memory, then no one can dig her own corner. Green is impossible to be green, only oneself can green others. It's impossible to be green in this life. Please collect flowers, my dears. Chapter 23. Hearing that, Hyuga Hinata, who was originally ashamed, was stunned, and even looked up at the boy directly. The people in Naruto world seem to know the matter of men and women very early, and Hyuga Hinata, who is now 7 years old, naturally understands the meaning of the word wife. Although you have helped me, I am very grateful to you, and have a good impression of you, but what do you mean when you suddenly said to be my wife? After seeing Otsutsuki Shenmue's smiling face, Hyuga Hinata instantly lowered his head like a frightened rabbit. No. It was still an inaudible whisper, but this time the shame in the words was very strong. Wife or something. Hyuga Hinata felt a little dizzy at the thought of this word. Although she is very timid, she also understands that the wife is the most important partner in a man's life. Does he like me so much? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata felt that his heartbeat seemed to be a little faster. No, you are mine. This is destiny. Hinata, believe me, I will treat you well forever. Otsutsuki Shenmue interrupted Hyuga Hinata's stammering, and whispered in a gentle voice. Hyuga Hinata is his. He has always thought so, perhaps because he became Otsutsuki Shenmue. This obsession, he has always existed, and his wife who was about to get married by the prince would never exist again. But Hyuga Hinata heard a warm current in his heart. This is the first time someone takes her so seriously and categorically promised her a good oath to her. Her father looked forward to her daughter becoming a phoenix, but because of her cowardly and timid character, he was already disappointed in her. And since she was a child, her father was very strict with her. This is the first time she feels this kind of touch. No, but oh, Hinata, we are still young. When I grow up, I will come to pick you up. Would you like to? Otsutsuki Shenmue interrupted her again, still speaking with a slight domineering tone. If you are timid, be timid, and you don't need to waste energy to get good impressions. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Let you remember me from the bottom of my heart. I wish. Hyuga Hinata heard that the lacrimal glands were slightly sour, and the warmth flowing in her heart made her feel that her whole person was much warmer. This boy is really special. He will not despise himself, and he will not despise himself for being cowardly and timid. Even the love in his words can be felt by her sensitive mind. Hinata was about to say 3 words I would like, and suddenly, a clear and tender voice came over. One sauce. Otsutsuki Shenmue was taken aback, then turned his head, and saw a thin and cute girl with black hair running towards them both. After seeing the girl through Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Shenmue's face was calm, but a weirdness rose in his heart. This girl is Hyuga Hanabi, the younger sister of Hyuga Hinata, but the age is wrong? This girl is 6 or 7 years old, but shouldn't Hyuga Hanabi be 5 years younger than Hyuga Hinata? Maybe there are some accidents and butterfly effects? Otsutsuki Shenmue can only understand that. Oh Yunai-chan, who is this one? Hyuga Hanabi ran to Hyuga Hinata and lifted her up, and then looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue with a slightly wary look. Although she is weak in appearance, her personality is much more outgoing than Hyuga Hinata, and she has strong self-esteem. Hyuga Hanabi understands her timid character. Although she is a younger sister, she actually protects Hyuga Hinata most of the time. Hyuga Hinata was taken aback when he heard this. Although Otsutsuki Shenmue seemed to have introduced herself just now, she was all focused on the sentence "be my wife." Shenmue, my name is Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shenmue faced the two with closed eyes, showing a faint, gentle smile. Although it was a little accidental, it was just a Hyaga Hanabi and couldn't make waves, not to mention. Rinnegan in the palm of Otsutsuki Shenmue secretly stared at Hyaga Hanabi, these eyes, Byakugan with extremely high purity. The original Otsutsuki Shenmue is transplanted from Hyaga Hanabi's Byakugan and awakens Tenseigan, so at this moment Otsutsuki Shenmue is a little moved. But now it is not suitable. It seems that the relationship between Hyaga Hinata and Hyaga Hanabi is extremely good. If I cut out Hyaga Hanabi's eyes, I am afraid that Hyaga Hinata will not forgive himself for the rest of his life. Hearing that, Hyaga Hanabi looked up and down at Otsutsuki Shenmue. This boy, he looks really good, but why is his eyes closed all the time? Hinata, are you the only two of you in the Hyaga clan? After a little pondering, Otsutsuki Shenmue asked Hinata curiously. This is very important, if there are really only these two peers in the Hyaga clan. Then Otsutsuki Shenmue had to think about getting Hyaga Hanabi's Byakugan, or grabbing the eyes of the Hyaga clan. See if there is any Byakugan with extremely high purity. After all, it is impossible for Otsutsuki Shenmue to take a pair of ordinary Byakugan casually. To awaken Tenseigan, he needs a Byakugan with high bloodline purity. At best, it is the eyes of a person who is about the same age as Otsutsuki Shenmue. This is the most suitable. I hope you don't bother with Mingzuo's question. The current friendship is just to make the plot more exciting in the future. Think about it, Shenmue as a big booze, Naruto's expression at that time? Or ask for everything. Chapter 24. Not really, but why are you asking this? Hyaga Hinata didn't answer, but Hyaga Hanabi looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue suspiciously. What a strange person, I asked them how many people of the same age are in the Hyaga family. This question is too strange. It's okay, just ask if you are curious. Since your sister is here, Hinata, let's see you next time, remember what I said. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head, and then smiled at Hyaga Hinata. Hyaga Hanabi's words have already given him a lot of information. Next, you only need to find a target to start, and this needs to be prepared. If it is not necessary, Otsutsuki Shenmue is not yet ready to tear his face with Konoha. After all, there is actually no substantial benefit. Going to fight Konoha for no reason, is he funny? Hyaga Hinata suddenly remembered what Otsutsuki Shenmue had said before, and his face blushed again, hiding behind her sister. When she remembered that her head was so hot that she almost said 3 words I would like to say, she felt ashamed and fainted. This is really too unreserved. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled faintly, then nodded to Hyaga Hanabi, turned around and left with Otsutsuki Shenmue. Nao Yunai-chan, did that person tell you something earlier? Seeing Otsutsuki Shenmue leave, Hyaga Hanabi turned her head to look at the shy Hyaga Hinata and asked curiously. Seeing his expression and eyes on Yunai-chan, something must have happened to these two people when he didn't show up before. No, it's okay. Hyaga Hinata shook his head slightly, his little hand tightly holding his own button. She has a thin skin, how could she share Otsutsuki Shenmue's words with Hyaga Hanabi? Alright, let's go, it's too early. Hyaga Hanabi curled his lips, then urged Hyaga Hinata. She knows her sister too well, and basically likes to hide everything in her heart, and she doesn't want to confide it to outsiders. So she did not continue to force Hyaga Hinata to satisfy her curiosity. Master, Kyuxian actually thinks that you might be able to dig a pair of Hyaga Byakugan to recreate the light. On the other side, Otsutsuki Kyuxian, who followed Otsutsuki Shenmue, suddenly said. She has always been worried about Otsutsuki Shenmue's eyes. After all, in her opinion, such an excellent Otsutsuki Shenmue has no eyes. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. It's too regrettable. In her opinion, this is God, why is it unfair? However, seeing the two girls from Hyaga's family today, she suddenly had this idea. If you grab a pair of Byakugan from Hyaga's house and transplant it to Otsutsuki Shenmue, wouldn't you be able to let your young master see the light again? Your thoughts coincide with me, but don't worry about it. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled lightly, with a hint of contemplation on his face. Regarding the eyes, there is no doubt that it must be obtained, but the process requires long-term consideration. The strength of the two of them has not yet reached the time when Konoha can be crushed, although Konoha is very weak at the moment. But Konoha now hides an ultimate beast. Emperor 8-Gate Guy? This is the cruel character who almost kicked Madara 6 times. What's more, even if Guy doesn't open the 8 gate, the young Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki are not Konoha's opponents. Ants often kill elephants, and in the eyes of the two, Konoha's ninja is more than just a small ant. Danzo and 3rd generation, in front of Shenmue, can already be regarded as equal or even better opponents. But as long as Otsutsuki Shenmue awakens Tenseigan, at least he can ramp up the ninja world. Tenseigan's awakening will make his strength grow exponentially across servers. However, Tenseigan's awakening cannot be started immediately after transplantation. It also requires a period of time to merge with the blood in the body. The time will not be long, it only takes more than a day. But it was enough for Konoha to organize and fight back. At that time, I am afraid it will be more troublesome, and both of them will be very embarrassed. Then the two returned to Yurihong's home, and as soon as they walked in, Otsutsuki Shenmue found that Asuma was also there, and a kind-faced old man. Wearing a white coat, red casual clothes inside, full of silver hair, and a white beard. It is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shenmue, are you back? Seeing Otsutsuki Shenmue is back, Yurihong, who was standing next to 3rd Hokage, suddenly smiled and called Otsutsuki Shenmue. And Asuma and 3rd Hokage also watched. Yo Shenmue, it looks like you are shopping pretty well. Asuma also smiled and joked, after all, they have been waiting here for more than an hour. That's right, in fact, Otsutsuki Shenmue and 3rd Hokage rushed over not long after he went out. After all, 3rd generation really wants to meet these two children whom Asuma is full of praise, and the strength of these two children. Let him care very much. Asuma? This cloak, this is 3rd Hokage-sama. Otsutsuki Shenmue walked up to the three of them with a gentle smile, and then looked at the old 3rd Hokage. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was indeed reasonable. 3rd Hokage looks amiable, but in reality Konoha is more important than life. As long as there is something that will harm Konoha, he will not tolerate it, and will do what is good for Konoha. Please support. There will be more tonight. Chapter 25. Those who live long are not necessarily wise men, but those who live long are definitely those who have gone through the vicissitudes of life and managed the world. And like 3rd Hokage, he is almost a witness since Konoha was founded. He who has lived from World War I to the present can be said to be a living fossil of Konoha. You are Shenmue, right? You are a very good kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to Otsutsuki Shenmue to look carefully, then smoked and smiled kindly. Be calm and calm in mind. He is indeed a very good child, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his heart, slightly squinting at the closed eyes of Otsutsuki Shenmue. Moreover, he is really blind. There are no eyes inside, which Sarutobi Hiruzen can feel, and he can also feel the calm chakra inside Otsutsuki Shenmue. Even, this huge amount of chakra simply makes him unbelievable. And this. Out of the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he glanced at the Otsutsuki Kyuxian who quietly followed behind Otsutsuki Shenmue. Although the strength of this girl is not clear, her chakra volume is also terrifying. These two children. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help frowning slightly. He was hesitating. The future of such a child is absolutely limitless. If Konoha can be attracted, it will be enough to keep Konoha unfailing and stable for decades. But this is also an unstable time bomb, and the thoughtful Sarutobi Hiruzen knows it very well. The origins of these two children are unknown. Although they claim to be Otsutsuki, he has never heard of the surname Otsutsuki after 60 years of life. And the main problem is Otsutsuki Shenmu's psychic problems. Although he is a child, his xingxing is too mature. It is very difficult for him to recognize that Konoha protects Konoha from the bottom of his heart, and even if he joins Konoha, if he turns against the army during the war, Konoha will fall into the abyss completely. One advantage and one disadvantage are too clear, so he is very hesitant at the moment. Thank you Hokage-sama for the praise. You are so polite. Shenmu is self-knowledge and he is just a blind man. Otsutsuki Shenmu didn't seem to notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's abnormality, and shook his head with a very gentle smile. Although he can't see Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, his emotions are indeed different from the beginning. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. He must be thinking about something in his heart. He is a very polite kid. Come on, sit down first, I really want to have a good chat with Shenmu. Sarutobi Hiruzen sank, and then smiled and said to Otsutsuki Shenmu. Those things are not suitable for thinking now. You still have to get to know the child first so that you can make the most accurate judgment. But no matter what, as long as he has no idea of harming Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very willing to befriend Otsutsuki Shenmu. Otsutsuki Shenmu has such qualifications, not to mention his terrifying talent, just the majestic chakra in his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to become an enemy with this blind child. Although the amount of chakra does not represent everything, but the amount of chakra is huge, but it will not be the weak. This is also a law. Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled and did not refuse, then the four of them sat down. Otsutsuki Shenmu stood behind him. What about Shenmu? I visited Shimokaiba today, how do you feel about Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Shenmu with a gentle smile after Shenmu was seated. Konoha is the place where he has spent his entire life, and it is also the place where he is most proud of. For him, Konoha has basically become a part of his life. Konoha village is indeed very lively and prosperous. To be honest, although Shenmu hasn't been out to travel the ninja world for long, Shenmu also understands that Konoha can be called a piece of pure land on the mainland, right? Otsutsuki Shenmu is neither humble nor humble Kaido. He was not surprised by Sarutobi Hiruzen's problem. Based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's ingenuity, he naturally would not easily ask Otsutsuki Shenmu directly. It must be an excuse to get close to Otsutsuki Shenmu. Haha, Shenmu is satisfied. If you need anything, you can find Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled satisfied when he heard the words. He naturally understood Otsutsuki. Don't bother Asuma, Shenmu really has something to trouble Master Third Hokage. Otsutsuki Shenmu first smiled. Then Otsutsuki Shenmu glanced at Asuma and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it because of the Hyoga family's problem, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, then as if thinking of something, his eyes drooped slightly, confirming to Baimuza. Otsutsuki Shenmu really looks like he doesn't lack anything, if he has to say anything. Except for his own eyes, he should only care about the Hyoga clan. Third Hokage really deserves its reputation. It is true. Kyokusein owns Byakugan, so Shenmu hopes that Third Hokage can help. Otsutsuki Shenmu nodded, then said slightly helplessly. He is not afraid of the Hyoga family, but now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, he can let Sarutobi Hiruzen help him solve this trouble. Otherwise, the Hyoga family will definitely come to find them to trouble them. Although not afraid, but troublesome, he has no time to play such boring games with Hyoga Hayashi. He just wanted to find a target of the Hyoga clan first, and then grab his eyes. Finally, I wandered around Konoha and saw some people set up a plan. If things are revealed, his big deal is to leave Konoha. Please everything. Chapter 26. It's not a problem, Shenmu can rest assured, as long as Chu Xian's eyes are okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette, and then smiled kindly. For him, this problem is not really a trouble. After all, the Hyuga clan is also a big clan that has experienced 3 wars in the ninja world. Although they value the family bloodline very seriously, they, Hokage, personally went to Zayazai's words of affection. Presumably Hyuga will give him Sarutobi Hiruzen a face. Master Huoying can rest assured, Kyuxian's eyes are absolutely no problem. Otsutsuki Shenmu understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally, and smiled faintly. The eyes of Otsutsuki Kyuxian were not transplanted from elsewhere, but were born like this. Otsutsuki Shenmu revealed this information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, then it's okay. By the way, Shenmu, your family? The old man seems to have never heard of such a taboo in ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then his 2 small eyes fixed on Otsutsuki Shenmu. This is his goal, and I hope to know some details about Otsutsuki Shenmu. After all, Otsutsuki Shenmu is too mysterious, everything about him is too mysterious. Blindness, age, character, and the terrifying amount of chakra in his body. They are all too mysterious. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, everything about him is unknown. Although it seems to be okay now, who knows if he is disguising it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is responsible for the entire Konoha village. Otsutsuki Shenmu, he must understand clearly. The Shenmu family is just a little-known family. Master Naruto has never heard of it? It's natural. Otsutsuki Shenmu thought slightly, then laughed softly. But Shenmu and Kyuxian are not like ordinary people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed a little unhappy about Otsutsuki Shenmu's lack of cooperation. This kind of perfunctory answer really made him very unhappy, and there was no useful data and information at all. Who is this kid trying to fool? Both Shenmu and Kyuxian's appearances are too delicate, and they both have the same white robe and white hair. Obviously, they belong to the same family. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. The temperament and excellence of the 2 can never be cultivated by a little-known little family. Nothing, Lord Naruto. The Otsutsuki clan of Shenmu is a clan that has been passed down thousands of years ago. They have always been indisputable in the world. They have never appeared in the world of shinobi. It's just that Shenmu is young, so I want to see the state of the mainland. Otsutsuki Shenmu shook his head secretly when he heard the words. Sarutobi Hiruzen old Chen was prudent, and it was really not easy to fool him. So after he pondered, he did reveal some irrelevant information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for whether he believes it or not, that is his own business. Asuma and Yurihong's eyelids jumped when they heard this. Their eyes looked a little subtle when they looked at Otsutsuki Shenmu. Thousands of years ago? Uncontested. If it weren't for knowing that Otsutsuki Shenmu is not the kind of guy who likes to brag, they can't help but want to smile and make complaints. Even the oldest families such as Senju and Uchiha have only 100 years of family history. Moreover, even if it is as strong as a second race, it is now withered, and Senju is left alone with Senjutsunade. The Uchiha clan has only left the Uchiha Suzuki brothers. Of course, this is what Asuma and the others think. In fact, there is only one Obito of the Uchiha clan hiding in the dark. The will of history is the most ruthless and cruel. What kind of family can be passed down for thousands of years? What does not exist, it can never exist. What's more, if it is passed down for 1,000 years, the history of the shinobi world will never be unrecorded. This is the most important question. It is impossible to have no records at all. However, the surname Otsutsuki, even the Konoha living fossil Sarutobi Hiruzen has not heard of it. This is already a definite problem for them. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking cigarettes, his eyes were deep, with an unidentified look. He was actually the same as Asuma at the beginning. The first reaction to Otsutsuki Shenmu's words was simply absurd. Nonsense. But in a moment, he frowned, because he understood that Otsutsuki Shenmu actually had no reason to deceive him. There is indeed no reason. If he is unwilling to expose his own information, he can tell a more plausible lie. Instead of saying that ordinary people hear it as a joke. Seeing Otsutsuki Shenmu's delicate and lovely face with closed eyes, that calm face suddenly made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a deep chill in his heart. He was flustered when he was cold, and his palpitations made his scalp numb. The unknown is what people fear most. Ahem. I'm getting old, then Shenmu, is it convenient for you to reveal the address of your family? You should also understand that what you said is too shocking. Suppressing the palpitations and fears that came from nowhere in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a reluctant smile and asked this child, who was increasingly frightened. He is over 60 years old, but the child in front of him today still makes him a little gaff. What Otsutsuki Shenmu said made him think far more deeply than others. Although he knew his question was presumptuous and rude, Sarutobi Hiruzen still asked. A base area has been opened. I love you, Lu, Chi, Lu, you know, please, everything. Chapter 27. I'm really sorry Hokage-sama, and Shenmu is rude, but I can't tell you the family address. Otsutsuki Shenmu shook his head, then chuckled. How could he tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the address of the Otsutsuki family? Even though he had told him, he had no way to go up, let alone tell him. My home is on the moon? Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely think he is a wise. It's okay, the old man can understand later. Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his kind smile and laughed softly. He had no hope for this question, and it was only normal for Shenmu to refuse to answer. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with Otsutsuki Shenmu for a long time, and then left for the reason that it was not early. Old fritters. Otsutsuki Shenmu couldn't help but sneer in his heart, facing the backs of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma. But what about the old fritters? He is not a real 7-year-old, and he is not afraid of Konoha. Without fear or concern about many things, Sarutobi Hiruzen really thinks too much about what information he wants to get from him. I don't want to tell him, he has nothing to do. Father. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma, who had left Surihong's home, stood at an intersection and looked back at Surihong's home. Let's go back first, this Shenmu, it's really not leaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. 7 years old. 7 years old. At only 7 years old, he has such wisdom and scheming. This Otsutsuki Shenmu is really like a monster. What should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking in his heart that he couldn't tell whether he was a friend or an enemy, although from the current attitude of Otsutsuki Shenmu. Otsutsuki Shenmu is friendly to them, but there is too much information that Otsutsuki Shenmu refuses to disclose. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen completely uneasy. Shirihong's home, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Is it okay for you to refuse all Hokage-sama like this? Yurihong handed Otsutsuki Shenmu a glass of juice, and then looked at the boy with a funny smile. She could listen to the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Otsutsuki Shenmu. In the meantime, Otsutsuki Shenmu's temptation and consultation with Sarutobi Hiruzen were almost all really apologetic to solve. This answer is too true. Even if you just make an excuse, it is better than this one, I can't say it. Deception and deception are the biggest culprits in the rift between people. If it is not necessary, Shenmu does not like to deceive others. Otsutsuki Shenmu shook his head and smiled. He actually doesn't like lies, but to survive, lies are everyone's basic survival skills. But as he himself said, if there is no need, he will not use lies to others. Just like the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Shenmu can compose a deep lie to put him in. Borrowing his knowledge of the Naruto world, Otsutsuki Shenmu has 8 levels of confidence to fool Sarutobi Hiruzen to the north. After all, there are so many things that can be used. I am not afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not believe it, as long as he checks the information given to him by Otsutsuki Shenmu. But there is no need. The existence of Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen jealous. The more he refuses Sarutobi Hiruzen's tentative information, the more entangled in his heart, because he refuses to tell him rather than deceive him. Sarutobi Hiruzen will feel his kindness. In fact, this in itself is also a lie on the bright side. That's pretty good. The room is ready for you and Kyuxian. Let's go and rest. Shirihong was taken aback when she heard the words. A ripple appeared in her jewel-like red eyes, and then smiled. She suddenly felt that this delicate mature boy suddenly became a little cute, even though he was already cute. I'm sorry to trouble you. Otsutsuki Shenmue got up and smiled, and then went to rest. Are you unwilling to deceive others? Yurihong quietly looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue, who turned and left, and couldn't help laughing. It was really a naive idea. But this kind of thinking is suitable for his age, right? Early the next morning, Otsutsuki Shenmue woke up and put his head out of the body beside him. Master, don't you take more breaks? Perceiving the movement, the white-haired girl opened the pure and flawless Byakugan and asked Otsutsuki Shenmue, who was being held by herself. Yes, the two of them had a rest together last night, and Otsutsuki Kyuxian also played the role of warming the bed for Otsutsuki Shenmue. No, we are going to do a lot of things today. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head. His sleep quality has been good, so there is no need to sleep more. Moreover, he was not prepared to stay in Konoha for too long. He wanted to finish the matter early and travel the mainland. Then the two got up to wash, and ate breakfast with Shirihong, who had already prepared breakfast. By the way, Kyuxian, can you tell me how to practice? Look at my strength. Halfway through the meal, Yurihong seemed to think of something, and blushed slightly to Otsutsuki Kyuxian softly. After all, she herself is in her early 20s, and Otsutsuki Kyuxian is only in her early 10. Asking her to say this to a girl who is almost half her age, even she would feel a little ashamed. Please everything. Chapter 28. Although it's a bit difficult to tell, but the ninja world is respected by the strength, Yurihong still hopes that Otsutsuki Kyuxian can guide her own practice. After all, Otsutsuki Kyuxian's strength exceeded her too much. It has nothing to do with age, so she asked for Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Shirihong's talent is not great, and it is Chinin who is still in her early 20s, but she really wants to improve her strength. I really want to be Jonin. It's a hope that I won't let my dead father down. Do you guide your practice? Kyuxian was taken aback when he heard the words, then he pondered slightly and turned his gaze to Otsutsuki Shenmue, wanting to ask him for advice. Shirihong treated them well, and even provided them with shelter and food. It stands to reason that she shouldn't refuse such a small request, but she still has to accompany Otsutsuki Shenmue out to do errands. How can there be time to guide Yurihong? In that case, Kyuxian, you will guide the red practice in the morning, and we will leave in the afternoon. Otsutsuki Shenmue thought for a while, then smiled at Otsutsuki Kyuxian. They won't even be stingy for the whole morning. People treat me with virtue, and I pay her back with kindness. The communication between people is no better than this. Shirihong did treat them very well, and she didn't think much about it. It didn't matter if Chu Xian guided her to practice for a few hours. But I am only good at physique and ninjutsu. Are you a ninja phantom? Then I will teach you some melee combat, right? Otsutsuki nodded, then thought about it and whispered to Yurihong. She is strongest in physique, followed by ninjutsu. In fact, she is not very familiar with illusion. But she is not afraid of illusion. Otsutsuki Shenmue has a strong illusion ability. The two of them specially trained her in this aspect during their training. Then I will trouble you Kyuxian, and thank you Shenmue. Shirihong was pleased when he heard this, and then thanked the two of them. Although not the most proficient illusion technique, but the close body technique is indeed what she needs. After all, She also needs some self-defense. It doesn't need to be so. You can go to the special training after dinner and take a break. I will just go out for a walk. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head and smiled. If the two go for training, he can just walk around, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Then the three of them ate and walked towards the training ground in the village, but halfway through, Otsutsuki Shenmue stopped suddenly. You two go first, I'll go for a walk by myself. Otsutsuki Shenmue explained to the two of them, and then walked in the other direction. Otsutsuki Kyuxian's eyes flickered, and then went on to leave with Yurihong, a group of people who have nothing to do with nothing. On the other side, Otsutsuki Shenmue walked into an inaccessible alley, and then suddenly disappeared. But not long after his figure disappeared, a figure suddenly appeared from where he was before. Wearing an animal mask, a long sword on his back, and silver strapless clothing. Tisk tisk, I'm really cautious, but I don't know if you are Umbu from the roots or Umbu from the Naruto family. Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly appeared from behind this figure and looked up at him with a smile. That's right, Otsutsuki Shenmue felt Umbu's peeping again before leaving midway. He is a little bit unclear. It stands to reason that after Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the strength of the two of them, he shouldn't have made the stupid behavior of sending Umbu to monitor them again. After all, this had no effect other than causing the two of them to resent Konoha. Then, the only possibility is the root Umbu, the killer cultivated by Danzo. Seeing that he was exposed, the Umbu didn't hesitate to take off the long sword behind his back and slash towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the body sounded, but it was not Otsutsuki Shenmue who was injured. Umbu's right hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and he saw that his right shoulder had been pierced by a slender clarinet that appeared in Otsutsuki Shenmue's hands at an unknown time. This style of doing things without saying a word is really uncultivated, but it's okay, I won't care. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled slowly with a hint of aversion. The boy's tightly closed eyes made this Umbu's heart feel a chill. He wanted to move, but... Do you feel weak? Chakra can't work. Otsutsuki Shenmue's still gentle voice rang in Umbu's ears, making the face of Umbu hidden under the mask extremely pale. He did feel extremely weak in his body, and he couldn't even move the chakra in his body. This is something formed by yin and yang. As long as it is still in your body, you will remain in this state. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled and explained to this Umbu very kindly that he would never be mean to the dead. Then, next, let me take a look. Then, regardless of what Umbu's reaction was, Otsutsuki Shenmue slowly put out his left hand. The scarlet Rinnegan was shining with a weird red light, and the black circle seemed extremely mysterious and mysterious. Rinnegan. Memory read. Reflected by Rinnegan, Umbu's eyes slowly became absent-minded, and Otsutsuki Shenmue's mind, strange memories kept turning over. One of the figures that appeared in Umbu's memory made the smirk at the corner of his mouth deeper. The third one. Seeking support. Chapter 29. Perhaps, can you meet him? Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't even look at Umbu, whose pupils were dizzy, and touched his chin in thought. Not surprisingly, this Umbu is indeed Danzo's subordinate. After all, Danzo is very concerned about Sarutobi Hiruzen's whereabouts. Knowing that he had been at Shirihong's house last night, he would definitely investigate why. Danzo dreamed of sitting in the position of Naruto, and ever-bright Konoha unified the ninja world, but his idea perfectly inherited the radical thinking of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which was too radical. So Sarutobi Hiruzen never let go of him at all times. A torch burned the dead Umbu to ashes, and Otsutsuki Shenmue turned and left the alley. From Umbu's memory, he already knows where the root headquarters is, and Danzo is also there at the moment. He is going to meet this Shimura Danzo. This guy is very ambitious, but he does not have the means and strength to match it. The transplanted Sharinan and Hashirama cells were just a salted fish in the end. But this has nothing to do with Otsutsuki Shenmue. He has other thoughts. There are many things in Konoha village that he is interested in. Arriving to the house in the corner of Konoha, Otsutsuki Shenmue walked straight in. There was an underpass leading to the underground space at the bottom. Opening a piece of the floor, a staircase came into view, and Otsutsuki Shenmue walked down without hesitation. In the gloomy space everywhere, the corridors are very quiet, so quiet that makes people feel chilling. Otsutsuki Shenmue lightly stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. He didn't go very far, and a smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Two small hands stretched out, two slender clarinets appeared in the hands, and they suddenly pierced in two directions. Puff! The sound of the clarinet entering the body sounded, and Otsutsuki Shenmue continued to move forward. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the deep, listened to the news from an umbu who was kneeling on the ground below. You mean, Hiruzen went to the Hyoga family early in the morning, right? Danzo asked blankly, his right hand and left eye were now bandaged. There was a gleam in his indifferent left eye, and he looked much younger than the old Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he transplanted first-generation cells, his vitality is much stronger than ordinary people. Yes, Lord Danzo, Lord Naruto went to Hyoga very early today, and has not yet come out. Umbu replied to Kaido, his calm tone unchanged. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. They are both Danzo's Deadpool, and Danzo has cultivated a Deadpool who is sincere about him. Really? What does Hiruzen want to do? Danzo heard the words in thought, and went to meet the two children who had just arrived in Konoha last night, and then rushed to Hyoga this morning. Danzo knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen is. He will never do useless things, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has a mild personality. But his value and love for Konoha is completely unimaginable. It's actually very simple, Sarutobi Hiruzen is for me. At this time, a tender laugh suddenly came from a short distance, making Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. But Umbu, who was kneeling, quickly stood up and guarded Danzo with a sword. This voice was very strange. Despair. Despair. Tread. Clear footsteps sounded from the darkness, and Danzo's eyes narrowed tighter and tighter. This is the headquarters of his roots, with an elite route outside, and this person walked in safely without anyone else? Does this mean that all his underlings outside are dead? Who are you? Danzo asked calmly after seeing the figure walking out. A surprise flashed in his eyes. Although it is very unexpected, he is not easy to show it because of his deep scheming. It turned out to be a child. Danzo took a close look at the white-haired boy with white hair, and focused on the black tube dripping blood from his hand. It seems that we can't underestimate it. Shenmue, Otsutsuki Shenmue, Konoha's roots have a well-deserved reputation. It took a lot of effort to come in. It is harder to see the famous Shimura Danzo than to see third Hokage. Otsutsuki Shenmue waved the blood off the clarinet, and then watched Shimura Danzo slowly and teased for a while. Although it took a lot of effort to say it, from his relaxed look, it was not like that. Along the way, he faced at least a dozen umbu attacks, all of which were killer moves without saying a word. However, he has excellent perception ability, but he can always predict the opponent in advance and then easily solve it. The child now is really amazing. So you are one of the two children who just came to the village yesterday. Shimura Danzo was silent slightly, then stood up and tilted his head to look at Otsutsuki Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shenmue, the name Umbu had been submitted to him yesterday, so he knew him. However, no matter what, you can't let him be too unscrupulous here. The cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes, and a dozen Umbu appeared again around him. Oh! Lord Danzo is going to do it to me. Otsutsuki Shenmue grinned, sensed the more than a dozen breaths around him, and joked at Danzo. Shenmue doesn't know the importance of doing it. If you break your beloved subordinates, don't you blame Shenmue. Danzo's eyes flickered when he heard the ugly words, and his calm face made it hard to see what he was thinking. This kid doesn't seem to be bluffing, and his ability to get here also shows a lot of problems. However, like this kind of existence, it is still possible that the monster genius who has been attracted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is better to let him die soon. Without receiving Danzo's order to stop, more than a dozen root members immediately swarmed toward Otsutsuki Shenmue. Seeing this, the smile on the corner of Otsutsuki Shenmue's mouth became deeper, and chakra inside his body was mobilized, and a powerful energy cyclone swirled and rose. Perceiving these dozen ninjas, Otsutsuki Shenmue's calm voice sounded. Yankai. The blazing red light shines instantly. Yankai is a peach-style ninjutsu move. 4th. Seeking everything. The base area has it at the end of the first 2 chapters, you can add it. Chapter 30. Yankai. Tweet. Otsutsuki Shenmue's voice fell, and a huge firebird rose on the ground, spreading its wings and flying high into the sky. Blazing flames lingered on Yan Bird, and the entire underground space was shrouded in red glow and hot temperatures. The firebird screamed silently, and rushed towards the dozen Umbu ninjas, with a strong fierce glow in the eyes made of 2 flames. This empty underground space has turned into an excellent battlefield, because there is no way for the opponent to hide. Not good. The Umbus felt a thump in their hearts, and without hesitation, their hands quickly formed seals. Water style. Water barrier. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Various water style ninjutsu was released quickly. This firebird, with its wings spread out, was as large as 7 or 8 meters, and it was terrifying. And judging from the temperature that can be sensed not far away, if it is pounced on, it is afraid that it will be vaporized directly. Hearing these voices, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help lowering his head slightly with a scornful smile. If only the water style released by the most elite Jonin's Umbu elite, Yankai could resist it. Then it doesn't deserve to be passed on to himself by Otsutsuki Kaguya. This move was the one used by the Otsutsuki Peach style against the beastly prince, although it was torn apart by the prince. Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't infuse too much chakra, so it was only 7 or 8 meters. The Yanchi is the largest but can be compared with the size of 9 tails. Sure enough, those water-style ninjutsu struck, Yanchi flew over unstoppably, water style was directly evaporated by the high temperature of Yanqiao's body. A large amount of white air rose, completely enveloped the Yankai, only a little red light could be seen faintly. Avoid. Seeing this, dozens of root members shrank, and then one of them yelled without hesitation, and jumped away from the spot first. Such a monster, if touched by it, it would be hard not to burn to death. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. But how can it be so easy? The Yankai's figure was extremely fast, and it smashed the defensive water barriers. 2 of the Umbus did not evade fast enough, but were struck by the Yankai's flame wings, and their figure was instantly annihilated. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes were deeply squinted. This is his most elite Deadpool, and he will feel distressed if he wastes it like this. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations, any ninjutsu could have such strength and power. Retreat. Shimura Danzo groaned slightly, and then said faintly, "There is no need to continue. Let these root members continue to fight, will only make oneself lose more." The root members did not hesitate to hear the words, their figures retreated violently, but 3 of them were still burned to ashes by the flames ejected by the flame birds who were chasing them. Seeing Yankin had no intention of giving up, Shimura Danzo's face sank, very ugly. "Little friend? Is it too late?" Shimura Danzo looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue, who was calm and relaxed, with a gloomy tone. These were all the subordinates he had cultivated for more than 10 years, and he would lose one as soon as he died. The energy and effort he spent on them was quite a lot. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled when he heard the words, then snapped his fingers, the flame bird's figure slowly dissipated, and finally turned into a little spark and disappeared without a trace. It is enough to give Shimura Danzo a little bit of horsepower, and if you kill it again, the dog will jump the wall if he is anxious. What's more, it is this deep-minded and vicious root leader. Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't ask him to fight. So little friend, why did you visit the root specially today? Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered when the huge firebird disappeared instantly, and then he looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue lightly. Such fire-style ninjutsu is definitely S rank, and the most important thing is that he hasn't seen Otsutsuki Shenmue Juju. Muji S rank ninjutsu, is this really cheating? Such a little monster, if Sarutobi Hiruzen's old thing is really attracted, he still has a foothold in Konoha? Fortunately, this little guy seems to have trouble thinking. He came to find himself absolutely not at ease. Maybe I can try to win him. With this arm strength, I want to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen. The chance is definitely greatly improved. As for introducing wolves into the room, he doesn't care. The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. As long as he can grasp what this kid wants, he can definitely become his loyal partner. As for distinguished heavenly gods, it is something he intends to use to realize his dreams. If it is not necessary, he will not use it in advance. Otherwise, the cooling time is too long. He is over 60 years old and can't afford to wait. Shenmue came to look for Lord Danzo today, but wanted to ask Lord Danzo for something. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled as if not seeing the change in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Oh? I don't know what the kid wants. Danzo tilted his head and asked faintly. Although he has the intention of cooperating with Otsutsuki Shenmue, he will naturally not show it first. He needs to find out the purpose of Otsutsuki Shenmue first. Presumably Master Danzo has seen it too. Shenmue is born blind. What do you think Shenmue needs? Otsutsuki Shenmue raised a pure smile, looking very innocent. But Danzo doesn't think so. Do you want eyes? Do you want cherry non from me? Shimura Danzo instantly understood what Otsutsuki Shenmue meant, then narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly. He has a lot of cherry non from the Uchiha clan, so he thought that Otsutsuki Shenmue was here to ask him to take cherry non. After all, the cherry non of the Uchiha clan is far more famous than Hyuga Byakugan, and it has comprehensively increased the user's abilities. And it can evolve. Happy New Year's Eve everyone, please everything, my dears. Mingren, don't talk secretly, hand over your flowers. Otherwise, day and day will come and night attack. It really hit the night? Chapter 31. The Naruto world is basically well known. The blood of the Uchiha clan of Konoha village, Sharingan, is an extremely rare bloodline that can grow and evolve. Compared to Byakugan, which has a single role and is quite powerful, Sharingan is obviously stronger. So Danzo would naturally infer that Otsutsuki Shenmue wanted to come and ask him for Sharingan. No, Sharingan is precious, but Shenmue wants Byakugan. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head and denied Shimura Danzo's words and chuckled. He didn't mean to hide his thoughts at all, although it might make Danzo doubt his purpose. But Otsutsuki Shenmue doesn't care. After all, his strength is his greatest support. Danzo's own strength is at best an ordinary existence in a movie class. Even with Izanaga's support, it would only have that level. Byakugan? Compared to Sharingan, Byakugan is more troublesome. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. Indeed, to him, Sharingan is much easier than Byakugan. After all, he has ready-made Sharingan on hand, but Byakugan is not so easy to get. Hyuga's care of Byakugan is too strict. And this kid, why don't you want to Byakugan while Sharingan? This is really strange. Does Byakugan still hide any secrets? Otherwise, this child would never have come to ask for Byakugan specifically. With his strength, Byakugan shouldn't be appreciated either. But I think this is not very difficult for Master Danzo, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled faintly, and then said lightly. Danzo, the root hidden under the shadow of Konoha, this kind of dirty work is really not a difficult task for him. He has done a lot of dirty things, and in terms of experience alone, it is not comparable to ordinary people. My little friend is too high on the old man, and, my little friend, do you want the old man to wish you for nothing? Since you have come to ask the old man for help, you should understand that I am not a good man, Danzo. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Danzo said lightly, not at all swayed by Otsutsuki Shenmu's flattery. He knew that Otsutsuki Shenmu's words were not unilaterally complimenting him. Danzo also had the same meaning as Otsutsuki Shenmu. He didn't hide his thoughts, and blatantly put the demand for compensation on the table. Do you want me to help? Yes, take out your chips and exchange them at the same price. Naturally, Master Danzo is so quick to talk, Shenmu will not be hypocritical. How about I help you kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? A smile was drawn from the corner of Otsutsuki Shenmu's mouth, which looked a bit stubborn. However, his tone is still very gentle, making even if it is as cold as Danzo, it is a little hairy and gentle. This kid is so terrible from the bottom of my heart. The little friend is joking, Hiruzen is an old man's friend, how would I want to kill him? Shimura Danzo groaned slightly, and then he tried. Although he was very moved by what Otsutsuki Shenmu said, this boy really made him feel a little dangerous. And the heartfelt city is not like a 7-year-old child. Danzo is scheming, and he is also a little worried whether this will be a game where Otsutsuki Shenmu and Sarutobi Hiruzen will join forces to wait for him to set up. Master Danzo said and laughed. As far as I know, you've done it once, right? To your friend. Otsutsuki Shenmu heard that the smile at the corner of his mouth turned into irony, tilted his head slightly and joked. It sounds nice, Sarutobi Hiruzen is your friend. But when you sent Umbu to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, why didn't you remember that he was your friend? Sure enough, it is an old yinbai, who does not see rabbits or scatters eagles. The little friend is good at talking nonsense, the old man has never done such a thing. Danzo's face slowly became gloomy, and he stared at Otsutsuki Shenmu with one eye. There are only a few people who know about this. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen told him? Or is it Kakashi? He did send Umbu to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but at that time, Kakashi fell to the ground and fell short. It even made Sarutobi Hiruzen aware of his danger and was even more wary of him. It can really be said that he lost his wife and lost his soldiers. Ah yes, you haven't done it then, will you talk about this deal, Lord Danzo? Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled deeper, and then asked nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, if you don't admit it, then you don't want to admit it. Otsutsuki Shenmu doesn't care. Anyway, he believed that as long as Danzo did not let go of his ambitions, he would definitely enter into a deal with him. Danzo's eyes were uncertain when he heard the words, and various expressions flickered, but his face slowly returned to calm. Talk. For a long time, Danzo said the word coldly, and he was very aggrieved at the moment. From the beginning to the end of this conversation, he was led by the nose by Otsutsuki Shenmu. After all, in his opinion, it does not matter if Otsutsuki Shenmu does not cooperate with him. He can also find Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can be said that the initiative between the two has always been in the hands of Otsutsuki Shenmu. In this way, Danzo will naturally feel uncomfortable talking. Happy New Year, New January, seek everything. Chapter 32. Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled when he heard the words. Wouldn't it be easier to do this earlier? Master Danzo is so quick to speak, and Shenmu admires him. Then, Master Danzo, I want to know, how long can you give Shenmu Byakugan? Otsutsuki Shenmu smiled gently. With Danzo's ability to be a black hand under Konoha, the Hyuga family should not be able to guard against it. After all, they would never think of it. Someone will attack them in Konoha. After all, after the Uchiha annihilation, their Hyaga is the veritable Konoha first clan. Moreover, Danzo is a man of tolerance and cautiousness. Even if he targets Hyaga, he will never pick an important person from the Hyaga family. Otherwise, even if the handling of the incident is clean, he will definitely be caught by someone following the clues. It will take a day at the earliest. The Hyaga clan is now the first big clan after all. It takes time to find goals and opportunities. Shimura Danzo glanced at Otsutsuki Shenmue lightly and said calmly. Although Gen's ability to kill and set fire is extremely strong, after all, he was originally cultivated as his executioner of Danzo. But within a day is also the limit. After all, what Otsutsuki Shenmue needs is naturally extremely pure Byakugan. It is impossible for Danzo to use ordinary Byakugan to fool Otsutsuki Shenmue, otherwise it would be extremely detrimental to the cooperation between the two parties. One day is really good. If Danzo-sama can bring back 2 more pairs for Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shenmue groaned slightly after hearing the words, and then said in a very relaxed tone. It seems that what you want is not Byakugan, but Hyuxia cabbage. Shimura Danzo's face was a little gloomy when he heard this, and his eyes were a little gloomy. My little friend, don't have to take an inch. Danzo warned in a low tone, and brought back 2 more pairs. Everyone knows the Hyaga family's importance to Byakugan, and if he does this, Hyaga Hayashi will never let it go. Sooner or later, I will put the signs on myself. I want to get out of it, but it's not that easy. Allah Master Danzo, don't be angry, Shenmue said that, but Shenmue thinks that if the life of 3rd generation is only worth a pair of Byakugan, it seems a bit too cheap. What do you think? Otsutsuki Shenmue sensed Danzo's mood swings and waved his hand to comfort him softly. This old thing is really stingy, but it's right, the Hyaga clan is now Konoha's top wealthy family. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. If several children of the Zone family are missing, it's really not a joke. But Otsutsuki Shenmue is not ready to give up so easily. Byakugan, the more the better, he will be useful in the future. Compared to Mangekyo, he really values Byakugan more seriously. After all, Mangekyo will lose his sight if he uses it too much. Not to mention the upgrade standard of the Eternal Eye, the transplant of the blood relatives of Mangekyo's eyes is too cheating. Although mighty is really mighty, don't you see us, Lord Madara, just looking at a pair of Eternal Eyes traversing the Sengoku era? Later, after being filthy, Susanoo was completely beaten by the 5 shadows of the crushed sun. He even said, have you ever seen adults and children acting in real life? What is hacking? This is. It can be seen that the Eternal Eyes are so powerful that they are already standing on top of the ninja world. But again, the eye-opening conditions of Eternal Eye are too harsh. As for why Otsutsuki Shenmue needs other pure Byakugan, it is naturally prepared for the future. Danzo was slightly silent when he heard the words, and the expression in his one eye kept flickering. Yes, I will give you 2 pairs of Byakugan at most. My friend, please be clear, this is the Byakugan of the Zone family. Danzo said in a deep compromise. But seeing that Otsutsuki Shenmue seemed to want to say something again, he spoke in advance with a slightly heavier tone. This greedy little boy, really don't know that he will accept it when he sees it, right? If it were not for the consideration that Sarutobi Hiruzan's life is indeed far more valuable than a pair of Byakugan, he would not agree to give 1 more pair. After all, this means that the possibility of his things being revealed has increased a little bit. This is extremely unfavorable for him who can only tolerate looking for opportunities to counter Sarutobi Hiruzan. Okay, 2 pairs are 2 pairs. I will pick up my eyes at this time tomorrow. Otsutsuki Shenmue said slightly regretfully. In that tone, Danzo's eyelids jumped. Yes, then let's talk about Hiruzan's problem next. Danzo's eyes flickered, and he said to Otsutsuki Shenmue lightly. This is what he cares most about? As long as Sarutobi Hiruzan dies, Konoha, who is currently no one available, has a lot of confidence to be in power. After all, Sun and Chu, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya and Senjutsu Nate are missing, Konoha only has his qualifications and prestige enough to serve as Hokage. Yes, but Master Danzo, you understand, I'm only in charge of doing it, but if you can't bring out third Hokage, we have no chance. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded, and then said indifferently, this matter was really nothing to him. And he would be happy to be able to bury this third Hokage who has been famous for decades in the ninja world. But he will not take the initiative to act as a bait, not to mention third Hokage is also a human spirit. The old man understands this naturally. Danzo nodded, then plunged into thought with his hand resting on his chin. Now with the help of Otsutsuki Shenmue, he doesn't find it difficult to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the difficult thing is the opportunity to start. I went to visit relatives in the afternoon. Now come back to code word, New January, please support. Chapter 33. Shimura Danzo meditated, and started working in Konoha village without even thinking about it. Unless they are looking for death. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, he is by no means to be slaughtered. His strength is indeed not as good as when he was young, but he is much better than Danzo. Even with this Otsutsuki Shenmue, they want to kill this Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. If you can't get Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village for a while, things will become very troublesome. After all, Konoha village said big and small, but the aftermath and sound of the three people fighting are definitely enough to attract others. By the time Danzo, the famous leader of Konoha's roots, is he going to be rebellious? It doesn't exist. This is indeed more troublesome. Danzo has a slight headache. Now Ninja is too calm, and there is no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage, to go out to handle affairs. But if he doesn't leave the village, they won't find a chance to start at all. Starting in the village, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is introduced to the root headquarters, it cannot be foolproof. Danzo knows the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen very well, and his summoning is not weak. He wants to penetrate this ground. It is not impossible. Lord Danzo, take your time to think about it, and Shenmue will leave first. Don't worry, please keep in mind what Shenmue promised you today. You can contact me at any time. Seeing Danzo thinking, Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head and smiled and said that he was ready to leave. He didn't have time to spend with Danzo here. It is really not easy to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and hide his identity. The shadow of a village is not easy to kill, let alone get rid of it without knowing it. The most difficult thing is actually the silent. After all, the shadow represents the most powerful leader of a ninja village, who usually handles affairs in the village. Except during the war, they generally never leave the village. Danzo groaned slightly after hearing the words, and then nodded. He really has nothing good to do now. As for worrying about Otsutsuki Shenmue's backwaters, he really doesn't worry about it. He has seen the gloom inside Otsutsuki Shenmue. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. This kind of person, he firmly believes, as long as he has value to Otsutsuki Shenmue, their cooperation will continue. Conversely for Danzo, the same is true for Otsutsuki Shenmue, cooperation between people. To put it bluntly is to use each other, because you can bring me benefits, so we will have the opportunity and value of cooperation. It's that simple. Hiruzen, don't blame the old man, he can take Konoha to the heyday and to the new glory. After Otsutsuki Shenmue left, Danzo's eyes flickered, and he whispered softly. The only fetters in his eyes are already like candles in the wind, which will disappear at any time. Root, Otsutsuki Shenmue walked out of the house, raised his head to face the blue sky, and chanted this word softly, and the words couldn't tell whether it was sarcasm or emotion. After that, Otsutsuki Shenmue sensed the location of Otsutsuki Kyuxian, and he entered the route for only an hour. At this time, Otsutsuki Kyuxian should still be in the training ground to instruct Yurihong. Following the position of Otsutsuki Kyuxian, Otsutsuki Shenmue rushed over. Konoha has a lot of training grounds. After all, Konoha village is a ninja village, and ninjas are extremely in need of spiritual training. So the training ground is extremely important. But after arriving at the training ground, Otsutsuki Shenmue frowned slightly. Otsutsuki Kyuxian was fighting with others. Moreover, that person's breath is not sunset red. Otsutsuki Shenmue opened Rinnegan slightly, then his eyelids twitched. I saw the small Otsutsuki Kyuxian, the white fairy robes flying, and the two small white hands constantly resisting each other's violent attacks. And her opponent, black shiny mushroom head, very thick eyebrows, a green tights, rough face, the most important thing is. Oh it's really strong, but youth will never be allowed to give up. Fifth gate. Domin. Open. Seeing this young man surrounded by the strong chakra cyclone, Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly understood who he was. Such a vigorous self-confidence, and the words that speak of youth, and this 8 inner gates. Emperor 8 gate guy? The man who almost kicked Madara 6 times. But why did he fight with Otsutsuki Kyuxian? Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at the opening of the 8 inner gates, the more powerful Might Guy wondered. Hello? Guy, don't you use this. Seeing Might Guy took out the 8 inner gates, the young silver-haired man standing with Yuri Hong not far away covered his face and sighed. Is Kakashi there? Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head in Kakashi's direction, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is kind of interesting. Oh I'm already burning. Come on, this is the first blow of my youth. Might Guy completely ignored Kakashi's words, staring at the girl opposite, full of passion and roughness. His big face looked extremely excited. In an instant, the figure disappeared. Otsutsuki Songzayande frowned slightly, and opened Byakugan calmly. The speed on the other side was a bit faster. Konoha rigid tornado. A loud shout came from behind Otsutsuki Kyuxian, and a vigorous backswing kick to Otsutsuki's waist. Don't be naive. I can see with my eyes. Otsutsuki Kyuxian showed a sneer, and pointed her palms together, lingering around the faint white chakra to face Might Guy's powerful kick. God air strike. I beg for everything, there will be more tonight. Chapter 34. Sacred air strike, one of Otsutsuki Hamura's inherited physical skills, is a physical art obtained by Otsutsuki Hamura, weakening Otsutsuki Kaguya's 80 magical air strikes. Compared with Might Guy's feet, Otsutsuki's white and delicate palms are extremely thin and even give people a feeling of being vulnerable. But when the palms and feet collided with Setsuna, Might Guy's expression instantly changed, and a sharp pain came from his leg. The unimaginable strength made him unable to even stand a stalemate, and the whip leg was instantly opened. And Otsutsuki Kyuxian also took this opportunity to slap Might Guy's chest with his other palm. Might Guy gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and faced Otsutsuki's palm fiercely. This girl is really strong, like a monster. Kakashi, who was watching, looked at Otsutsuki with serious eyes, and couldn't help thinking. They came to the training ground today, but Might Guy once again challenged him daily, but inadvertently saw Otsutsuki, who was training Yuri red body art. Shirihong and they naturally know Chinin, who is proficient in illusion arts, and can be regarded as alumni of the same class. She was actually trained by a child who seemed to be in his early 10 years. The curious two naturally greeted each other, and then Might Guy, who was very happy with the hunt, proposed to discuss with Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Otsutsuki Kyuxian refused. She is not a fighting madman, but Might Guy will naturally not give up. The indomitable attitude finally made Otsutsuki impatiently agree, but Might Guy was strongly suppressed by Otsutsuki throughout the battle. This made Kakashi, who was watching the game, amazed. Might Guy knows how strong Might Guy is. At this moment, the palm of Otsutsuki Kyuxian and the fist from Might Guy's warehouse collided. Without the slightest accident, Might Guy was directly knocked out by a huge force, and then controlled his body to land. "Are you coming again?" Kyuxian Otsutsuki said lightly, glanced at Might Guy who stood up, his right foot and right hand trembled slightly. Obviously it was not lightly shaken by the huge force. "Don't fight, girl, you are so strong. Your youth must be dazzling." Might Guy shook his head, then grinned and showed his big white teeth, and smiled at Otsutsuki Kyuxian with a thumbs up. It wasn't that he couldn't continue the fight, but it was unnecessary. He just wanted to discuss with her. After all, Konoha didn't have many ninjas who could fight him with pure physical skills, especially after he opened 8 inner gates. This girl who is only in her early 10 years old can actually beat him when he opened 5th gate. It's really scary. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Otsutsuki's clear and pure Byakugan squinted slightly, the reflection of the teeth on the opposite side, a little flashed to her. But then Otsutsuki Kyuxian didn't bother to pay attention to the living treasure, and turned and walked in the direction of Otsutsuki Shenmue. She had seen him before, and Byakugan's insight made it easy for her to observe the surroundings. "Master." Otsutsuki Kyuxian bent slightly to Otsutsuki Shenmue. "Well, it seems that Kyuxian's strength has improved again." Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded, then chuckled lightly. Otsutsuki's blood is very pure, and she is also very talented, and she is willing to practice hard, and her strength is indeed not weak. Otsutsuki Kyuxian pursed his lips and smiled, looking very gentle, completely unable to see how calm and cold he was just before the battle. "Hello, Heitake Kakashi." At this time, the 3 of Kakashi also walked over. Kakashi, who covered one eye with a forehead protector, looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue curiously. This child, who seems to be less than 10 years old, can actually make this little girl so respectful and something. Otsutsuki Shenmue, the name of the genius ninja Heitake Kakashi, is often heard. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled, then raised his head to face Kakashi. In fact, Kakashi is really not well received. His life experience can only be described by the ups and downs of the mountains. However, even though Kakashi's life was bleak, he still survived, which is enough to show his tenacity. A man who is thoughtful, has a big picture, easygoing but considerate and meticulous, such a man can be said to be very good. But Obito's Sharingan, whether it helped him or hurt him, is really unclear. Kakashi's talent is unquestionable. He became Jonin at the age of 12, and these words can explain everything. Although it was true that the advancement of the ninja world was relatively loose during the war, this should not be an excuse to question his talent. Besides, he also created his own S-level ninjutsu Reikiri. You're polite, nothing more than an exaggeration from outsiders. Heitake Kakashi smiled faintly, then glanced at Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian. In front of these 2 children, he really didn't think his talent was anything to show off. After a few people chatted a few words, Kakashi took Might Guy and left. These 2 children, although the red is very he mentioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already met them. But he was still a little worried. The feeling Otsutsuki Shenmue gave him was kind, but he always felt a little strange. How to say it, it feels a bit contrary to peace. Yes, it's very disagreeable. It always feels like he can perceive himself, but he is obviously blind. This strange sense of violation made him feel a little uneasy. Really a man with keen senses, but time is already close. Otsutsuki Shenmue felt Kakashi and Might Guy farther and farther away, thinking in his heart. Kakashi was very wary of him, Otsutsuki Shenmue could feel it, but he didn't care anymore. After getting the eyes tomorrow, he is ready to leave Konoha. Yes, he is already ready to leave Konoha. Just tomorrow. The matter of the eyes cannot be delayed. Konoha at this time is not attractive to him, and the prince and the second pillar have not yet grown up. He is not interested in other Xiaoqiang at all, and Hinata has not grown up yet. He looks forward to the outside world, the other 8-tailed beasts. And also, Dawn. Please everything there will be more at night. Chapter 35. Dawn. Dawn is Dawn. Otsutsuki Shenmue is very interested in them. It can be said that every role in Akatsuki's organization is full of extremely strong personality charm. But after that, Otsutsuki lowered his head slightly in thought, then turned his head to Yurihong. Red, do you still need to practice? Otsutsuki Shenmue asked Yurihong with a smile. After all, it might be because of Kakashi and Might Guy. Yurihong's practice is not going well. No, Kyuxian has taught me a lot of cultivation skills, and I need to digest it. Yurihong shook her head when she heard the words. She was indeed ready to go back and feel what Otsutsuki Kyuxian taught her. Besides, she could also see that Otsutsuki Shenmue should have something to deal with. Okay, see you this afternoon. Otsutsuki Shenmue nodded. Yurihong was very sweet. Saying hello to Yurihong, Otsutsuki Shenmue left with Otsutsuki Kyuxian. There is someone he really wants to meet. It is a character that does not exist in the original comics, and an original character of TV. He had already inquired about it yesterday that Konoha does exist in this family, so he would be really interested. After asking for directions, I came to a small mansion, and Otsutsuki Kyuxian stepped forward and knocked on the door. It seems to be really down. Otsutsuki Shenmue glanced at the mansion and said it was a mansion, rather than a house larger than an ordinary residence house. It can be seen that this family, which was originally famous for Konoha, has been very downcast. Soon, a middle-aged man opened the door and looked strangely at Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Hello, is Kurama Yakumo home? Otsutsuki Shenmue asked the middle-aged man politely. That's right, this is the Kurama home. Kurama Yakumo, the girl who awakened the blood of the Kurama clan in the original TV, is exactly the target of Otsutsuki Shenmue. The Kurama clan is one of Konoha's ancient clan. Although the blood inheritance limit of their clan is small and pitiful, once awakened, it is powerful and outrageous. Control the five senses. Convert illusion and reality. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. The harm that acts on people in the illusion world can be synchronized to the real bodies of others. In other words, Kurama Yakumo killed a person in the illusion world she created, and that person really died in the real world. Not to mention the control of the five senses. Just think of the Buzlanda in the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, who controls the five senses. Playing Soul Society as a strong person is completely playing like a monkey, how to play and how to play. Of course, Kurama Yakumo's blood succession limit can't be so excessive, after all, not to mention that her ability is a bit too restrictive, and she does not have the strength of Landa and the superior strength of her own. The ability of a person is completely linked to that person's own quality. But it is undeniable that the potential of Kurama Yakumo cannot be underestimated. The TV original plot is not rigorous. The bloodstains of the Pommel Horse clan, really speaking, are more than any blood inheritance limit on this continent. The ability to control the five senses and transform the illusion and reality is called the power of the gods. The five senses are controlled, which means that what you see, hear, and feel from the outside world is arbitrarily controlled by the other party, and you can't distinguish what is illusion and what is reality. The strongest illusion blood succession boundary, that's it? Are you Yakumo's friend? Hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback, then looked up and down at Otsutsuki Shenmue. Kurama Yakumo should have no friends. She seldom goes out because her physique is too weak, so weak that even becoming a ninja is an extremely extravagant thing. Although they had awakened the blood inheritance boundary of their Pommel Horse family, they were really helpless by the envy of the talents. No, it's just that I want to find Miss Yakumo about something, can you let us go in first? Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head when he heard the words, and then said with a gentle smile. The delicate and lovely face makes it easy for people to let go of their vigilance. There is nothing wrong with it, after all, Our Kurama family, hey, come in. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly, and then opened the door. Their pommel horse family is already lonely, and the lonely can't be lonely anymore. For decades, no one has awakened to the limit of blood. Finally, I hope that one is still his own daughter, but because of physical problems, she can't become a ninja. He had already given up on the dream of the ever-bright family. The two children didn't look like they came with malicious intent, and they were just two children after all. After entering the hall, the middle-aged asked Otsutsuki Shenmue to wait a while, and then went into the backyard to call for Kurama Yakumo. It seems that the chance of success this time has increased by 10%. Otsutsuki Shenmue raised a smile. This middle-aged man should be Kurama Yakumo's father. Judging from his decadent look and tone, he has lost confidence in Kurama Yakumo. After all, Kurama Yakumo's physique is really bad. She couldn't get tired if she didn't practice for a while, even though she could still use her blood to fight the enemy. But as long as the opponent is close, a not-so-strong ninja can kill the pommel horse Yakumo, who has almost no resistance to close. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Are you looking for me? Just as Otsutsuki Shenmue was thinking, a clear voice came into his ears. Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head, Rinnegan opened his palm slightly, and looked at the girl. This is a girl who looks less than 10 years old, with dark brown silky long hair and a cute hair accessory on her bangs. Excessively white face, but indifferent in the jewel-like brown eyes. Kurama Yakumo. To tell the truth, the bloodstain of the pommel horses breaks the balance and completely destroys the balance of the Naruto illusion system. This is basically ninjutsu in the illusion skin. It's really a thief, just ask for everything. Chapter 36. Yes, I am Otsutsuki Shenmue, I am glad to meet you, Kurama Yakumo. Otsutsuki Shenmue said with a gentle smile at Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo has had a long-cherished girl to become a ninja since she was a child, but because her parents were worried about her health, refusing to let her practice daily, cut off her dream of becoming a ninja. It is precisely because of this that the resentment deep in Kurama Yakumo's heart gradually formed another monster personality. But at this moment, Kurama Yakumo should have just been ordered to drop out of school by her father. The haze in her eyes was just a sign, not very deep. What are you looking for me for? Kurama Yakumo turned a blind eye to Otsutsuki Shenmue's kindness and said coldly. At this moment, she has resentment in her heart, resentment to her parents, resentment to her own body. She wants to be a ninja. But she knows her body very well, but even so, she still wants to be a ninja. She has the strongest illusion art blood succession boundary. She is not willing to be just an ordinary person. Why? She is just physically weak, not completely unable to practice, so why should her parents deny her right to practice? It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't parents understand themselves? Are you afraid that your body might be wrong? How can there be so many possibilities? I just want to pursue my dream. I heard that Yakumo has dropped out of school now, haven't you? There was a deep meaning in the corner of Otsutsuki Shenmue's eyes, and a deeper smile, still in a gentle tone. He understands the state of Kurama Yakumo very well. This girl, the deep resentment in her heart later even turned into a monster hidden in her heart. There is a demon named desire hidden in everyone's heart, but Kurama Yakumo is the most special. The devil in her heart has even become a spiritual entity. It can also be seen indirectly how strong this girl is. So what? Are you here to laugh at me? Kurama Yakumo's delicate face instantly darkened when he heard the words, and the haze in his eyes became deeper. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Now she has become increasingly paranoid, thinking that Otsutsuki Shenmue is here to satirize her. This one heavier her resentment. I've heard of you, Kurama Yakumo, the only genius who has completely awakened the blood of the Kurama family in decades. Otsutsuki Shenmue ignored Kurama Yakumo's face, still speaking gently. but your body is inherently weak and unable to practice for a long time. No, or not for a short time. Under such circumstances, you can't practice for a long time at all. If you forcibly support it, it will even cause unimaginable damage to your body, leaving the root of the disease. Otsutsuki Shenmu's words kept coming in his ears, but Kurama Yakumo's face became more and more ugly and paler. She understands that what Otsutsuki Shenmu said is true, but she is not reconciled, really not reconciled. Why? Since God has bestowed her superhuman talents and allowed her to awaken to the limit, why should she take away her healthy physique? Why play with her so much? She hates it. Your parents should have told you to. Tell you to stop being obsessed with ninja dreams. Your body simply can't support the needs of this profession. Otsutsuki Shenmu noticed the state of Kurama Yakumo, and the corner of his mouth smiled even more. He still narrated softly, stimulating the girl repeatedly. But to shut up. A sharp or even piercing shout sounded, and Kurama Yakumo's gloomy eyes stared at the ground tightly, and his thin body was gasping for a little bit of excitement. I will never give up. I must become a ninja, no matter what the price. You guys, just laugh at it. I. Kurama Yakumo collapsed to the ground weakly, covering his face, and a slightly choked whisper sounded softly. The stubbornness in the language can even be said to be the extreme will, which makes people can't help but sigh. It's not a mockery. I can help you and help you become a ninja. Otsutsuki Shenmu saw satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and walked to the girl whose mentality was about to collapse. The soft voice made Kurama Yakumo's figure suddenly stiff, and then instantly raised his head. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Can you really help me? Kurama Yakumo was so excited that he grabbed Otsutsuki Shenmu's sleeve and asked incredulously. She had been taken by her parents to see many medical ninjas, but her body and physique were born like this, and she was not a disease. Unless her physique is fundamentally changed, her body will always be like this, and perhaps she will be slightly better in the future after gradually warming her body. But the distance to become a ninja is actually still a big gap. So at the moment she heard what Otsutsuki Shenmu said, she was really excited and looking forward to it. She had nothing to do. No matter who it is, as long as there is hope, she is willing to give anything. Of course, but what can you give me? Yakumo. There is no free lunch in the world. As smart as you, can you understand what I mean? Otsutsuki Shenmu's smile slowly became malicious, and the originally gentle tone turned into a demon-like whisper, which was passed into the ears of Pommel Horse Yakumo. He has been constantly stimulating Kuma Yakumo with the truth, evoking resentment in her heart. Isn't it just for this moment? Please everything. Chapter 37. Yes, it's okay. Please, help me. Please. Kurama Yakumo cried with joy when he heard this, tears flashing in his big eyes, begging Otsutsuki Shenmu constantly. She wants to be a ninja, stronger than anyone else. Even prolonged to become morbid. She doesn't care about anything, no matter what she pays, no matter who she deals with, she doesn't care. In the original TV, even because she asked her parents to let her practice become a ninja for the last time, she was rejected. Another self in her heart, a demon of resentment and hatred, broke out of the cage and killed her parents. Kurama Yakumo is such a stubborn and distorted person. Yes, don't worry, Yakumo, follow me. As long as you follow me, the pinnacle of this world, you will have your name. Otsutsuki Shenmu gently stroked the tears in the corner of Kurama Yakumo's eyes, his voice still moaning like a demon. Whispered. It went straight to the depths of Kurama Yakumo's heart. I am willing to follow you. My lord, please help Yakumo, Yakumo. Yakumo doesn't want to be an ordinary person. I don't want to become a waste. Hearing that, without any hesitation, Kurama Yakumo immediately replied, with a very excited tone. To her, Being a ninja at this moment is more important than anything else. No one, nothing, can prevent her from becoming a ninja. Very good, get up first, Yakumo. Otsutsuki Senmu showed a satisfied smile. As expected, once a person has a weakness, it is simply vulnerable. Especially at this moment, Kurama Yakumo is still young, although people in the ninja world are generally precocious. But for the thing that is attached to your heart, you can pay any price for it. Moreover, Kurama Yakumo has nothing to do with the pathological obsession of becoming a ninja. It is indeed a person who can be cultivated. Kurama Yakumo was taken aback when he heard the words, then slowly stood up and looked at Otsutsuki Senmu nervously and expectantly. My lord, I. Kurama Yakumo saw that after he got up, Otsutsuki Senmu just kept looking at himself, a little anxious in his heart, and he stopped talking. She now wants to know how exactly Otsutsuki Senmu is going to help herself. She is afraid that Otsutsuki Senmu is just deceiving herself. In this case, she feels like she will go crazy. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will help you naturally. Go to your room. This is not appropriate. Otsutsuki Senmu chuckled Kaido lightly. He was just thinking about how much blood should be given to Kurama Yakumo. Yes, he is going to bestow a part of his own blood on Kurama Yakumo. The blood of the Otsutsuki clan is the best in the world. None of them. Otsutsuki Kaguya is the mother of chakra in this world, the ancestor of chakra. And the blood of Otsutsuki Senmu has returned to the ancestor very thoroughly, almost reaching the level of Otsutsuki Kaguya. As long as Otsutsuki Senmu grants Kurama Yakumo part of her blood to improve her physique, her physical weakness will naturally change. Even her future achievements will be much higher than others. Her original talents were all in illusion, but with the blood of Otsutsuki Senmu, her talents in physique and ninjutsu will also be talented. The most important thing is that Otsutsuki Senmu bestows blood on her and will subtly help her to be sincere to herself. This can be considered a small trick. Otherwise, Kurama Yakumo's talents and abilities are too good. If he betrayed himself, Otsutsuki Senmu would feel a little bit painful. It is enough for such a subordinate to always be heartfelt to himself. My lord, please come with me. Kurama Yakumo couldn't help showing an excited expression, and then slowly calmed down, and couldn't wait to lead the way. She couldn't bear her urgency. Otsutsuki Senmu shook his head slightly when he saw this, and then followed, but also because of the potential of Kurama Yakumo to help her. Otherwise, Otsutsuki Senmu would never give her his blood easily. This method was found in the inheritance that Otsutsuki Kaguya gave him. Presumably, the two brothers of Otsutsuki Hage Oromo were born by Otsutsuki Kaguya in a more advanced method. Kurama's house is not big, and the three of them entered Kurama Yakumo's room within a short while. Take your clothes off. Otsutsuki Senmu saw Kurama Yakumo's eyes gleaming at him, when said with a smile. The grant of the power of blood is not allowed to be blocked by any foreign objects. Kurama Yakumo was stunned when she heard the words, and then her pretty face blushed. Although she was young, she would be a little ashamed to undress in front of a boy. But she did not hesitate, not to mention that this was her only chance, not to mention that Otsutsuki Senmu should still be blind. But the next moment, Kurama Yakumo was stunned. I saw Otsutsuki Senmu put the palm of his left hand at her, and a scarlet monster eye was watching her. Blood gift. Otsutsuki Senmu let out a low voice, a scarlet energy spilled from Otsutsuki's left palm, enclosing the pommel horse Yakumo. Sizzle. Kurama Yakumo noticed that the energy penetrated into his body as soon as it touched him. But what followed immediately, a strong pain came from all over her body madly, but she clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from making a sound. Otsutsuki Senmu looked at the pommel horse Yakumo, who was suffering from the pain of the bloodline change, and his eyes flashed with unknown expressions. What is the situation in this world? Naruto Fighting Father biography? and the pommel horse Yakumo gifted by the blood of Otsutsuki Shenmue can be called Otsutsuki Yakumo. She will become an extremely shining arrogant. Giving the Kurama Yakumo bloodline is thoughtful, it can be regarded as a key to improving her weak physique and protecting her heartfelt heart. Please everything. Chapter 38. The donation of blood did not last long, and soon the scarlet energy fog completely entered the pommel horse Yakumo. At this moment, Kurama Yakumo's face was very pale, cold sweat was all over his forehead, and his thin and white body was trembling slightly. The transformation of the bloodline and the pain it endured is unimaginable, but the tenacity of Kurama Yakumo is beyond Otsutsuki's imagination. Throughout the whole process, except for the sound of cold air, there was no painful cry. The talents of the strong are revealed. As expected, it is a very good embryo. Otsutsuki Shenmue evoked a faint smile, and he was very satisfied with the performance of Kurama Yakumo. His face is also a bit bad at the moment. After all, it is difficult for him to give his blood to others. But it didn't matter much. After a long time, Kurama Yakumo gradually calmed down, looking at his hands with ecstasy. She felt it. That feeling was completely different from that before, and that was completely different from that weak body. Power. Health. Even if you practice for a long time, you will not be overdrawn. Now your physique has just merged with my blood, and it is only a preliminary transformation, and it will gradually warm up and transform your physique for a long time to come. With a gentle smile on his face, Otsutsuki Shenmue explained to Kurama Yakumo. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord. Yakumo is grateful. Hearing this, Kurama Yakumo finally recovered, weeping with joy, and she continued to thank Otsutsuki Shenmue with tears. Improved her physique, Otsutsuki Shenmue is no less than reproductive parents to her. At this moment, she has various emotions in her heart, which seem to have 1,000 words, but she does not know how to organize the language. I felt that any words were a little pale, and could not express his gratitude to Otsutsuki Shenmue at the moment. No need to, now your body is flowing with my blood. We are a family. Otsutsuki Shenmue gently pulled the pommel horse Yakumo up and smiled gently at her. Yes, what Kurama Yakumo has in his body at this moment is his blood. The two of them are now in a close relationship. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Yakumo will never disappoint your gift. Kurama Yakumo pursed his lips, looking at Otsutsuki Shenmue with emotion, the feeling of blood connection. Indeed, he is his most important person, right? He appeared when he was almost desperate and changed his life. This kindness is really too heavy. Then I am looking forward to it. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled deeper when he heard the words, and the goal was achieved. He values Kurama Yakumo. The potential of this girl is even higher than that of Otsutsuki Kozan. Own Otsutsuki blood. And the strongest illusion blood succession limit. These two things, coupled with her talent, as long as she works hard, it is enough to send her to the altar. But, Yakumo, you should put on your clothes first then. Otsutsuki Shenmue Renigan glanced at Kurama Yakumo, and laughed teasingly. She is still naked at the moment, but because she is still young, she can't be flat anymore. It's really nothing good. But her skin is now crystal clear and white, glowing with a healthy color, completely different from the excessive sickness and paleness before. After all, at this moment, she no longer had the feelings of despair and deep resentment she had previously felt. Yes. Hearing this, Kurama Yakumo was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized his state at the moment, and his delicate face instantly blushed. Although she is still young, she still knows a thing or two about this kind of thing. But if it's Otsutsuki Shenmue, she really feels nothing right now. She has made up her mind to follow him in this life. Himself, it will only be his. Well, now that your matter has been settled, we should leave. Otsutsuki Shenmue used Renigan with interest to watch Kurama Yakumo put on clothes in front of him, and then smiled. The pommel horse Yakumo, wearing an orange maple leaf pattern kimono, has a quiet and elegant temperament, and the eldest lady is full of grace and demeanor, although her face is still immature. But you can also see how stunning the city will be in the future. Hey? Your lord? Are you leaving now? So, what about Yakumo? Hearing this, Kurama Yakumo's exquisite face paled slightly, and he asked Otsutsuki Shenmue in a slight panic. She is very dependent on Otsutsuki Shenmue at the moment. He gave her a new life, otherwise, she can't become a ninja. She can't imagine how desperate she will be. So she didn't want to leave him. He was her new vision and support. If you want, I will pick you up in a few years, but Yakumo needs to practice well. Otsutsuki Shenmue's eyes flickered slightly, and then he said with a faint smile. Kurama Yakumo, at this moment, this state reminded him of Kaguya Junmuro and Mizuki Shiro. These two people, who had no meaning in life at first, were hollow in their hearts, and their hearts were filled by Orochimaru and no life entirely for the two of them. And at this moment, Kurama Yakumo, basically, is close to this state, so, very good. It is totally meaningless to bring the pommel horse Yakumo at this moment, but it will be a drag on the two of Otsutsuki Shenmue. After all, next, Otsutsuki Shenmue still needs to find a tail beast, with a small tail, which is not suitable. His next goal has already been set. Just wait for tomorrow to get the eyes and leave Konoha and go there. Third. There is still at night, please support Duck Babies. Chapter 39. So, that Yakumo will wait for an adult to pick him up. Kurama Yakumo's eyes dimmed slightly after hearing this, and then recovered, looking at Otsutsuki Shenmue expectantly. Yes, you must practice hard, and you must not let him down. Kurama Yakumo looked at the delicate boy with his eyes tightly closed in front of her, and she swears. When we meet next time, we must show the strength that satisfies him. Don't worry, my family, I believe you. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled gently. Kurama Yakumo, he is looking forward to her growth. In the future, you will be your own best help, right? Later, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian left the Kurama home. His purpose has been achieved, and it is meaningless to stay here. At the gate of Kurama's house, Kurama Yakumo, dressed in a kimono with a maple leaf pattern, raised one hand to his chest, looking at the back of the two. Although Yakumo does not have the strength to follow you now, but it will definitely be possible in the future. Kurama Yakumo bit her lip, her eyes frustrated. Of course she understood what Otsutsuki Shenmue meant. The reason why I didn't take her was because she was too weak now. Master, is the girl just now worth your attention? On the way, Otsutsuki Kyuxian asked Otsutsuki Shenmue with a slightly unwilling voice. Just now, Otsutsuki Shenmue's behavior directly gave her the blood of Kurama Yakumo Otsutsuki, which made her very unwilling. Master, she is obviously enough to have her as a maid. That is the power of the young master's blood. This kind of favor does not even have her. That girl, why? Chu Xian, although you are very strong, there are still many things going on. We always need some help. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled lightly. He was also a little surprised that Otsutsuki would still be jealous for this. But he wasn't angry because Otsutsuki was wondering about his decision, she was just too caring about herself. Yes. Kyuxian understands. Otsutsuki Kyuxian was silent, then nodded slightly. It seems that the young master's plan is not small. Otsutsuki Kyuxian secretly thought, but if it is a waste, you can't blame her. Otsutsuki Kyuxian is cruel. The young master's men don't need any incompetent people. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. She will not question Otsutsuki Shenmue, and she will not destroy the subordinates Otsutsuki Shenmue has recruited. But urging them to practice is not too much, right? Let's go, and visit this first ninja village in the ninja world. We have to leave tomorrow. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled, not caring about Otsutsuki's careful thoughts. After all, he understands very well that the starting point of all the ideas of Otsutsuki is based on him. For the loyal and personal mate of Otsutsuki Kyuxian, he naturally did not treat him badly. Just wait for the moment. Afterwards, the two continued to stroll around Konoha and returned to Te Zirihong's home. At the moment, in the Hokage office, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking a big cigarette, and in front of him, Kakashi and Asuma are standing. Someone just reported that the kid Shenmue went to the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen's low voice sounded, showing the heaviness of his heart at the moment. He couldn't believe that Otsutsuki Shenmue would actually go to Shimura Danzo. Father, is the information accurate? Asuma's face changed slightly after hearing this, and then asked slightly in disbelief. Shimura Danzo is not so much the root of Konoha as it is the shadow of Konoha. Specially deal with Konoha's shameless things, and I don't know how many dirty things he has done secretly. Why is Otsutsuki Shenmue entangled with Danzo? The person with me at the root, the intelligence can't be wrong, and he seems to have reached an agreement with Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows are also tightly furrowed. Sure enough, has the unknown premonition come true? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought helplessly, Otsutsuki Shenmue was with Danzo. This is really bad news. He knows who Danzo is best, although he doesn't know why Otsutsuki Shenmue went to Danzo. But this is not important at all. What is important is if Danzo really gets help from Otsutsuki Shenmue. Danzo is really a big deal. Master Third Generation, I suggest that you can closely monitor the two children. Although they have been in contact, we can't act rashly. Kakashi pondered for a while and put forward his thoughts to Third Hokage. The contact between Danzo and Otsutsuki Shenmue is indeed bad news, but it is not clear after all what agreement they have reached. It is the best choice to watch the changes. Shenmue kid, it's a pity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent after hearing this, and sighed helplessly after a while. He is really optimistic about Otsutsuki Shenmue. Although he is still undecided, he does prefer to keep Otsutsuki Shenmue in Konoha. But now, there is no need to be too entangled. He will not forgive anyone who dares to hurt Konoha. Then the three of them continued to discuss some details to avoid sudden troubles between Otsutsuki Shenmue and Danzo. Although this chance is not great, it doesn't hurt to be prepared in advance. In a blink of an eye, the next day, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian got up early. Hurrying to the root base, while on the way, Otsutsuki Shenmue also sensed some attention and sight coming from the dark. It deserves to be Third Hokage, but it's really a bit capable. Otsutsuki Shenmue understood why in a blink of his mind, and sighed in his heart. I just contacted Danzo yesterday, and Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news so quickly and made arrangements. The response was not unpleasant. But is that useful? Please everything. Chapter 40. Byakugan is his biggest goal in Konoha. As long as he gets Byakugan, he wants to leave Konoha. No one can stop Konoha. Arriving at the house outside the root headquarters, Otsutsuki Shenmue took Otsutsuki Kyuxian straight into the basement. This time, no root member came out to stop him, and it must be Danzo who greeted him. Going to the deepest point, Danzo was already waiting there. Are you here? Hearing the footsteps, Danzo glanced at Otsutsuki Shenmue and threw the two salt water bottles on the table towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. This is the pure Byakugan of 2 pairs of Hyuga clan children, should you be satisfied? Seeing Otsutsuki Shenmue caught it, Danzo said lightly. 2 pairs of Byakugan, it took him a lot of effort, but as long as it can be exchanged for the help of Otsutsuki Shenmue, it is worth it. And Danzo quietly glanced at the Otsutsuki Kyuxian who was following Otsutsuki Shenmue. This girl is also very strong. This wave does not lose. Really, thank you Lord Danzo. Otsutsuki Shenmue carefully checked the 2 pairs of Byakugan, and found that Danzo hadn't done anything with them and showed an uncontrollable smile. Byakugan. Finally got it? Otsutsuki Shenmue was filled with ecstasy and finally got Byakugan. Almost without hesitation, Otsutsuki Shenmue opened one of the biological saline bottles and took out Byakugan. Then he put it directly into his eyes, and the green chakra representing the healing system spilled out of his eyes. Soon, chakra dissipated and noticed the changing eyes that gradually corresponded with his physique. Otsutsuki Shenmue grinned, and then waited for the birth of Tensagen. It's just a deal, but I'm afraid you have to be careful next. Hiruzen has discovered our relationship. Danzo frowned slightly at Otsutsuki Shenmue, who had been transplanted by Byakugan but still closed his eyes. Sure enough, this guy wanted to transplant Byakugan, definitely for other purposes. But then Danzo temporarily pressed the matter to the bottom of his heart, and now more importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's problem. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He also has a spy at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has been informed of the surveillance at Otsutsuki Shenmue ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen yesterday. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the information that Otsutsuki Shenmue had contacted him. I've found out, Master Danzo, obviously, your people are not all loyal. Otsutsuki Shenmue handed the other pair of Byakugan to Otsutsuki Kyuxian for safekeeping, and then teased Danzo. He was definitely not followed by anyone who came here yesterday, he was sure of this. Then there must be something wrong with Danzo. Huh. Don't worry, my little friend should take care of yourself. Danzo snorted coldly, his gloomy face was full of gloom, and his eyes flashed cold. He naturally understood this truth, this matter really embarrassed him. In front of Otsutsuki Shenmue, he lost his old face for no reason. Me? Haha Master Danzo, do you underestimate Shenmue? Thank you Master Danzo today. Shenmue's promise has always been valid. When you want to start, please feel free to contact Shenmue. It seems that by getting Byakugan to complete the goal, Otsutsuki Shenmue laughed with a rare arrogant face. He is indeed in a very happy mood at the moment, and only after the incubation of Tensagen is completed, he can carry out his plan more boldly. Are you leaving Konoha? Danzo was slightly silent when he heard the words, and then asked suspiciously. Otsutsuki Shenmue's words indicate that he does not want to stay in Konoha. This is natural, Shenmue has other things to deal with. Lord Danzo, see you next time. Otsutsuki Shenmue suppressed his expression, stretched his waist very comfortably, and then turned around and waved goodbye to Danzo. Danzo looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue with one-eyed gleaming back and disappeared from his sight, and then closed his eyes again. Leave as soon as you leave, the impact is not great, anyway, he does not have a good time now. After leaving the root base, when Otsutsuki Shenmue took Otsutsuki Kyuxian out of the house, he found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already waiting outside. Naruto-sama is so elegant? Did you come to meet Shenmue deliberately? Otsutsuki Shenmue sensed it, and then smiled gently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are many ninjas hidden secretly, which is a bit interesting. Is it because he is in contact with Danzo again, so he can't wait any longer? That's right, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo is a very restless lord. It is good to watch the changes, but it is too passive, so Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to strike first after all. And Shenmue, you understand, I don't want to be your enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly as he looked at the delicate and lovely child. He really doesn't want to be an enemy of Otsutsuki Shenmue. This child has a talented and enchanting mind, and the future is simply limitless. However, a piece of news he got before was that he had to come here. Master Naruto was joking. Shenmue is just a blind child. You shouldn't praise Master Naruto like this. Otsutsuki Shenmue sneered when he heard the words. But Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't even believe half of the punctuation marks in his words. Please everything fifth. Chapter 41. Otsutsuki Shenmue knows very well that third Hokage is here, except for the reason that he meets Danzo again. More importantly, it must be because of the two Byakugan clan members who were dug into the Hyuga family. He must have suspected himself and Danzo. After all, Hyuga is the #1 family of Konoha. Who in Konoha village has the courage to provoke Hyuga at this time? Not to mention those from the outer village, it is absolutely impossible to sneak into the village and dig out Hyuga's Byakugan without anyone noticing it. Then the most suspected ones are Otsutsuki Shenmue and Danzo, and Otsutsuki Shenmue has a motive for committing the crime. He is blind. Need Byakugan. Shenmue, hand over Byakugan, we Konoha can still live peacefully with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became dark when he heard this, and the mockery in Otsutsuki Shenmue's mouth meant that he could hear him. Although it is a pity, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never allow a guy like Otsutsuki Shenmue who can wantonly hurt the people in the village to exist. Today he can gouge the villagers for his own eyes, and tomorrow he may betray the villagers for greater benefit. Such a guy. Impossible. Eyes are an important part of Shenmue. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seemed too naive. Sure enough, you did it? Did you do it? Or Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a cold expression, and said in a deep voice. Although there was speculation and it was basically certain, Otsutsuki Shenmue admitted it personally, but it still made him secretly angry. What he hates most is the guy who hurts the people in his village. Konoha is his painstaking effort and the painstaking effort of first generation, second generation, and fourth generation who sacrificed their lives for this. He is sometimes very weak. For Konoha's safety, he will make some compromises to the outside world, but he thinks he is right. Konoha is still safe and sound, which is the result of his gentle method. Is this important? Master Third Hokage, if you want to get your eyes back, you can give it a try. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled slowly, tilted his head and smiled. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. He is not afraid of Konoha, now he has his eyes, if Sarutobi Hiruzen must fight him to death. He doesn't mind giving Konoha a heavy blow at this time. Fire style, ashes burn. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and a large flame struck at Otsutsuki Shenmue. The scorching temperature burned half of the sky, and it also represented the anger in the heart of the shooter. Het. Feeling the temperature, Otsutsuki Shenmue lowered his head and chuckled disdainfully, and stretched out his left hand. The scarlet Rinnegan shone with a strange color. The huge flame seemed to be drawn by mysterious power, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Asuma? It seems that your emotions are not right. After absorbing the burning, Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head to the figure that appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and smiled faintly. It was Asuma who came, but at this moment, his originally easygoing and frivolous face was full of complexity. Shenmue, turn around, why do you collude with people like Danzo? Asuma said in a deep voice, he has always trusted Otsutsuki Shenmue very much. I never thought that I would stand on the opposite side of Otsutsuki Shenmue so soon. At this moment, his emotions are really very complicated. A guy like me? Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help repeating what Asuma said, with a strange expression on his face. This is really... After that, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help laughing. The harsh chuckle made Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen's faces quite ugly. Asuma? Really self-righteous, why would you dare to say that what you know is the real me? After smiling, Otsutsuki Shenmue put on the gentle smile that Asuma were very familiar with. There is no need to hide anything. Anyway, Konoha's purpose has basically been achieved. Dog feeding is healthy. Then, without waiting for Asuma to speak, Otsutsuki Shenmue suddenly patted the ground with both hands, and the ground in front of him suddenly cracked. The ground shook violently, and the next moment, a huge monster burst out of the ground, and two huge snake heads stabbed the Asuma fiercely. Damn it! Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen violently retreated in an instant, avoiding the attack of the two snake heads, and looked at the monster with a head of more than 10 meters in shock. The monster is roughly in the shape of a dog, but there are more than a dozen snake-like tentacles under the lower half of the body, and the whole is grayish-brown. Apparently Otsutsuki Shenmue created it with chakra, the earth property. Fire style, Hadalong fire technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals in his hands, and a huge fire dragon flared its teeth and clawed towards Inyajijian. Otsutsuki Shenmue sneered at this, and then sensed the sudden appearance of Kakashi around his lower body waiting for Jonin. Catch Otsutsuki Shenmue. You can't escape today. Kakashi held a shuriken and said solemnly to Otsutsuki Shenmue. Glancing silently at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma who were entangled in Kenmei, Kakashi's heart sank. Unexpectedly, the ninjutsu that Otsutsuki Shenmue used casually has such a powerful force. Chapter 42. I don't think so. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled lightly when he heard the words, and said that there was no inner fluctuation at all for Kakashi's cruel words. I even want to laugh a little. It's just a bunch of jonin, dare you really say it? Kakashi snorted coldly, and then rushed up with a group of jonin without hesitation. Although there are some worries in my heart, this is not the time to hesitate. Otsutsuki Kyuxian wanted to do it, but Otsutsuki Shenmue stopped her. Come on, you are not suitable for group battles either. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled at the puzzled Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Otsutsuki Kyuxian is good at physical skills, and group attack is indeed her shortcoming. Does the close approach suppress us with the number of people? It was a good idea. Then Otsutsuki Shenmue stretched out his left hand, and the scarlet Rinnegan flashed again. As Otsutsuki Shenmue's slight taunting words fell, an unparalleled repulsion suddenly expanded. Kakashi and the others, who were not prepared at all, were instantly knocked away by this repulsive force and flew out fiercely. Master, and hide a lot of methods. Otsutsuki Kyuxian Byakugan opened slightly, but he didn't understand what Otsutsuki Shenmue used. However, Kakashi and others did suffer serious injuries. Even some internal organs have shifted a bit, as if they were hit by a heavy object at high speed. Otsutsuki Kyuxian groaned slightly, looking at the scarlet eyes in the palm of Otsutsuki Shenmue. With such peculiar eyes, she naturally knew, the brother of the ancestors of Hamura, the eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Sure enough, Master is special. An invisible attack with no warning at all, this guy. Kakashi looked at the smiling Otsutsuki Shenmue, struggling to stand up, his injuries were not light. After all, this repulsive attack came too suddenly, and they were still running at full speed towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. Under such reaction force, they suffered more injuries. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Otsutsuki Shenmue, what is your purpose? Kakashi asked in a deep voice. This boy is too mysterious. And now his methods are unheard of, such a guy can never come to Konoha for no reason. In addition to coming for Byakugan, he may have a deeper purpose. Purpose? No, Konoha has nothing to use for me. Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled Kaido lightly. He didn't mean to hide his thoughts, just as he said to Shirihong before, he didn't like lies. Of course, he is not stupid. When and what to say, he knows better than anyone else. It's not too early, it's time to give you one last big gift. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still entangled with Kenmei, Otsutsuki Shenmue evoked a hint of aversion. After all, it's the village where I stayed for 2 days. I still have to give the gift, right? Be regarded as leaving a deep impression on these guys who said goodbye to them. Otherwise, if you forget yourself, Otsutsuki Shenmue will have a headache. He will come back in the future. Stop. Shenmue, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Otsutsuki Shenmue's words from a distance, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Hastily shouted at Otsutsuki Shenmue, and at the same time tightened the offensive. This earth monster, damn it, can actually regenerate its tentacles. Send you a little pet Saruyan. Otsutsuki Shenmue took the Otsutsuki Song Ferry to fly slowly, and after flying into the air, the smile became deeper, and the chakra burst out all over his body. As the voice fell, a huge black lava giant stood up from the ground and roared to the sky. It's far bigger than the life of the dog feed, and its power is more than that of the yan poultry and the dog feed. The original work of this lava giant can easily suppress Naruto's 9 tails. It is made by the fire and earth attribute chakra together. Essay then, thank you all for your hospitality over the past 2 days, see you next time. Seeing Saruiwa started attacking Kakashi and others, Otsutsuki Shenmue joked to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others maliciously. Come and stop me? Oh, I'm not going to teach you a lesson, I'm afraid I'm sorry for myself. The surname Otsutsuki? Shenmue, stop. Konoha doesn't want to be an enemy of you. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stopped paying attention to Kenmei Inyaji, and ran towards Kakashi and others, shouting to Otsutsuki Shenmue. Although resentful, the situation is stronger than humans at this moment. If these two monsters are allowed to unscrupulously destroy Konoha, it is not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. Although it seems that Otsutsuki Shenmue does not have this idea, who can guarantee it? Sarutobi Hiruzen already has the idea of peace talks with Otsutsuki Shenmue, isn't it just 2 pairs of Byakugan? Can it be more important than the upper village? Arriving in front of Kakashi and others, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Sarutobi, temporarily resisting Saruiwa's attack, giving Kakashi and others a chance to breathe. These are Konoha's future, but it can't be completely compromised here. Isn't it a bit too late for Master Naruto to say this at this time? Then, please forgive Shenmue for being rude, let's say goodbye. By the way, these 2 big guys will disappear when chakra is insufficient. You can enjoy it slowly. Otsutsuki Shenmue tilted his head and said tauntingly. Now he wants to talk about peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really beautiful. Then Otsutsuki Shenmue flew away from Konoha with Otsutsuki Shenmue. He had other goals. Please all ducks. Chapter 43. Damn it! Watching Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian fly away without hindrance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were cracked. Soul is pale. But now is not the time to care about these, this lava giant and that dog-shaped monster must be solved. Chakras will disappear if they are insufficient, so they must be dragged to prevent them from entering the downtown area. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept thinking in his heart, avoiding Saruiwa's punch, such a terrifying power. If they were allowed to attack unscrupulously in the downtown area, the loss would be immeasurable. And at this moment, the huge ape rock has attracted the attention of the village. After all, this big guy is really too big. After flying some distance from Konoha on the other side, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian fell to the ground. Flying ability is one of the basic abilities of the Otsutsuki clan, or it can be regarded as an application of yin and yang escape. However, flying requires the use of chakra. Although it does not consume much, Otsutsuki Shenmue is more accustomed to the down-to-earth feeling. Master, where are we going now? Otsutsuki Kyuxian asked Otsutsuki Shenmue, leaving Konoha, then Otsutsuki Shenmue should have the next goal. After all, his own young master, but his mind is extremely meticulous, he should have considered it. Go to Cloud Shinobi Village. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled at the corner of his mouth, and set his next goal without hesitation. Cloud Shinobi Village. Otsutsuki Shenmue now needs to collect the Tail Beast Chakra, so his target is also the Tail Beast. Tsunagakuer only has one tail guard crane and 1 weak chicken. Don't worry for now. Tuyan Village has 4 tails and 5 tails, Kirigakuer has 3 tails and 6 tails, Cloud Shinobi Village has 2 tails and 8 tails. There is also 7 tails in Takanan Village. Otsutsuki Shenmue has set his goal at Cloud Shinobi Village for a reason, waiting for him to arrive at Cloud Shinobi Village. His Tensegan must have been conceived, and Cloud Shinobi Village with 4th generation Thunder, and 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He would be a test subject with very good eyes. After all, these two people are both very strong. The third generation Tuyen of Tuyen village is not weak, but Chen Dun is really not interested in learning about it. After all, he has Rinnegan, the soil-hidden Onaki who fights purely by ninjutsu, and he is naturally not as attractive as 4th generation Rain and Killer Bee. These two brothers should be able to bring him a lot of pleasure, right? Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but smile. Cloud Shinobi Village? Master, if we want to go to Cloud Shinobi Village, I am afraid we will have to hurry up for a while. When Otsutsuki heard this, he took out the map to check the route, and then frowned delicately. Thunderfruit is at the upper right of the Fire Country. If you want to get to Cloud Shinobi Village, you really need to catch up with it for several days. No problem, let's go, my eyes also need time to conceive. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled, then shook his head and said, his Tenseigen also takes about a day or two to conceive. He is not so short of time. After all, he is still several years away from the real world. Then the two rushed towards Cloud Shinobi Village, and the speed of the two did not need to be fast. Until the evening, the two were preparing to rest in a small town, just as Otsutsuki Shenmue was preparing to open a room in a hotel to rest. A beautiful black-haired woman rushed in from the door in a violent manner. Then, Master Tsunade? That group of people, rushed over, you hurry up and hide. The black-haired woman rushed to the second floor of the hotel non-stop, and kept shouting at the second floor on the way, her tone very anxious. Obviously, this girl is very nervous at the moment. Otsutsuki Shenmue turned his head upstairs. Mr. Tsunade? Senju Tsunade? This is too coincidental. So, the one who made the noise just now should be Shizuan, the woman who has been following Tsunade. After opening the room, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Shizuan went up to the second floor, and the first to the second floor. Otsutsuki Shenmue passed through Rinnegan and saw Senju Tsunade, the blonde imperial sister in a green robe, standing in the corridor looking around. At this moment, a few civilian men walked in downstairs. They were looking around. After seeing no one, they rushed up to the second floor. Oh! Damn, how come here so fast, there is no time to run away. Tsunade also saw the man, and suddenly whispered to himself a little anxiously, those are her creditors. Yes, it is her creditor. She likes to gamble, but her gambling luck has never been better. It's not a matter of saying that you will lose every gambling, and because of this, you owe a lot of debt. It can be said that debt collection is a common thing. But this time she came so fast that she hadn't even started to run. Otsutsuki Shenmue listened to Tsunade self-amusedly, and then shook his head to enter his room. Although Tsunade is one of the legendary three forbearances, the strength is naturally not afraid of ordinary civilian men, but it is only right to owe debts. Therefore, Tsunade would never be rude to these ordinary civilians. The gambling money she owed will only be delayed for a while, and she will definitely pay it back. After all, she likes to gamble, but she never wins, which is really embarrassing. Please support Duck. Chapter 44. But these have nothing to do with Otsutsuki Shenmue. After all, it is not himself who is being chased for gambling debts. As for Tsunade, although he was really interested in the legendary big cow, fattening sheep, but now is not the right time. He wouldn't help her pay off her gambling debts, after all, he didn't have much money himself. He and Otsutsuki Kyuxian had just come down from the moon, and the mainland currency was still snatched from some bandits along the way. How can I have spare money to pay off gambling debts for Tsunade? Hey? Kid. Tsunade turned his head and wanted to go back to the room to hide first. He suddenly saw the two of Otsutsuki Shenmue, and his eyes lit up. There was a touch. Transformation technique. A delicate and delicious little blonde loli appeared suddenly, and Otsutsuki Shenmue felt this situation, and the corners of his eyes jumped involuntarily. This woman is shameless. In order to avoid debts, can we still betray moral integrity like this? But Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't rush into the room anymore, watching with interest how Tsunade would solve the debt collection. At this time, the creditors had already rushed in, and they had already inquired about Tsunade's location before coming over. But looking at the Tsunade room with the wide open doorway, these people frowned. Damn it! Let the fat sheep run away. Hey, girl, did you just see where the woman in this room went? A rugged man in the lead cursed unwillingly, then turned his gaze to Tsunade little Lori beside them and asked. They are just ordinary people, and naturally they can't see Tsunade's transformation technique. Is the big sister in this room? There is no duck I don't seem to see no in the afternoon. Tsunade little Lori blinked her big pure eyes and said cutely with her fingers in her mouth. The voice is very cute and pleasant, which makes the faces of Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian a little weird. They witnessed Tsunade's transformation from a plump elder sister to what it is now. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. A royal sister. Is it really a problem to sell cute like this? Cut, what about you? Did you see the woman in this room? The rough man frowned further, and then turned his eyes to Otsutsuki Shenmue. Although he knew that there was little hope, he was really unwilling. Let the fat sheep run away again. Want to wait for her gambling debts, God knows how long to wait? Hearing the words, Otsutsuki Shenmue was taken aback, then smiled and turned his head in Tsunade's direction. Tsunade blinked and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and instantly ran to Otsutsuki Shenmue's side like the wind. Oni-chan, I want to see your toys, let's go in first, Tsunade yelled cordially, and then, before Otsutsuki Shenmue could speak, he pulled the two into the room and closed the door. The rough man and the others looked at each other, but they didn't doubt the others, they could only leave in resentment. Tsunade little Lori stood on her toes and watched the people leave. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her flat chest. Afterwards, there was a touch, and it was restored to its original appearance. Unexpectedly, one of the three dignified ninjas, Tsunade Haim, would be afraid of a few gamblers. Otsutsuki Shenmue sat on a stool, tilted his head and teased Tsunade. Speaking of the scene is really enough, Senju Tsunade, also considered a very hacky woman. She was forced by a few civilian gamblers to become a little lowly and become cute. Hey? You don't understand, who made me owe them money? No, you know me. Tsunade waved Kaido subconsciously, and found out that something was wrong until halfway through. He raised his head and looked at the boy. What he just said was one of the legendary three ninjas, although she had a great reputation in the gambling world. But few people in the gambling world know her true identity, after all, those people are ordinary people. But this boy, actually knew her? She has been away from Konoha for almost 10 years, and even Konoha's people should not know her at this moment. Is this strange? After all, you are the legendary Sunin, the last descendant of the Senju clan. Otsutsuki Shenmue shrugged. Of course he knew Tsunade. After all, this woman is the fiercest woman in Hokage. Well, the most fierce. And one of the only 2 female movies in the 5 Great Ninja Village. You kid. Tsunade's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and his eyes flickered. This boy, he knows a lot. And I don't know if I don't know, the 2 children in front of me are actually ninjas, and this chakra doesn't seem to be weak. Don't mind, I am not malicious to you, but I just came out of Konoha. Otsutsuki Shenmue noticed Tsunade's expression and smiled gently. He is not interested in fighting Tsunade. Now Tsunade, who has a panasemia, has very obvious weaknesses. Konoha? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I can't see where your forehead protector is. Tsunade sneered, Konoha shinobi, but he would not put the forehead protector away. Besides, now Konoha, how could it be possible to let 2 children out to adventure alone? This is not a time of war. It's not necessarily Konoha shinobi who came out of Konoha. Otsutsuki Shenmue sneered. Tsunade's words were too funny. Please support Duck. Chapter 45. Oh, you are right, but, forget it, it doesn't matter to me. Tsunade frowned, telling her instinctively that the overly mature boy in front of her was not easy and dangerous. But then I thought about it, what does it have to do with me? She didn't want to bother about Ninja World anymore. As for Konoha created by Grandpa, the third generation will lead it well. The clansmen are also dead, the lover is also dead, and the younger brother is also dead. She was already very disappointed with this war and hatred Ninja World. It's not like what you said, Senjutsu Tsunade-sama. Do you want to say that even Konoha village has nothing to do with you? Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at Tsunade with a slightly sad expression, and asked with a curious smile. Although I know that Tsunade is still depressed by many things at this moment, but this kind of words came out of her as the last descendant of the Senju clan. It really made Otsutsuki Shenmue a little bit of a tongue. You know, Senju is one of Konoha's pioneers. Konoha? It has nothing to do with me, you won't understand. Tsunade glanced at the unknown boy, shook his head and said expressionlessly. Then she was about to open the door and leave. She didn't want to recall too much of the past. Those who have brought her pain and hatred have no other memories, and she doesn't want to remember them. Tisk tusk, if I ruin Konoha, will Tsunade be indifferent? But when Tsunade's hand was just placed on the door, a word floated behind her suddenly stiffened her body. Tsunade instantly turned back to look at the boy who made the noise, only to see that he still had a gentle smile on his face, but he had experienced Tsunade, who was more human and sophisticated. However, it was obvious that the boy's smile was not hidden in the maliciousness and hostility. This kid ruined Konoha? Just rely on you? Little devil, if you want to talk big, you are not afraid that the wind will flash your tongue. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After being silent for a while, Tsunade showed a mocking smile, although the feeling the kid gave her made her a little uneasy. But after all, it was just a kid under 10 who ruined Konoha? Really dare to say it? If Konoha was so easy to ruin, it would have been done for a long time. It's hard to destroy Konoha today. However, it seems that Tsunade-sama didn't care about Konoha as much as you said. Huh. Otsutsuki Shenmue evoked a disdainful smile upon hearing the words, and then asked Tsunade with interest. Sure enough, I just mentioned that the Setsune who ruined Konoha, Tsunade's subconscious reflection of her body was not fake. Although Konoha keeps saying that everything about Konoha has nothing to do with her, after all, Konoha is the village her grandfather and people have guarded for generations. How could she not care? Anyone can say big things, wait until you can do it. Tsunade left the sentence coldly, and then opened the door to leave. Her emotions were surging at the moment, and she needed to calm down. Master Tsunade, my name is Otsutsuki Shenmue. If you need to regain Konoha for Senju of Mori, you can come to me at any time. Why did the Senju clan die so far? You should know one or two things, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue chuckled twice, and a voice like a demon whispering slowly came into Tsunade's ears, who was about to walk out of the door. Tsunade's expression became cold when he heard the words, and he turned his head back and stared at Otsutsuki Shenmue with cold eyes. Don't look at Shenmue like that. Shenmue is just telling the truth. Or, Master Tsunade, can you ignore the hatred of the dead souls of the Senju clan? Otsutsuki Shenmue noticed Tsunade's eyes, smiled carelessly, and said lightly. Huh. Tsunade's eyes looked cloudy and uncertain, and finally let out a cold snort before slammed the door and left. Otsutsuki Shenmue's words touched the deepest scar in her heart, Senju. Useless woman. Otsutsuki Shenmue gave a sneer, waved his hand, and the door closed automatically. Tsunade's reaction made him a little disappointed, but it was reasonable. Senju, as a prosperous clan who co-founded Konoha with the Uchiha clan. Why did it die out in just 2 battles in the ninja world? In the Third Ninja War, the Senju clan was almost nowhere to be seen. Even the Uchiha clan that had been targeted by Konoha had been able to survive 3 more ninja wars, and even maintain the status of Konoha's #1 clan. The Senju family, who gave birth to 2 consecutive Kono Hokage, has completely disappeared. At least 10 years ago, even the descendants were only Senju Tsunade. Is this normal? You should know that the Senju clan was comparable to or even stronger than Uchiha during the Sengoku period. The number of tribes is innumerable. After Konoha was established, Senju Hashirama served as the first Naruto, and Senju Tobirama served as the second Naruto. The prestige of the Senju family reached its peak in Konoha. Uchiha was completely crushed by Senju and turned into a quail, and Senju Tobirama blatantly arranged Uchiha to the Konoha security team. In this thankless post, such a strong Senju, after serving as Naruto in 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly fell from the peak to the bottom, and then slowly died out. Under such circumstances, who would dare to say that there is nothing tricky? The 5th is added, the withering of the Senju clan. To be honest, it has always been a doubt of time. This is so strange. After the death of 2nd generation, it is gone silently. Chapter 46. Senju's past. Senju Tsunade, who must be the princess of the Senju clan, cannot be unclear. In other words, she chose to go with the flow and escape. But now, Otsutsuki Shenmue deliberately stirred up these past events, trying to evoke the memories she buried deep in her heart. But this woman, according to Otsutsuki Shenmue's impression of a grumpy woman. I was able to hold back the anger in my heart and stay silent, which further proved that the guess in Otsutsuki Shenmue's heart should be correct. The demise of the Senju clan is absolutely inseparable from Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo. There may even be Uchiha Hyuga and other families contributing to the flames. Everyone pushes the wall down. Second Hokage's personality is too strong, and the Senju clan led by Second Hokage is too popular, which naturally arouses the dissatisfaction of many Konoha families. The unique Senju family perfectly sums up the truth that the wind will destroy the wood when it is in the woods. But what Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't expect was that Senju Tsunade, this woman, could actually stabilize her emotions even when he was so provoking a divorce. The family is dead, and she can still care about Konoha's safety. Should it be called Konoha's will of fire? Or could she not abandon the village that Grandpa built with one hand and desperately guarded and stayed behind? However, it is precisely because of this that Otsutsuki Shenmue made such an evaluation of a useless woman. There may be reasons of one kind or another, but it is a true fact that the Senju clan is now withered. Tsunade did nothing, which really made Otsutsuki Shenmue sigh. And at this moment Tsunade returned to his room, sitting on the ground with a gloomy face, his eyes gleaming with cold light, and he grabbed the hip flask beside him and took a big gulp. How could she not care about the decline of the Senju clan? But, thinking of something, Tsunade slammed the hip flask in his hand and smashed it on the wall, smashing it to pieces. Konoha is the biggest foundation of the Senju clan after all, and this is the root of Senju. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Her grandfather and second grandfather paid the price of their lives for this. What would Konoha do if she ignored her revenge? Konoha? Master Tsunade? Are you okay? Shizune opened the door gently, glanced at the fragments of the hip flask in the corner, and asked carefully. She noticed Tsunade returning to the room and rushed over, but at the door she heard the crisp sound of a jug cracking. After pushing the door to enter, she noticed Tsunade's abnormality for the first time. She had been with Tsunade for so long. But it was the first time I saw Tsunade with such a suppressed and angry mood. Shizune? It's okay, what's the matter? Tsunade took a deep breath, calmed down the anger in his heart, and said lightly. There is really no need to think about these things anymore, Konoha is the most important thing. Those undead of Senju, after all, can't stand it. When I went out, I heard a new news. It was Konoha's new S-level reward order, or 2, but it was a bit strange. Shizun pursed her lips when she saw this, buried her doubts in her heart, and cleverly told the new news she had heard by chance. Although I don't understand why Tsunade is suddenly so irritable, she understands that after having been with Tsunade for so long. When to ask and when not to ask. She knows Tsunade too well. This woman with a bold and irritable appearance is actually very delicate in her heart. She knows many things better than anyone else. Konoha, don't worry, I've said it many times. Shizun, you don't need to tell me about Konoha's news. No, you just said Konoha's new S-level reward order? Or 2. Who are they? Tsunade waved her hand a little irritably when she heard the words, and her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Now she was very annoyed when she heard the words Konoha. However, he noticed something halfway through, turned his body to Shizun's side, frowned deeper, and asked Shizun. 2 new S-level reward orders, they are also 2 people. Is it a coincidence? Tsunade thought in his heart, thinking of the 2 children just now. Yes, Mr. Tsunade, but Konoha is offering a reward this time with 2 children, one is called Otsutsuki Shenmue. The other is called Otsutsuki Kozen. Shizun replied obediently, she didn't understand why Tsunade had such a big reaction. But she is also very curious, just 2 children, Konoha actually issued an S-level reward order? Sure enough, it's him. Shizun, did you know why Konoha offered them a reward? Tsunade murmured softly, then raised his head and asked Shizun. Thinking of what Otsutsuki Shenmue said to her before, Tsunade's heart felt a little more active. Is it difficult to ruin Konoha? If you want to take back Konoha for Senju, you can come to me anytime. These 2 words of Otsutsuki Shenmue kept echoing in her mind. This boy, there is no place on his body without revealing mystery and danger, if it is really possible. No, no, this is simply seeking skin with tigers and attracting wolves into the room. Tsunade hurriedly threw the idea out of his mind, it was too dangerous. It seems that it was because they caused some damage to Konoha. It seems that Konoha went through a big battle in the morning, and many people died. Shizun recalled it for a while, and then said uncertainly that she herself had heard about these things. Please support all duck babies. Chapter 47. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian in another room have begun to embrace and sleep. Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't know what Tsunade was thinking at the moment, and he didn't care about it. To be honest, he was provoking the relationship between Tsunade and Konoha. It was purely his whim. Tsunade Haim, one of the 3 ninjas in the legend of Konoha, is the only surviving descendant of the Senju clan. If it can be blackened, it will be interesting. In other words, if you can walk to the opposite of Konoha, it will be more interesting, isn't it? But this probability is too low, and Otsutsuki Shenmue is just trying. The reason why people are human is full of desires. But Tsunade's desire is really not high, and the weakness of her relationship with Konoha comes purely from the dead souls of the Senju clan. If she did not act as the princess of the Senju clan, then she would never be able to abandon Konoha. However, Otsutsuki Shenmue's words have planted a seed in Tsunade's heart. Will it germinate in the future? Who knows? The night passed in the blink of an eye. When Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian woke up and walked out of the room, they happened to meet Tsunade and Shizun. Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at Tsunade with Rinnegan, but saw that her complexion was not particularly good, and she was even a little wilted. The blonde hair also looked a little bleak, obviously, she had a poor sleep last night. What a coincidence, Lord Tsunade. You didn't seem to have a good time last night. Otsutsuki Shenmue asked with a smile, seemingly intimate. Sure enough, no matter what, Tsunade belonged to the Senju clan after all, and Otsutsuki Shenmue still had a great influence on her. Hashizun, let's go. Tsunade snorted coldly when he heard the words, stared at Otsutsuki Shenmue coldly for a while, and said calmly to Shizun. She did not sleep well last night, or in other words, she didn't sleep at all. As soon as she dreamed, she seemed to hear the resentment whispers of the dead Senju clan in her ears. They are questioning her, why don't they help them get revenge? Why not kill the culprits who pushed the Senju clan into the abyss? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But it shouldn't be like this. Obviously nothing should be like this. Tsunade is struggling constantly in his heart. Senju can be said to be Konoha's royal family. It is reasonable to sacrifice for Konoha. So Senju is glorious? No, Senju is the king of Konoha. Those gangs of souls are light, doves occupy the magpie's nest. Also drive tigers and wolves. They used the war to push Senju to the brink of extinction. This idea continues to take root in Tsunade's heart, but now Third Hokage is her mentor. But are you a devil? Tsunade said with a cold face, and suddenly stopped when passing by Otsutsuki Shenmue, and slightly tired and complicated words rang from her. Yes, is he a demon? Everything had been forgotten, and everything had passed. She had deliberately sealed everything in Senju. She can live without burdening them, but this boy brought out all her memories again, even planted seeds, sprinkled with water and fertilizer. Now, I really can't get rid of it. No, no, you should thank me. It's me. Let the Senju clan, who was once the strongest and crowned with supreme glory, come back, right? This continent shouldn't have the name of Senju. Otsutsuki Shenmue's exquisite and cute face with a gentle smile, gently narrated, but his soft and tender voice came into Tsunade's ears. Yes, Xion. Laurel. Senju. Tsunade's face changed again, and he murmured these words softly. Then she took a deep breath and slowly left with Shizun. She was so confused now. The whispers of the undead, the glory of Senju, the demise of Senju, the existence of Konoha, everything made her feel that her mind was in a mess. Konoha is the root of Senju, she has always thought so, but today, she has a new idea. Hey, don't let me down? Senju. Tsunade. Otsutsuki Shenmue looked at Tsunade's back, grinning slightly with an exaggerated arc. At this moment, his face was full of uncontrollable joy, thinking that his provocation might have failed. But it seems that the effect is beyond his expectation. The woman Tsunade, a direct descendant of the Senju clan, still cares about the Senju clan from the bottom of my heart. If it can really do as I think, it can help you. And come up with your results, otherwise, after all, you will still be a useless woman. What would you do? Otsutsuki Shenmue lowered his head and whispered. He was very, very curious, how would Tsunade choose to fight Konoha in the end? This is absolutely impossible without even thinking about it. Tsunade is a woman who seems to be bold but extremely meticulous. She would never do such a reckless thing. If Tsunade can hand over an answer that satisfies Otsutsuki Shenmue, he will not hesitate to give Tsunade a little reward. This continent is getting more and more interesting. Let me take a look at Otsutsuki Shenmue. How will it interpret a wonderful chapter? Please all duck babies. Chapter 48. Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village has always been one of the strongest hidden villages on this continent. The first generation of Laiyan, the second generation of Laiyan, the third generation of Laiyan, and even the fourth generation of Laiyan today are one of the most famous powerhouses in this continent. Relying on the unique ninjutsu martial arts, it can be said that it is very well known. In addition, Cloud Shinobi Village has extremely powerful 8 tails and 2 tails. Among the 5 major shinobi villages, it is a true contender for the second shinobi village in the mainland. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shenmue and Otsutsuki Kyuxian, after a few days of rushing, have already approached this Cloud Shinobi village at this moment. 4th generation Lei Yin AI. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. What a look forward to it. Otsutsuki Shenmue stood in front of Cloud Shinobi Village with eyes closed, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. He whispered softly, and walked towards the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village with Otsutsuki Kyuxian. Stop. This is Cloud Shinobi Village. If you want to enter Cloud Shinobi Village, please register first. Cloud Shinobi, the gatekeeper, saw Otsutsuki Shenmue, if no one wanted to enter Cloud Shinobi Village, and hurriedly said, "Enter? No, I'm not here to play." Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled and opened his eyes slowly. A dazzling light is fleeting, pure, and incomparably blue, snowflake-shaped eyes, full of light flashes, beautiful and moving. Such mysterious and clean eyes made this Cloud Shinobi a little stunned. You are... Ah! Cloud Shinobi subconsciously wanted to say something after regaining his senses, but in a flash, he was hit by a powerful force and flew upside down. I don't want to hear you too much, I'm already a little, can't wait to try this new power. Otsutsuki Shenmue glanced at the fainted Cloud Shinobi, and the incomparably pure Tenseigan looked at the village again. Today, he came here, first for 8 tails and chakra from the second tail, and second, just to find 2 opponents to experiment with his new power. In short, he came to Cloud Shinobi Village to do things. Perhaps I should make a big move. Otsutsuki Shenmue groaned slightly, and then his short body slowly floated into the air. The whole body of the fairy robe was rustled by the rich chakra, and Otsutsuki Shenmue raised his right hand high, a golden light lingering on his palm. He doesn't have the patience to waste time. In that case, let's give Cloud Shinobi Village a meeting present first. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The golden light became more and more intense, and when it condensed to the extreme, Otsutsuki's mouth was grinning in an exaggerated arc. The right hand suddenly swung down, and a golden light beam that could not be seen to the end appeared horizontally, slashing towards the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. The heaven and the earth seemed to lose their color, and the extremely dazzling golden beams fell in the Cloud Shinobi Village with the edge that seemed to be breaking the world. Golden Will Reincarnation is the most terrifying attack in Tenseigan. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shenmue has not entered Tenseigan Chakra mode. It is far from the point where a single blow in the original book can split the moon. But his attack will never be weaker than Tailed Beast Bomb. The golden light beam landed on Cloud Shinobi Village, as if cutting tofu. The house and the ground did not cause any obstruction to it. Cut the entire Cloud Shinobi Village in half. From a distance, there is a bottomless crack in the middle of the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. The power of one blow is as horrible. That's the power. The power of God. The golden light in Otsutsuki Shenmue's hand slowly disappeared, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Tenseigan's power made him very satisfied. After awakening, he knew most of his abilities. Moreover, the increase in strength brought to him by awakening Tenseigan is extremely terrifying. His originally huge chakra has more than doubled at this moment. As for what hurt the innocent by this blow, Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't care at all. The road to the strong, bones, is normal. Otsutsuki Shenmue has his own firm belief in being a strong man, he will never shake it for any opponent. Under this attack, Cloud Shinobi Village finally reacted to a strong attack on the village, and dozens of human figures rushed towards the village entrance extremely fast. The leading man is 4th Hokage with a white coat and dark bronze skin. AI? Boy, did you do it? AI glanced around, then fixed his gaze on Otsutsuki Shenmue, who was floating in the air, and asked in a deep voice. His voice is thick and penetrating, giving people a sense of sight without anger and prestige. In addition to his strong and sturdy body, he is indeed very majestic. Finally came out, 4th generation Lei Yin, Otsutsuki Shenmue is polite here, but Shenmue has long heard of you. Otsutsuki Shenmue slowly fell from the air, and then the pure and flawless Tenseigan looked at 4th generation Thunder, and said with a smile. It's so tall. Fourth Reikage, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but praise when he looked at AI, who was extremely tall. He feels that his limbs at the moment may not add up to AI's thigh. Otsutsuki Shenmue? I haven't heard of it, but no matter what, you leave me here today. AI Wei was puzzled, but then left this behind his head, his face gradually grim. Damn it, under this attack, the loss of Cloud Shinobi Village is too great. This kid has an unforgivable sin. Please support Duck. Do you understand the meaning of this picture? Haha. Chapter 49. Don't be so angry, Lord Leian. If you are angry, your mind will be filled with muscles. Otsutsuki Shenmue smiled indifferently when he heard the words, tilted his head slightly, and Pure Tensagen jokingly looked at AI, whose face was getting darker and darker. Fourth Reikage AI's strength can be said to have reached the pinnacle of the movie level, except for facing opponents like Uchiha Madara. He can be said to be insatiable. After all, the two pillars of Mangekyo were opened in the original work. He wanted to go to the Five Shadows conference to make trouble, and was almost abused by AIGE. Basically, it was purely by Amaterasu's sudden attack that the careless AI's arm was overshadowed. Maybe there were two pillars that were just opened at the time. Mangekyo was not familiar with Mangekyo's abilities, and even Susanoo was half-hearted. But it cannot be denied that AI is strong. After all, Urja's combat IQ is really talented. Huh. Kid, if you have anything, let's go to our Cloud Shinobi Village dungeon first. AI Leng snorted and said in a low voice with suppressed anger, and then a blue electric light flashed on his body. The whole figure suddenly disappeared. Known as the Blue Lightning of the ninja world, he is most proud of his speed. Hey, in front of these eyes, your figure, can I see it, Lord Reikage? Otsutsuki Shenmue sneered when he saw this, then his head suddenly turned to the left, and the mysterious and pure Tensagen flickered slightly. At the next moment, AI, who appeared to the left of Otsutsuki Shenmue, was suddenly knocked out by a powerful repulsive force. AI was shocked in her heart, but still grabbed her right hand on the ground, slowly stabilizing her figure. How is it possible? That kid. He can actually capture the figure of the big brother. Killer B, wearing a pair of sunglasses, looked at the short stature Otsutsuki Shenmue in surprise. This child is less than 10 years old, right? After all, it's a kid who can attack the whole village of ninjutsu. It's nothing strange. Azabai with white hair and a delicate face calmly analyzed. And his eyes, have you noticed? That mysterious pattern should also be a kind of pupil technique. It may be very insightful, so he said that just now. Azabai continued to analyze. Her wise eyes were closely watching Otsutsuki Shenmue, although she was not very strong. But her wisdom is one of the best in the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Now, in her early 20s, she has become AI's secretary to help him deal with government affairs, as can be seen from Madara. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. And this kid, isn't he the one wanted in Konoha village across the continent just a few days ago? Why did he suddenly come to Cloud Shinobi village to challenge him? Azabai frowned and thought, she couldn't understand that Cloud Shinobi village should have no hatred with this monster-like child. You just said, in front of your eyes, can you see my figure, right? AI slowly stood up, his face was very ugly, and thunder began to flash all over his body. This kid is too presumptuous. He, who has always been arrogant, has never received such contempt. Oh? Reikage-sama thinks Shenmue can't see your movements. Otsutsuki Shenmue curled up his mouth, showing a mocking smile. Hearing that AI's face was even more gloomy, the anger in his heart was so ridiculed by a child that it was hard to suppress. Don't give me too much pride, kid. AI gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. The thunder and lightning continued to ring. Then his figure disappeared in place again, and instantly appeared above Otsutsuki Shenmue, raising his right foot. Guillotine drop. With a loud shout, the weight of his right foot fell fiercely towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. It's useless. This kind of frontal attack. Otsutsuki Shenmue didn't panic when he saw this, the pure Tensagen flickered slightly. A tyrannical repulsion suddenly broke out, blocking AI's feet. It's this again. Can an invisible attack still be used for defense? AI felt the obstacle under her feet, her face wrinkled, and she couldn't help but feel troubled in her heart. An invisible attack is really hard to wrap around. A wave of invisible energy spreads from the center of the two, but quickly. Break it for me. AI continued to add gravity. The thunder light flickered more frequently, and his right foot moved slightly downward. AI was overjoyed when he saw this, but his expression suddenly changed in the next moment. A huge force that was unacceptable to him suddenly came, and almost instantly, it knocked him out fiercely, and fell fiercely against the wall of Cloud Shinobi Village. Innocent stuff. Without even looking at AI, Otsutsuki Shenmue made a faint mockery and turned his gaze to Killer B. Killer B, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Although I know it's unlikely, I need your 8 Tails chakra, can I give it some? Otsutsuki Shenmue walked slowly towards Killer B and laughed softly. He had a good impression of the role of Killer B, if he could hand over 8 Tails chakra without resisting. He doesn't mind starting with a lighter hand. Tailed Beast chakra? Impossible, idiot. Faint. Dare to hurt the big brother, unforgivable. Killer B refused without hesitation, holding two long sword and rushed towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. Although Otsutsuki Shenmue looks delicate and cute, he has witnessed the powerful AI being easily knocked into the air. Killer B didn't dare to underestimate this guy. Seeking all support. Chapter 50. It's really grumpy but useless. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head lightly and chuckled. Without warning, a repulsive force suddenly erupted, and the Killer Bee rushing at a high speed was instantly knocked out like a cannonball and hit the ground fiercely. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Shenmue couldn't help but sighed with excitement. Maybe it was because he was too demanding of them. It seems that the one who got Tensagen is a bit too strong, and simple application of repulsion seems to be enough to deal with them. Then Otsutsuki Shenmue turned her gaze to Azabai, who was wearing a professional attire. At this moment, she was looking down at herself with a tight frown. Seems to be thinking about something. I remember, your name is Mabai, right? Otsutsuki Shenmue raised his head slightly, recalling that he smiled and asked Mabai with healthy bronze skin. Although this woman is not very strong, she still impressed Otsutsuki Shenmue very deeply. She has a delicate face and a slim figure, and she is not a vase, she has a good talent, and she will give technique in secret. Tiansong technique is a kind of space movement secret technique, which can move an object to another location in an instant. Even if the human body is strong enough, even people can move. It can be said to be a very good secret technique. Yes, you are the Otsutsuki Shenmue that Konoha wanted? Azabai asked with his pupils flickering slightly, calmly. Although this strong monster-like child is an enemy, Mabai can feel it. In fact, he didn't have much malice towards them. In this case, everything can be discussed. Konoha wanted? Is this the only way to do it? Otsutsuki Shenmue was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he came to understand. Presumably Konoha village couldn't swallow this breath, or to block the mouth of the residents of Konoha, a wanted order was issued against him. But Konoha is indeed incompetent, just like this. Speaking of which, you are a good woman. Are you interested in going with me? I'm going to a place next. I can consider letting you join in. Otsutsuki Shenmue completely ignored where this place was and who was on the side, and threw an olive branch to Mabai in a straightforward manner. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Azabai was taken aback when he heard the words, his delicate face was a bit stunned, and he looked at Otsutsuki Shenmue, who was short in stature and stretched out his right hand to him as an invitation. No. Is that right for you? Master Rakage and 8 Tails Killer B are still around, so you dig the foot of the wall in front of them? This is too real. Don't worry about them, two incompetent guys. You are a waste of your talents if you stay in this Cloud Shinobi village. Trust me, I will give you a bigger stage. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Shenmue continued to warmly say, he naturally understood that the situation at the moment was not suitable for soliciting Mabai. But he really valued Mabai, and without mentioning her ability to handle government affairs and her calm overall view, it was worth sending technique every day. Sorry, if I refuse, I'm fine in Cloud Shinobi Village. After hearing the words, Azabu returned to his senses and glanced at the delicate and lovely boy weirdly. Then she refused without hesitation. Otsutsuki Shenmue, she was very sincere about Cloud Shinobi Village. It's a pity, if Miss Mabai wants to change the master in the future, you can consider Shenmue. Shenmue welcomes you to join at any time. Otsutsuki Shenmue shook his head regretfully, but he didn't force Mabai. Is it still long in the future? He is only expressing his attitude like Mabai now. He is not in a hurry, he is also waiting. Zuzier, deceive me too much at Cloud Shinobi Village. An angry shout rang out, and a figure wrapped in blue thunder rushed towards Otsutsuki Shenmue. It is 4th Rakage AI. He just heard the conversation between Otsutsuki Shenmue and Mabai, and his heart was full of anger at the moment. He was so angry that his eyes were a little bloodshot. Too much deception. This kid is so deceiving. Poaching his subordinates in front of him, Rakage didn't pay attention to him at all, and didn't pay attention to Cloud Shinobi Village. This attitude of contempt and even ignorance made him want this little devil to be broken into pieces. Seeing this, Mabu immediately retreated violently, retreated to a safe distance, quietly watching the battle. It's useless. It's useless. I've said it many times, this kind of frontal attack. Otsutsuki Shenmue turned a deaf ear to Ai's anger and shook his head in disdain. A ripple appeared in the pure and beautiful Tensagen, and the unparalleled repulsion immediately greeted Ai. Boy, how many times do you think I'll be hit by such a trick? 4th Rakage grinned back, although this repulsive attack was invisible and colorless. But he has also noticed the subtle difference in the air. The figure appeared in front of Otsutsuki Shenmue instantly, avoiding the repulsive attack. Heavy current violence. Ai's strong elbow attacked Otsutsuki Shenmue fiercely, and with a blow of his anger, it was enough to crack mountains and rocks. God Air Strike. Otsutsuki Shenmue saw that his right palm glowed slightly, and he faced Ai's elbow. This guy, worthy of being 4th Rakage, has he noticed the existence of repulsion so quickly? But that's right, it's true that he underestimated the enemy too much, and he started to release his repulsive force from such a distance. Please all duck babies, I want flowers, I want a flower evaluation ticket.